along with his supposed mother's name written across the wall of the reactor, these factors, on paper, caused Sephiroth to question his own birth, led him to madness, and as a result of this madness, he became the world's enemy. The second influence is the Call of Jenova. The truth of this moment does not simply get reflected by Sephiroth's clear mental distress. As we have learned from our prior comparisons between each version of the Nibelheim incidents, the one depicted in Crisis Core, the OG depiction, and the brief depiction of it in Remake, all show us that there is something far more sinister taking place. Once the truth is revealed in Crisis Core, Sephiroth suffers from headaches, followed by white flashes. These same headaches and flashes came about in the original game in a very similar way with Cloud. These headaches, as we learned from the extended material, are signifiers of Jenova's power influencing the mind of her host. We learned more about this influence that Jenova had over Sephiroth in Remake, as in the script for Remake, during Cloud's Jenova-influenced episode in Shinra HQ, we hear Sephiroth's dialogue from the Nibelheim incident. This dialogue is described in the script as Sephiroth calling to Jenova and Jenova calling to Sephiroth. These two factors together led Sephiroth, and as we will see, Angeal and Genesis, to their monstrous ends. However, for Sephiroth specifically, unlike the other first-class soldiers, this transformation into a monster is rather abrupt. We can attribute this sudden shift from human to monster based on what we have already learned. Sephiroth's upbringing and lack of humanity created a perfect vessel for Jenova to control, thus allowing her to manipulate him much quicker. The other characters, however, having more humanity, but still experiencing the same effect of Jenova's pull, don't change as suddenly. This slower transformation allows us some very important insights into how these two forces, humanity and monsters, begin to depict a larger conflict, and more importantly, what that conflict leads to. That being said, let's start from the top of Crisis Core and work ourselves down beat by beat to the very ending of the game. In the prologue, Angeal is training a second-class soldier, his good friend and pupil, Zack Fair. Angeal tells Zack that in order for Zack to achieve his dream of becoming a first-class soldier, he has to
embrace your dreams and honor.
Zack Fair is not exactly sure what that means. Chapter 1. Shortly after this, there is a mass desertion of soldiers from Shinra. This desertion is led by Angeal's childhood friend, Genesis, another first-class soldier. Zack and Angeal are sent on a mission to Wutai. On their journey, Angeal describes to Zack what dumb apples are.
They're apples.
Angeal also describes how he used to steal these apples from local farmers because he was poor. Angeal mentions, however, that even though he would steal these apples, he still had his honor, as he would never steal from the tree from what many thought were the most fruitful ones, as the tree that bore these apples belonged to his friend's family, who we later learn is Genesis's family. Zack makes the point that he could have just asked Genesis for one, to which Angeal tells Zack, honor can be quite a burden at times. Zack Fair is not exactly sure what that means. While this conversation seems totally insignificant, the burden of honor plays a very large role, not just for Angeal, but for many other characters as well. Because while Angeal's character reflects the strength of heroism, it is this mentality that isolates him from reaching out to others, that it is his own responsibility to bear the weight of his issues and overcome them. We will see just how unhealthy this mentality is, not only for him, but for other characters further on in the story. Eventually, Zack and Angeal arrive at their destination, a Wutai base known as Fort Tamblin, where after successfully infiltrating and destroying the Wutai presence there, Angeal abandons Shinra Angeal does this in order to find Genesis and figure out the reason as to why he chose to rebel against Shinra. Angeal, off camera, finds Genesis in Benora, and it is here in Benora where the previously unaware Angeal learns from Genesis the secret of their birth. Chapter 2. This conversation with Genesis leads Angeal, the once proud soldier first class, the one grounded morally in soldier honor, into an existential crisis. And much like his mother Jillian, who takes her own life due to her guilty conscience, Angeal finds difficulty in finding any reason to continue living. Rather than choosing to go back to Shinra or join Genesis, Angeal flees. This choice mirrors one of the three friends in Loveless, the Wanderer. After Angeal's departure at the end of this chapter, Zack speaks to Genesis. This conversation between them is extremely important because it is here where Genesis shapes both Zack's and the audience's view of what a monster in Crisis Core is initially, not only with the mention of monsters who lack dreams and honor, a statement that mirrors Loveless, but with the reveal of the iconic One Wing that is associated with all three of the friends. His wing being black.
Summons aren't meant to be used like this. What happened to dreams and honor?
We are monsters. We have neither dreams nor honor.
Now, as we have gone over plenty in the past, the use of these wings and their color is meant to symbolize good and evil, based on their descriptions in Crisis Core's complete guide. So it's fair to say that the use of the black wing, its association to monsters by Genesis, and the lack of dreams and honor that is being expressed here by him all begin to form a category, the side of evil. While you may think that this association to black wings and monsters is not present outside of Crisis Core, looking over the obvious use of the black wing with Sephiroth in Advent Children and in Remake, the original Final Fantasy VII is actually the game that drew this connection initially in the original rendition of One-Winged Angel. Fate and the term monsters is used directly in its lyrics. As we have already discussed at length in prior videos, and as we will see in this discussion, Fate monsters and their association to the wings will continue to draw lines directly to Jenova, so keep these connections in mind. Back to Crisis Core, with this declaration by Genesis, he flies away, leaving Zack holding one black feather. This imagery is reoccurring, one that is not only used in Crisis Core, but it is also imagery that Sephiroth is associated with constantly in Remake, and for good reason. For example, we see the feathers both in Remake's original trailer and in Crisis Core, creating ripples across water, mirroring Loveless once again. This starts to open up our understanding of the thematic language that Crisis Core is developing, and also is mirrored by our prior conversation of monsters, that it is not just a physical influence that these characters and other characters that are associated with these categories are creating, but rather they also represent thoughts, feelings, and dreams. But more importantly is how these ideas can influence others in very profound ways. Going back to the scene in Crisis Core, the significance of this psychological effect that the ripple represents is painted on pretty thick as Zack catches the feather, as it is in this moment that we see Zack begin to formulate his own anxious feelings about what he has been left to think on. At this moment, Zack begins to question his idealistic view of both Genesis and Jill and his view of Soldier itself. This scene concludes with Zack saying this.
Soldier doesn't mean monster. Angel.
Not to get ahead of ourselves, but these same troubling thoughts Zack has continue to weigh on his mind even in the next chapter. With the Wutai War over, Zack still continues to dwell on the events of that day in Benora. You may also be taking note that this is the same way that Sephiroth's feather is being used in Remake. As you can see throughout the opening of the game, both Genova's influence and the feather's appearance is coupled with the song Anxious Heart. Anyway, back to Crisis Core. With Genesis's departure, Shinra destroys Benora to destroy any evidence of the events of that day. Zack Fair, witnessing this destruction, sees a Benora white tree, along with its apples burning away. This imagery is another reoccurring motif in Final Fantasy VII. Now, in prior videos, we have discussed that water is a reoccurring motif that represents both life and the source of life in the game's world, the life stream. While we haven't talked about it on this channel ever, fire is its opposite player. What does it represent? Where water represents life and the bringer of life, fire represents destruction. This is represented in Meteor, the destruction of the planet, the destruction of Nibelheim, or, and more to the point, the destruction of honor as demonstrated in Benora. This becomes especially obvious when we are reanalyzing Genesis's character, more specifically his dream, as these Benora apples are a part of Genesis's dream to one day eat one with Sephiroth. So symbolically, after shedding his dreams in honor, the apples, the thing that represents Genesis's dreams, it burns away. Another good example of these two motifs of water and fire conflicting is in two different places in Remake. The first being right before the party's fight with Sephiroth. The party, standing on a pool of water, watches as the scene around them is engulfed in a fiery red. This ominous red light is revealed to be casted by Meteor. The second appears in the final cutscene with Sephiroth and Cloud at the end of the game. Rather than it being physically fire and water represented, it is the colors red and blue that are used to backlight the two characters. These colors being represented by the glow of the two universes behind each of the characters, one red and one emitting the blue light. That also might be signaling to you the use of this color in Rebirth, but we'll get to that. Fire is also very reflective of Norse mythology's depiction of the events of Ragnarok, an event that we have talked about in prior videos that depicts the destruction of the old world and the beginning of the new. This mythology and this event in it is something that Final Fantasy VII constantly references. This same event is also described by a scene that we have already gone over. This Ragnarok-like event is described by President Shinra before his death in Remake, as he asks Barrett to consider what would happen by uprooting and destroying Shinra.
Picture it. Picture a world without Shinra, without Mako energy. A stagnant, impotent world. Now picture a natural disaster. Who would help the people? Help them recover and rebuild? You? With their old world ruined, will they thank you for the new?
While Shinra has created a corrupt system, what would destroying Shinra do to the foundation of life for all of those in Midgar? What would life be like without the power that they take from the planet? Questions that Barrett seemingly cannot fully answer in this moment. And not only that, as we saw the burning away of dreams in honor, the theme of fire extends and connects not just to the physical aspect of fire. It can also represent the hatred that those feel and thus leads them to inflict torment. This, once again, comes back into the song One Winged Angel from the original Final Fantasy VII, as it's in the lyrics yet again that it is paired with Sephiroth and the anger that he carries. We also see the depiction of water and fire's association not only to their respective concepts, but to their pairing to the idea of heroes and monsters in the new trailer for Ever Crisis. In this scene with Sephiroth in the opening of the trailer, one that has been confirmed to depict a moment in time in Crisis Core, we see the bodies of Genesis copies and Type 0 behemoths, where Sephiroth standing in the rain is attempting to contact Genesis. This failure to connect shows us not only Sephiroth's desperate attempts to connect to one of the only human connections he has, but more so and more fitting to the rain, the loss of a loved one. This emotional turmoil and the suffering that this causes is what leads into Glenn's, the main character of the first Soldier chapter of Ever Crisis's arrival. Glenn proclaims himself as being the hero of the story, to which Sephiroth proclaims that if Glenn is the hero, that he himself is his enemy, as he then proceeds to summon a fireball, blowing the rain away. This very brief depiction of Sephiroth's emotional journey, coupled with these thematic ties, gives us just one more window into what Sephiroth would inevitably become, the enemy of not just heroes, but to the world, as well as setting up what these two contrasting themes have in store for Rebirth. Also, did anybody catch the fact that this scene is a not-so-subtle throwback to Denzel in Advent Children? That's some good writing right there. Nojima knows what he's doing. All of these scenes' connection to both the motif of fire, the themes of destruction, and the references to Ragnarok, and its pairing to hatred, will all come back later on in this video. These two motifs, water and fire, and respectively the color blue and red, will both be added each to these categories that we're forming. Wow, this list of opposites is getting really long, and it's gonna keep getting longer the longer we talk about Crisis Core. Back to Crisis Core, Chapter 3. Zack, dealing with the thoughts left to him by Genesis, is exposed to another perspective of wings. This is done with the help of a Turk named Sisane. Upon their first meeting, she expresses her own dream, and at the same time establishes something very important that we have not talked about yet: what wings truly represent. And rather than viewing those who bear them as monsters, as Genesis saw them, Sisane views wings as a representation of those who are trapped somehow and desire freedom.
When I was a kid, I always wanted to have wings. You know, like an angel.
If people had wings, they'd be monsters.
Wings symbolize freedom for those who have none. They don't symbolize monsters.
This idea of freedom that the concept of wings is bringing up will become very relevant as we continue through the story. Later on, Angeal and Zack cross paths once again. At this point, Zack is of the mind that Angeal has turned not only against Shinra, but everything he once believed in. Zack asks Angeal what he's planning on doing now that he has decided to go down this darker path, to which Angeal reveals to Zack that after learning the truth of his birth, he now views himself as a monster. And with this new view of himself, rather than considering what a soldier desires, Angeal begins to muse about what a monster's desires are. What Angeal can only speculate being either world domination or revenge.
Working for Hollander now? What is it you're after?
World domination.
That's not even funny, man.
How about revenge?
For what? Angeal!
I've become a monster. A monster's objective is usually world domination or revenge.
You're wrong. Those aren't the wings of a monster.
Well then, what are they?
Angel's wings.
Now, there is a very significant difference between the Japanese and the English version of this scene. In the Japanese version, Angeal isn't simply describing a monster's objective. He describes the goal of a monster as it is the only thing that he can think about. While this may seem insignificant at first, this is actually our first look into one of the two factors previously mentioned, this one being the first sign of the call of Jenova to Angeal. This will become clearer in every instance with Angeal from this point on.
See,
when
that's
Zack
what's happening
continues to confront
fucking
Angeal,
Cloud,
Angeal
the Call of
sprouts
Jenova.
not a black wing, but a white one. This creates yet another counterpart in
But
our
it's not
ongoing
him, it's
conversation
Sephiroth
that we
calling
have created. White and
to
black
Jenova, and Jenova
wings.
calling
And
back.
just as black wings represent one category, white, as we
So
will
Sephiroth is
see,
calling on the
demonstrates
Jenova
its
cells.
better half. While Angeal repeats
then Cloud,
Genesis's
I think that's
prior
cool.
remarks about the wing, Zack rebuttals by recalling Cicine's words, that rather than Angeal's wing signifying a monster, his wing, in particular, is the wing of an angel. However, Zack's statement does not go exactly as he may have intended, as it leads to a much larger conversation. If monsters don't have dreams or honor, and rather seek a spoiler-free discussion of Final Fantasy VII's new re-trilogy, Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis, Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII Reunion, Final Fantasy VII The Kids Are Alright, a Turk's side story, and Final Fantasy VII Advent Children Complete. Prior remarks about the wing, Zack rebuttals by recalling Cicine's words, that rather than Angeal's wing signifying a monster, his wing, in particular, is the wing of an angel. However, Zack's statement does not go exactly as he may have intended, as it leads to a much larger conversation. If monsters don't have dreams or honor, and rather seek revenge, destruction, world domination, and torment, and humanity fights on behalf of the helpless, and has dreams and honor, what do angels dream of? Or rather, what dreams should they have? The answer, as Angeal describes it, angels only dream of one thing.
I see. Then what should an angel fight for, Zack? What do angels dream of?
Angeal,
Angels dream of one thing:
please tell me.
to be human.
Angeal, who sought to embody the ideals of humanity in this moment, cannot face the reality of this angel title, because in Angeal's mind, whether he is an angel or a monster, he is still not human, which leads us to one conclusion. To have wings, regardless of its color, appears on those who are trapped. What they seek is to be human. To be human is the definition of freedom. This leads us to the following questions. If humanity is the key to freedom for those with wings, then what creates the theoretical prison for those who are trapped to begin with? And to that end, how do those who have the desire for freedom, the ones who bear wings, achieve it?
Damn.
What does it take in order to be free? Let us first discuss the idea of the prison. To start, we must recognize one thing in particular. As we know through the game's events, all of these wings, regardless of what they represent, are tied to Jenova. Now, keeping in mind all of the ties the characters already have to Jenova and how they may correlate
I'll do
to
the
this
intro here in a
idea to
second,
this
yeah.
prison, we have to add one additional concept to this group. as it is in this subject where we begin to notice
We're about to
Crisis
play.
Core's
We're about to
discussion
play
of
now.
a very important part of
Let's
not
turn this shit
just
on.
the compilation, but of Final Fantasy VII Remake, the concept of fate. But in order to start this conversation, let's go over the last
I
two
love this
notable
video.
scenes with Angeal.
I'm
The
sleep easy.
encounter Zack has with him on the highway, and Angeal's final confrontation with Zack. Chapter 4. Zack, hearing of an attack on Shinra HQ, makes his way back to the company by running down the highway. He is stopped by Angeal,
whoever helped edit this
descending
shit,
from the sky.
it's quite
Zack
the
seeks an
project.
answer to why exactly Angeal has been acting so irrationally. Zack explains to Angeal that he doesn't understand what Angeal is setting out to accomplish, or what he's thinking anymore.
I need your help.
Do you? Honestly, what are you thinking, Angeal?
I'm not really sure myself. At times, I feel as if my mind is mired in fog.
Once again, even if Angeal doesn't fully understand it himself at this moment, we can see clearly both the psychological effect of torment in Angeal, who seems to not be able to decide what side he is on, but also we are seeing a physical effect of the Call of Genova, both of which Angeal is failing to tackle. But regardless of both of these pulls, Angeal finds himself able to pull himself back, at least at this point in the story. He does this with one thing.
But Zack, no matter what happens, I have to protect my honor. As long as I hold the Buster Sword.
It's here where we start to see the full weight of the Buster Sword's influence. While Angeal may in fact be becoming a monster, like the ones that he has chosen to fight against, Angeal uses the Buster Sword to remind himself of the humanity that it carries, and that he still carries with him, even if it's fading. This should be signaling to you the meaning behind a certain scene we have gone over many times in other videos, and there is a lot more to that.
But we will get to that later.
Continuing on, Angeal then calls Zack to take up arms with him once again, to fight for what they both believe is right.
Zack, join my battle. Our enemy is all that creates suffering.
All right. I'll help you.
Now, I want to bring attention at this moment to one of the biggest connections that this video will be making right now. While we have only been focusing solely on how these themes, motifs, and imagery builds the story of Crisis Core, it's time, however, to broaden our perspective, at least for a moment, to start talking briefly about what Remake and Crisis Core together have set up for Rebirth. Because for those of you who are unfamiliar perhaps with this scene that we have just gone over in Crisis Core, you have actually already seen a version of this conversation, just not in Crisis Core. You have already heard this dialogue too, because this conversation is actually in Remake, at the end of the highway and at the edge of creation.
Zack,
Cloud,
join my battle.
lend me your strength.
Our enemy is all that creates suffering.
Let us defy destiny together.
What this shows us is what both of these forces that we have been talking about this entire time eventually leads to. The theme of Crisis Core is succession, as it is the literal title of the melody that circulates throughout the entire soundtrack of Crisis Core's music. Succession has two definitions. Its use in biology expresses a number of people or things sharing a
Alright, I'm gonna have to
specified
stop watching this, or
characteristic
I'll just
and
keep watching
following one after
So good.
Other. Its other definition being the action or process of inheriting a title. Succession defines both the idea of inheriting the biological and the literal legacy of those who came before. What the story of Crisis Core is the story of Zack inheriting from Angeal humanity's legacy, a legacy that gave life to Final Fantasy VII. But in Remake, rather than Zack passing this legacy onto Cloud, it is Cloud who is inheriting another legacy, the legacy of Sephiroth, of a monster, a legacy that creates the Re-Trilogy. It is these two legacies, the legacy of Angeal and the legacy of Sephiroth, that live on in those who follow in their footsteps, that keep them both spiritually and literally alive. Chapter 5. We begin our discussion of fate in Crisis Core with our final encounter with Angeal. In this scene, Angeal has made up his mind that he is not just a monster, he is something that needs to be vanquished, and to that end, he is what Zack, a true hero, must fight against. Zack at first resists this outcome, but then Angeal explains why he must destroy him.
Zack, do you remember what I said about our enemy being all that creates suffering?
Yeah, but you're not one of them.
But I created my own suffering.
It is this that solidifies both Angeal's tragic end, but also the fate of all soldiers. In one perspective of this scene, Angeal, rather than being able to overcome these dark feelings that have tormented him, he begins to finally succumb to them. And the other, where no matter how much Angeal struggles against his biological desire to create torment, he will eventually lose his dreams and honor and become a monster, a puppet to Jenova's will. But the other perspective of this scene begins to craft our larger discussion of the three friends. Not only does this scene begin to put into perspective the fate of Soldier, this fate, as Crisis Core's complete guide states, is Angeal's destiny. Angeal points his sword at Zack. In an abandoned building in Modeoheim, he intends to follow his destiny all the way to the end by being defeated by his younger colleague, who he was taking care of. What the story of Angeal is the story of all of those who bear Jenova's power are. What Angeal is imprisoned by, along with Sephiroth and Genesis, is this destined fate given to them by Jenova, a destiny to become torment, but also to pass this torment on. With the Buster Sword's humanity weighing on him, Angeal turns into a monster known as Angeal Penance. As its name implies, Angeal now embodies self-inflicted suffering, brought on by his own desire to be human, even though he is a monster with a predetermined fate. This transformation and shedding of dreams and honor is solidified in the name of the song that plays during the fight with Angeal Penance. In English, this song is named No Honor Remains, and in Japanese, it's called The Face of Lost Pride. With this defeat, Angeal is finally able to rest and relinquishes the Buster Sword to Zack. The dying wish of Angeal, who lived with dreams and honor in his heart, will be passed on to Zack along with his weapon. Back to Crisis Core, Chapter 3. Zack, dealing with the thoughts left to him by Genesis, is exposed to another perspective of Wings. This is done with the help of a Turk named Sisane. Upon their first meeting, she expresses her own dream, and at the same time establishes something very important that we have not talked about yet. What wings truly represent. And rather than viewing those who bear them as monsters, monsters, as Genesis saw them. Sisane views wings as a representation of those who are trapped somehow and desire freedom.
When I was a kid, I always wanted to have wings. You know, like an angel.
If people had wings, they'd be monsters.
He was winged though, just a monster.
Wings symbolize freedom for those who have none. They don't symbolize monsters.
This idea of freedom that the concept of wings is bringing up will become very relevant as we continue
That
through
can
the
never belong
story
to a
later
monster.
on, and Jill and Zack cross paths once again. At this point, Zack is of
But they
the mind
symbolize the
that
yearning for
Angeal
freedom.
has turned not only against Shinra, but everything he once believed in. Zack asks Angeal what he's planning
Sorry,
on
the
doing now
game
that he
audio
has
is on that whole
decided to
time?
go
What the fuck?
down this
I hate
darker
that.
path. To which Angeal reveals to Zack that after learning the truth of his birth, he now views himself as a monster. And with this new view of himself, rather than considering what a soldier desires, Angeal begins to muse about what a monster's desires are. What Angeal can only speculate being either world domination or revenge.
True, those are the only
Working for
choices I
Hollander
know.
now? What is it you're after?
World domination.
That's not even funny, man.
How about revenge?
For what?
Against who?
Angeal!
I've become a monster.
I've become
A monster's objective is usually world domination.
Alright, enough of that. Let's fucking go. Actually, let's do this right, y'all. It's 7:30. It's time to not watch this movie that I would watch all of right now. What the fuck? Where'd all my shit go? Oh. What's my stream to go at? There we go. Anyways. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome to the Oracle being broadcast live and alive at 7:35 a.m. Central Time. What the fuck's going on today, y'all? I don't know. We're about to play Borderlands 2. I still want to play Rebirth, but we can't. We gotta do something. We gotta switch it up today. I'm gonna shoot some shit in Borderlands. Maybe go punch some nuts. Punch some Nazis. In Indiana Jones v. The Great Circle of Fascists. Trump administration is currently trying to push pronatalism, which they always have, but it's getting really, really weird. Whenever my wife told me they're gonna pay people $5,000 to have a kid, I just laughed. Like maybe $100K a year. How about that? $100K a year? $5,000? What? Isn't that even a month of fucking childcare? What the fuck? Yeah, this shit's wild. And like, what can you say that hasn't been said? At this point, it just feels stupid. You know what I mean? Because obviously, people have kids whenever the conditions are correct. If we're not having kids, or whenever conditions are extremely bad, that's another one that's actually statistically correct. Also, fertility rates and shit upon regions matter. But that's a stupid conversation I don't want to get into. We'll just say for the sake of conversation that whenever people feel comfortable and like they have the structure around them in order to take care of kids, both financially, mentally, physically, and for instance, I'm married. I'm married over 10 years. We don't have kids. And it's not like we're anti-natalists or any means. Just, how are we gonna pay for that shit? How? We can barely like go on a trip here and there, let alone have a kid. That's with like a mortgage. That isn't terrible, but it's not great. Like it's less than most people's rent. A good mortgage usually is like half someone's rent. And not just like the same amount. But alas. I don't know, man. It's just, we watched this really gross news story last night on Fox about like the 200 people pro-natalist movement. It was just the most incel-ridden, gross fucking group of people you could imagine. They all look like they just got out of their basement. Like, I work in a basement, I'm still not like that pale. You know, look at me. I look normal. I look normal white and not, like a British, I'm gonna kill you white. So I'll take it. Do I look German? I don't know what I look like. I'm just a mix. Like most Americans, just a fucking mutt. Fucking mutt. From a small community, so I hope there's no incest involved. Maybe that's why my kidneys stopped working. My parents are actually distant relatives. That's not true. I have no idea. I don't even want to think about that, but I just did. Because that's what happens whenever you're just yapping. Okay. Anyways, my short should be coming up soon on all this stuff. I'm gonna start playing this game, so shut up. Thinking that yeah, that's not cool. My mom would be so mad. Did you hear me say that? Live. It's okay, but if I'm ever popular in the future, this stream will be gone way before then. They don't last very long. Jennifer's gotta go. She's just crawling on me. Just stay on the chair, man. On the chair. I'm gonna have to give her a little fan, a little heater. I don't know what she wants from me, man. I don't know what she wants. Ah, good stuff. Let's move on. I don't really want to yap about the news. You can watch it later. Alright, no more tunes. Tunes, you're done. Tunes, done. Game audio. Your turn.
Third place. Third place. I built a robot that can turn human beings into jelly with the push of a button. And Doc What's-His-Face gives me third place in a planet-wide science fair. At least around here, people appreciate my talents.
Oh, fuck. What we doing? I don't know. Once in future slab? I don't know where I was at. Uncover. Thanks for that. Follow. Perfectly peaceful? What was the fucking story mission? Once in future slab. Yo, thanks. Thank you. Hey. Good morning. I have to figure out what I was doing. I haven't played this in like a week. Probably. I don't think I ever beat it. I had it way back when it first came out. I don't think I ever finished it though. I finished Tiny Tina's and Borderlands 3. I believe. It was so long ago now. Has it been 20 years yet? I feel like it has. Damn, old as fuck. Yo, Tannis, what are you doing?
I require nothing from you, other than that you please stay a safe distance away from me.
Okay, sure. If you insist. Oh, upstairs. I'm done. 13, 14 years. Alright, I was a little off. Not bad, though. Rackaholics Anonymous. What's that?
Bloodwing's dead. Jack's nearly got the vault open. I don't know about you, but I need a drink. Or like a lot of drinks. Hold on.
Yeah.
Rack ale out of the dust. Blast the kegs off one of their booze runners and get them for me.
I'm doing a playthrough of all the games. Slowly but surely. Before September. I finished Borderlands 1. I did the pre-sequel, and I did the pre-sequel DLCs. So now we got Borderlands 2. Borderlands has a lot of DLCs, including Lilith DLC, which ties to Borderlands 3. But before that, there's the Tales game next. Tales from the Borderlands. And then Tiny Tina's.
Interested? The engineers working in the Hyperion Preserve are
I
still
love
alive.
Tiny Tina's.
You're gonna fix that. When I was doing recon out there, I heard them experimenting on 3 badass creatures. Get out there and free them. I want to see a bloodbath for what they did to my bird.
It depends. If I'm high enough level, but I'm just gonna go through anything that has like important story. So if it's just like an arena battle thing, I won't do it. It's because I don't really have time. And too much gaming to go through.
Nightmares won't stop.
I have it written down somewhere, the order. Because you can go to all of them from here. Dragon Keep, Hammerlock's Hunt, Carnage, Pirate's Booty. Yeah, Ultimate Vault Hunter. Oh yeah, I'll do Dragon Keep too. What I should do is do Tales, do all these, do Tales from the Borderlands, come back, do Dragon Keep, and then Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. Actually, that's probably how I'll do it. Okay. Yeah. You get level 8 and then do 10 rounds without dying. Yeah, if it's not story. or like relevant story, I won't end up doing it.
Winter's coming.
Like Borderlands, I couldn't even use the footage because there's like no story. And the story that's there is not really told in any kind of presentable way without a lot of editing.
Got some work for you. I'm trying to write a love poem for this chick, Daisy, but I need some inspiration. Something to get my juices flowing so this poem will get her juices flowing. That's sex. Use this camera to take some pictures of interesting landmarks that I could toss in the poem, would you?
That's just sex. Get your camera.
Oh, pick up any nudie mags you see. Never hurts to have a fallback.
Pick up any nudie mags to see. Hell yeah, brother. Give me the loot. Give me the loot. But Tiny Tina's Wonderlands and Borderlands 3 I want to co-op through as well. Alright. Now if I'm higher level than the story mission, I'll do the story mission. Blah blah blah. Level 20. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's go to this place. Oh yeah? Well. Oh, sick.
1,000 Cuts is west of the Highlands. If you're looking for the Slab King,
Do you stream as well?
Now be careful though. He kind of lost it after Hyperion killed his dog.
Go to 1,000 Cuts, deliver note. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. We'll have to hook up and do that. It's still like a couple months out, but was it? May, June?
Control Core Angel is at the top of that mountain. That's where the vault key's being held.
Right now it'd be around June, probably.
He can help us get past. Intruder! We got an intruder!
Oh hell yeah!
You'll have to fight to the slabs to reach the king. Be careful.
Wait, what is the hunt? I should probably. Alright, now we're recording. Let's go. Want some future slab. The next story mission. I don't know what we're doing here, but whatever. What was that? What the fuck? Haha. Yo, fool. Ow, ow, ow. Fuck. Ah. Go, grenade. Oh, shit. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go, Borderlands. It sucks we as a society have to raise money for our hospitals here, but that's the US for you. Fuck off, badass buzzard. I thought I had another one. Well, I could slag it. I thought it had an SMG corrosive weapon. Apparently not. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Our future generation needs all the help they can get.
I tried to keep to myself.
Millennials need all the help they can get.
You just had to kill Dusty. You want to treat me like a bandit? That's exactly
Everybody
what I'm
need it. Okay, off you go. Okay. Yeah, I bet the hardcore Borderlands players have this shit pretty down pat. I never got to that level with Borderlands like I did with Diablo, where I would just grind bosses all the time. I guess I never had a group enough. You okay, dog? Who's yelling? What was that? Must have been a grenade or something.
Look at me when I'm charging at you!
Shit. I actually need ammo. Fuck. Ow. What was that? Who's shooting at me? Oh. A little Goliath? Ah, come on. Come on. I guess I should have refilled my ammo before I went running out. Yeah, the Goliaths become giant. Nah, I just fucked up because I forgot to buy ammo before I ran out here. Oops. Because I'm usually like pretty second wind savvy with my Mechromancer. Not that time. Nope. What's this quest over here?
Need a face shot! Boom! Squish! Yay!
Face McShooty.
Face! Not so complex! Need it! Want it! Need it! Have to have it! Face shot! Boom! Brains everywhere! Not the knee! Not the arm! Not the spine! Face! It has to happen! Facey, face, face, face! Tired of waiting! No more waiting! Need a face shot! Boom! Squish! Yay! In the face! Not so complex!
Oh yeah?
Need it, want it!
Hell yeah.
Have to have it! Face shot! Shoot me in the face! In the face!
I need to
Do
follow
it.
you
Shoot
up.
me in the face! Face, face,
Face! Now! Bullets in the face! Want him! Need him! Gimme! At the sound of the bell, it will be...
I'll follow you up here. That way I can
Knock!
contact
Who's there?
you.
Shoot me in the face! End of joke! I'm gonna
About
sing a
Tina's
song! Shoot me at the end of it!
of the tiny.
Da-da-da-da-da-da! Bong! I noticed you haven't shot me in the face!
Hell yeah.
Curious as to why! Maybe you're weighing the moral pros and cons, but let me assure you that... Oh my god, shoot me in the goddamn face! What are you waiting for?
You really want it that bad, bro?
What's in my face? Thank you!
Thank you. You shot him in the face. You're welcome. Not the arm, not the knee, the face! But yo, have fun. Nice to meet you, dog. And I'm on like 5 days a week, so plus I'm traveling. Oh shit. Hot damn, bruh. That's crazy. I guess I gotta go up to get in here. There's some stairs. Let's get to them stairs, yo. Danger, death. Yep, that makes sense. Ooh. Can I get on the stairs? Here we go. This is what we needed. Also, we need to buy more ammo. But we'll be fine. We're good for now.
You made it to my home.
Buzzards.
But now it's time for the real initiation. Slaps.
Get it. Get it. Get it. Iridium. Death Trap, what are you doing, man?
You look like idiots. Slaps, go get them.
Hey, bro.
Get your ass gone. We got a live one.
Ah! Get out of there. Damn, these fucking grenades rock. Sour Zero? I would probably do Sal. I think my first playthrough was with Zero. The one I never finished. Excuse me? And then I remember whenever Mechamancer released as a... It was one of the later editions. And then I came back and played a little bit with that. Can I go in here, bro? Where are y'all at? Did I sneak upstairs again? Oh. Bro. Why are they way up there? Y'all hold on to that thought. I want to go up there. As long as you shoot him down before, it just costs a lot of ammo, man. Does that kill both of them? Yeah. Okay. Ooh. Oh. Why don't you come down here, bro?
You killed some of my best men to get to me. I only got one thing to say to you.
What?
That was.
Oh, it's Brick. The Slab King. What's up, Brick?
So what you want?
Hey, Brick.
You are the biggest badass of all time, and you survived initiation.
Replaced with Dustpan.
proud to
You mean
call you
Maya?
a slab. I was wondering when Roland would call in that favor.
Is Maya the fucking
The bunker.
the siren?
Now that you're one of us, my buzzers can help you take her down. Go tell Roland I'm in.
I played Lilith in Borderlands 1.
Brick's crew on our side, we should have an easier time getting past
What
the
was
bunker
I?
and protecting Angel. Come on back and we'll see about getting through that door that'll only open for Jack.
Oh wait, I was Athena in the pre-sequel. Because she was the protagonist. I just wanted to do it for the story. Not necessarily one. I didn't really want to play Athena, but she was badass. It was like FPS Captain America with guns. Pretty fun. I actually really liked the pre-sequel. The story was hilarious too. Like the writing in that, tremendous. The writing in Tiny Tina's is also tremendous. Really just all the games have a lot of good writing, if I'm being honest. Like if you read the quests in Borderlands 1, they're pretty funny. Ow! Yep. Well, they basically turned on him whenever he roasted those doctors alive. They're like, okay, this guy, because technically everything he was doing was, in his mind, just. But he had this little sociopathic, narcissistic flair about him the whole time.
Nice.
And then once he got betrayed, he's been in a crash out ever since. In a crash out. Alright. That was fun. Why are you clapping? Sarcastic slap. I don't even want to kill him. It's funny. It's fair.
So, the Vault Hunter met the slabs. What a lovely opportunity.
No,
to
Handsome
kill two
Jack
bandits
is
with one
incredible.
mortar assault.
Targeting beacons initialized. Beginning mortar bombardment.
And his actor is great. The line delivery is like perfect.
Or there won't be nobody left to help you with the bunker.
Follow me. Jack must have dropped some beacons to guide the mortars. If we don't
Be free.
That's for Dusty. Damn, I'm good. Slam! gotta move.
Let's go, Brick.
Destroy those targeting beacons. They're guiding the mortars.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Stay out of the target circles.
You ran into it, Brick. What are you talking about? Oh, fuck.
Watch out for the mortars, Slab.
Oh, no shit. You just said that. Alright. Alright, alright.
I'm gonna bust that shield. Shields down, Slab. Attack the beacon. That's one beacon down. Let's move.
Nobody destroys my beacon.
Get out of here. Get. Get out of here. There's one up here, bro. Get his ass. Present.
Give me something else to kill.
Got your ass.
Another beacon. Let's rip it out.
Let's rip it. Rip it and grip it.
I'm breaking the shield on that beacon.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Avoid those mortars, Slab. I'm busting the shield. Help me kill the beacon.
I'm trying. It's not hitting it.
Actors is overrated anyway.
God damn it, bots. Whoa, where are you shooting at, Ori? Where are you shooting? There? What the fuck? Ow. Ow, fuck you.
That must have hurt.
Nice.
I see another beacon. Let's rip it out.
Let's rip it. Oh shit. Good job, Death Trap. Get behind this shit, dude. There you go. Nice.
Over here, Slab.
Yes, sir. Keep calling me a slab, dog.
Well,
Good job, Brick.
that was fun.
Yeah.
Badass job today, Slab.
Thanks.
I'll meet you back in Sanctuary. Oh, and just so you know, my slabs will probably still try to kill you because they're freaking idiots. Don't feel bad about killing them. I never do.
I never do. All right, dog. A 1,000 cuts. Let's go, Brick. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Ow.
Rolling.
What's up, Rick?
Never thought I'd be back here. Last time we talked, you didn't sound too eager to see me again.
Times changed. We need all the help we can get.
Even from a bloodthirsty psychopath?
Who called you that? Jack?
No. You did. 3 years ago.
Oh. Sorry.
Sorry.
It's good to have you back, Brick.
Good to be back.
And kiss each other.
Seriously?
It's good to have you back. Stop the Hyperion mortar assault. With the Slab Bandit clan on your side, destroying the Hyperion bunker that defends Control Core Angel should be relatively easy. Emphasis on should. A fungicide dispatch.
To be honest, I got no idea how to get past a door that'll only open for Jack.
Sorry to interrupt, but we've little time. Get to the City of Opportunity. To breach the final door to my chambers, you'll need to be Jack. That means passing a bioscan and speaking a password in his voice. If you can kill one of Jack's body doubles in Opportunity, I can get you through that door.
As much as I hate telling you to listen to her, Angel's the best lead we got. You already know not to trust her, but be careful.
Got something new for you.
Propaganda sucks.
Jack's broadcasting a 24-hour stream of propaganda to every family in the 6 galaxies, telling them to immigrate to that big-ass city.
Yeah, preach, bro.
You're gonna show them what a bad idea that really is. Go borrow Moxie's camcorder.
Okay.
Making any progress on that mission?
Brick?
Hey, got a mission. I'm gonna stay in sanctuary for the long haul, but my slabs still need some stuff done back in Thousand.
Rocco's Modern Life?
So go meet with Rocco. He's a total tool, but at least he won't try to kill you.
Rocco's Modern Life. Rocco's Modern Life. Rocco's Modern Life. Rocco's Modern Life. Bum bum. Take me on that Louis. Going on the Louis. Over to Moxie. Mox Triple Lexi. Mox Triple Lexi. What's up?
You want my camera, huh? You can borrow it.
Oh yeah, also seeing.
Anything you shoot better involve naked flesh or explosions. Bonus points for both.
Another camera.
Great. Take that camera to Opportunity. And make sure you don't look at Moxie's footage.
Yo, man, she is trying to make that money.
I've got something for you.
Moxie's got her own reasons for hating Handsome Jack.
Jack destroyed my Underdome after I dumped him.
It's
now
true.
He wants to build his own arena just to rub it in my face. We're not gonna let that happen, sugar. Get out to Opportunity and kill the construction foreman who's running the project.
Like more stuff from the pre-sequel. That was a fun reveal too. That Moxie was part of that they're the people I chose to betray. It was like hillbilly people.
Everybody good?
Because obviously I was gonna help the fucking the Irish motherfuckers. That was easy. Are you brave and or foolish enough to seek a cursed weapon?
The Bane. Marcus.
Marcus. Well, that sounds like somebody we know. A beautiful day for capitalism.
I knew I hadn't heard the last of that gun. I bought it off a guy a few months ago. Great gun, but it's cursed.
It's cursed.
I sold it to a bandit named Horace.
Horace? Why'd you do that, man? Also, what I had my leveling build up. It goes all the way to 36. What am I doing right now? Blood-soaked shield? I'm leveling up? Okay. Let's see. Blood-soaked shield. What's that? Oh, these. Is it advertisement time? Shit, I didn't even do my fucking spiel. Oh well. Wait, is it 8 o'clock now? It's 8:30. What level is this story quest? 23. Am I level 23? Yeah, perfect. And continue the main quest. What's in my inventory though? I should probably check this. No, go back. Assault rifles. Explosive one. I get an SMG. No. Fuck. At level 25, I'll use another key. Get some new shit, hopefully. Let's sell this excess. I don't really want a rocket launcher. It's not my vibe. And it's only level 20. It's not really necessary. Let's just sell all this shit. Keeping that one. Don't care. Compare? What shield do I have on? Deadly Bloom. Explosive Nova Blast when shields or health are depleted. Really fast recharge rate. Delays slow though. 41% elemental resistance. Jesus. That's pretty good. I don't. Oh shit. Wrong button. Fuck. Hold on there. I want to equip that. Oh, it's only against the last elemental type received. I can wait a little bit longer.
We'll be doing this again soon enough.
That was all elemental, but it's only the last one received.
Nothing like a good sale.
So we'll get rid of this shit. Fuck off. We'll wait for something better.
I need your business.
We can keep that resistance. Also, let's see if we have enough money for a bag or a weapon ammo upgrade. Did I go the wrong way? Yes, I did. Fuck. Here we go. Yeah. 20 for another backpack. I need to get this.
Don't tell nobody where you got that.
Okay, bro.
Don't you come back.
SMG ammo. Yes, please. Any new looks? Oh shit. That's crazy. MECHRO. Oh shit. Static Tuesdays. That's pretty fly. Oh shit. Pork. High octane. I do like the high octane colors. Not very flashy. Oh, that looks really cool. With the helmet. What's that? That's cool. What else we got? Oh shit. I'm mainly just looking at the helmet. That's pretty neat. I like that blue. Don't call her green, reptilian brain. Punk you. Cool as ice. Oh, damn. Killing and chilling. Chilling and killing. That's sharp. And hell followed with her. Anyone got a favorite? I don't know what mine is. Chilling and killing. I just wish the helmet wasn't purple on this outfit. The furry one. That's pretty sick though. Chilling and killing with a furry cap. That's what we're doing. It's happening. Let's go. Sorry, I forgot to announce the ad break over there. Okay. Where are we going? Down here? The opportunity. Oh, is there another quest way up here? Is that the overlook? Let's go there real quick. I won't necessarily do all of them all, but I do like to have the yellow exclamation points eliminated off my map. And I'll have the option. Hyperion Corporation is a job for you.
Hyperion Corporation wishes to extend an olive branch, murderer. Should you considerably lower this world's bandit population,
it's a long
Hyperion
one.
is willing to reward you with a unique gun crafted just for you.
Cool. Alright. It changed the quest I was on, didn't it? Whoops. Wrong place. Wrong. Oh, I didn't realize my game audio was that high. This is a little bit lower. It was hitting higher than my voice. Okay, so let's put this back on. Safe and sound. We're safe and sound. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. We're safe and sound. That reminds me of a safe and sound I like.
could show you what you wanna see and take you where you wanna be. You could be my luck. Even if the sky is falling down, I know that we'll be safe and sound.
Hold on a second.
We're safe and sound.
I need to blast off on my socials. I did my short, but I need to do the unlive post. I usually do it after like an hour of gameplay now, so I can get my shit together. And then like, once I settled, man, I just go. But goddamn, me trying to settle takes some effort sometimes. But while we do this, just give me like 5 minutes here. We're gonna switch it over to this VOD.
I could show you love.
I could show you love.
Tidal wave of mystery. You'll still be standing next to me. You could be my luck. Even if we're 6
What time were we at on that video? Okay. Here. We're just gonna do this for a second. Sorry,
a
y'all.
spoiler-free discussion of Final Fantasy VII's new re-trilogy. Final Fantasy
Where's we
VII
at?
Ever
Where-
Crisis, Crisis
where
Core,
was we
Final
at?
Fantasy
Where we
VII
at?
Reunion, Final Fantasy VII, The
Loveless?
Kids Are Alright, a Turk's side story, and Final Fantasy
part
VII
one recap.
Advent Children Complete. Before we move on, let's establish what we've learned. We have become familiar
This
with
is just
the two
so I can
sides
do
of
my
the coin,
social media.
the
I'll be right
concept
back.
of humanity
I'm
and
not
its
gonna leave.
lesser explored contrasting half, monsters. We learned that humanity is defined
think
by dreams and honor, and that
do
monsters
the
are
Instagram
defined
first on
by
here.
a lack thereof, and revenge and torment. We
look
learned
like
that
shit today,
monsters
but
are
I don't
represented
give a
in
fuck
Final
right now.
Fantasy VII not just through
Doesn't matter.
Genova, but through all of those that are
Doesn't
influenced
matter.
by her, as well as those who are simply corrupted by their own sinister desires, and that perhaps this
Let's see,
physical
my
and
selfie.
psychological representation is also present with humanity in Final Fantasy VII. We learned that the origin of these two sides is established in the ancient epic Loveless, meaning that the concept of these two sides is not an abnormality
Borderlands
in the
2
history
by
of Final Fantasy VII's world, and
Indiana
that in
Jones.
some way it is tied to the three friends in Crisis Core. But how are these things reflected in Zack and Cloud? We learned that the Buster Sword is the physical symbol of dreams and honor, also known to us as Soldier Honor, and the Buster Sword is the tool that Angeal uses to ground himself in his own humanity. We learned that Genesis, while similar to the other two experiments, has a much more complicated place in this conflict than the others. What does that position reveal to us? And we have begun to learn in some way these qualities of monsters and humanity are symbolized by Sephiroth and Angeal.
Also, Reaper.
Now, with all that we've
I love
learned,
this shit.
we're going to see how the
I've also
conversation
played-
of these
I
characters
read the books.
and themes evolve in the narrative of Crisis
played
Core's
Reunion.
story, mainly focusing
The only
our
game I didn't play
attention
was Ever
on
Crisis.
one thing: the theme of succession.
They talk about it in this video.
While it seems that Angeal and Genesis are not as drawn to destruction
I'm almost
as
there.
Sephiroth was
I'm just
due to
kinda
their
rewriting it,
individual
so-
qualities, Crisis Core
Hot
makes
take
sure
break.
to illustrate that despite this, all three friends' roads lead to tragic ends, as destiny inevitably turns all of these soldiers into monsters. And don't just take my word for it. According to the producer of Crisis Core, this idea of the fate of Soldier was seemingly very integral to both Genesis's depiction, but also all of the soldiers in the story as well. Supposedly, Loveless represents not just the fate of the characters in Crisis Core, it is meant to depict the fate of soldiers. Of course, Loveless is a fictitious tale in the form of an ancient poem that's unique to the world of the game, but its themes are intertwined with the story of Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII. As we can hear from Hojo in the demo version of the game, Loveless is actually missing its final chapter. Genesis questions what the contents of the story's non-existent ending could mean for himself and the others. It gradually becomes clear that the epic is related to the fate of soldiers. Knowing exactly how each of the fates of the soldiers turn out, what exactly does this transformation from a human to monsters look like? Now, one of the things that we documented heavily in my last video, New Reunion, was how this transformation took place with Sephiroth. In doing so, we found some very important information.
Over here,
things
and we'll
like
be done with that.
Watashi and Ore, for example, and how this distinction shapes our view of not just the ending of Remake, but also sets up for a lot to pay off in Rebirth. For this reason, we're going to explore these transformations with Angeal
so I can save the picture.
As it is this transformation
but I can use that
and
picture
its
on
details that the story of Crisis Core is aiming to communicate
Borderlands
with us,
2 by
giving
Indy
us
Hates
the
Nazis. We're
insight
back with
into
Borderlands
all
2
of the themes
Chaos
and arcs
and
that
checking out
Crisis
Indiana
Core
Jones
set
and the
up
Great
for
Circle.
the future titles. In order to map this change properly, we need to look at two recurring factors in Sephiroth's transformation that all three of the characters' stories share, as these two factors start their spiral into becoming monsters. The first being the truth of birth. Once each of the characters learns the truth of how they were created, all of them are left to deal with the existential crisis that follows. For Sephiroth, this change was sparked upon learning the truth of the inhumane experimentation that created him in Nibelheim, along with his supposed mother's name written across the wall of the reactor. These factors, on paper, caused Sephiroth to question his own birth, led him to madness, and as a result of this madness, he became the world's enemy. The second influence is the Call of Jenova. The truth of this moment does not simply get reflected by Sephiroth's clear mental distress. As we have learned from our prior comparisons between each version of the Nibelheim incidents, the one depicted in Crisis Core, the OG depiction, and the brief depiction of it in Remake, all show us that there is something far more sinister taking place. Once the truth is revealed in Crisis Core,
Eugenics is a loser quest, pronatalism cringe.
White flashes. These same headaches and flashes came about in the original game in a very similar way with Cloud. These headaches, as we learned from the extended material, are signifiers of Jenova's power influencing the mind of her host. We learned more about this influence that Jenova had over Sephiroth in Remake, as in the script for Remake, during Cloud's Jenova-influenced episode in Shinra HQ, we hear Sephiroth's dialogue from the Nibelheim incident. This dialogue is described in the script as Sephiroth calling to Jenova and Jenova calling to Sephiroth.
Hell yeah.
These two factors together led Sephiroth and, as we will see, Angeal and Genesis to their monstrous ends. However, for Sephiroth specifically, unlike the other first-class soldiers, this transformation into a monster is rather abrupt. We can attribute this sudden shift from human to monster based on what we have already learned. Sephiroth's upbringing and lack of humanity created a perfect vessel for Jenova to control, thus allowing her to manipulate him much quicker. The other characters,
this is what's important to know about Final Fantasy,
but still experiencing the same effect of Jenova's pull,
is what Jenova cells actually do to people.
This slower transformation allows us
connection
some
to
very
the live stream
insights into how these two forces, humanity and monsters, begin to depict a larger conflict, and more importantly, what that conflict
If you looked at my
leads to.
VODs
That
from this
being
week,
said,
you'll notice I
let's
played a
start
lot of
from the
Rebirth
top of Crisis Core
hours
and work
and hours.
ourselves down beat by beat to the very ending of the game. In the prologue, Angeal is training a second-class soldier, his good friend and pupil, Zack Fair. Angeal tells Zack that in order for Zack to achieve his dream of becoming a first-class soldier, he has to
embrace your dreams and honor.
Zack Fair is not exactly sure what that means. Chapter 1. Shortly after this, there is a mass desertion of soldiers from Shinra. This desertion is led by Angeal's childhood friend, Genesis, another first-class soldier. Zack and Angeal are sent on a mission to Wutai. On their journey, Angeal describes to Zack what dumb apples are.
They're apples.
Angeal also describes how he used to steal these apples from local farmers because he was poor. Angeal mentions, however, that even though he would steal these apples, he still had his honor, as he would never steal from the tree from what many thought were the most fruitful ones, as the tree that bore these apples belonged to his friend's family, who we later learn is Genesis's family. Zack makes the point that he could have just asked Genesis for one, to which Angeal tells Zack, honor can be quite a burden at times. Zack Fair is not exactly sure what that means. While this conversation seems totally insignificant, the burden of honor plays a very large role, not just for Angeal, but for many other characters as well. Because while Angeal's character reflects the strength of heroism, it is this mentality that isolates him from reaching out to others, that it is his own responsibility to bear the weight of his issues and overcome them. We will see just how unhealthy this mentality is, not only for him, but for other characters further on in the story. Eventually, Zack and Angeal arrive at their destination, a Wutai base known as Fort Tamblin, where after successfully infiltrating and destroying the Wutai presence there, Angeal abandons Shinra. Angeal does this in order to find Genesis and figure out the reason as to why he chose to rebel against Shinra. Angeal, off camera, finds Genesis in Benora, and it is here in Benora where the previously unaware Angeal learns from Genesis the secret of their birth. Chapter 2. This conversation with Genesis leads Angeal, the once proud soldier first class, the one grounded morally in soldier honor, into an existential crisis. And much like his mother Jillian, who takes her own life due to her guilty conscience, Angeal finds difficulty in finding any reason to continue living. Rather than choosing to go back to Shinra or join Genesis, Angeal flees. This choice mirrors one of the three friends in Loveless, the Wanderer. After Angeal's departure at the end of this chapter, Zack speaks to Genesis. This conversation between them is extremely important because it is here where Genesis shapes both Zack's and the audience's view of what a monster in Crisis Core is initially. Not only with the mention of monsters who lack dreams and honor, a statement that mirrors Loveless, but with the reveal of the iconic One Wing that is associated with all three of the friends. His wing being black.
Summons aren't meant to be used like this.
Snick stack, real quick.
What happened to dreams and honor?
We are monsters. We have neither dreams nor honor.
Now, as we have gone over plenty in the past, the use of these wings and their color is meant to symbolize good and evil, based on their descriptions in Crisis Core's complete guide. So it's fair to say that the use of the Black Wing, its association to monsters by Genesis, and the lack of dreams and honor that is being expressed here by him all begin to form a category, the side of evil. While you may think that this association to Black Wings and monsters is not present outside of Crisis Core, looking over the obvious use of the Black Wing with Sephiroth in Advent Children, and in Remake, the original Final Fantasy VII is actually the game that drew this connection initially in the original rendition of One-Winged Angel, Fate, and the term monsters is used directly in its lyrics.
This is so cool. Nomura, such a good writer. It's incredible.
As we have already discussed at length in prior videos,
Like, he put the
and as we will
seeds
see
of
in this
the
discussion,
story
fate monsters
years
and
ago.
their association to the wings will continue to draw lines directly to Genova. So keep these connections in mind. Back to Crisis Core. With this declaration by Genesis, he flies away, leaving Zack holding one black feather. This imagery is reoccurring, one that is not only used in Crisis Core, but it is also imagery that Sephiroth is associated with constantly in Remake, and for good reason. For example, we see the feathers both in Remake's original trailer and in Crisis Core, creating ripples across water, mirroring Loveless once again. This starts to open up our understanding of the thematic language that Crisis Core is developing, and also is mirrored by our prior conversation of monsters, that it is not just a physical influence that these characters and other characters that are associated with these categories are creating, but rather they also represent thoughts, feelings, and dreams. But more importantly is how these ideas can influence others in very profound ways. Going back to the scene in Crisis Core, the significance of this psychological effect that the ripple represents is painted on pretty thick as Zack catches the feather, as it is in this moment that we see Zack begin to formulate his own anxious feelings about what he has been left to think on. At this moment, Zack...
True. All true. All right. Let's go. Thank you for bearing with me in these trying times. Let's rock. I forgot to get a fucking vehicle though. I'd be there by the time I got a vehicle. But oh well. Give me give me fucking weed's bad, okay? How we get there? Is it on the road? Yeah. Yeah, bridge is up. Opportunity. True. Oh, hell yeah. Why? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. Mm. Mm. Okay. I have to read this one. I have food in my mouth though. Oh yeah. Is it Robert E. Lee? Let's fuck him up. Do what Lincoln couldn't do. Finish his fucking bitch ass fascist off. I mean, in a game. I wasn't talking about actual Lincoln. I wouldn't say that. That's crazy. Oh. Bye. Ah, fucking shield. The fuck? Oh. Bro, what are you doing? Shoot statues. There's a statue here. Shoot it. Fuck that statue. Search drop zone for overseer. Okay. Jack. Listen. Oh. Sir? Sir? Ow. Why'd y'all do that? Fuck off. You're still alive? Okay. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's down. Here we go. Die, 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 die. Fuck off, game. Fuck you. Boo. It's always grenades or those fucking barrels, man. I was just like standing right out in the open, just taking it. But yeah. I also want a fucking SMG corrosive weapon. That would be so cool. That would be so cool. If I could get myself one of them SMG corrosive things. I've had one, but they outlevel so fast. Yeah. Oh. Quest. Okay, buttons. What the fuck is that? Oh. Those. Oh. Damn, dude. I got my ass kicked again. Well, help me find something. Jesus. This guy sucks, dude. Again? Fuck you. Not this time, Gabe. Oh, this time. Why? Oh. Am I gonna have to go open up a loot box? That means shots straight to the fucking eyeball should take this guy out with a corrosive weapon. That means my shit's too weak, bro. All right. Ow. Fuck off. Really? No, I don't want that. Dude, you're like little rocket launcher homing missile thing. OP, bro. We need a different plan. Like, can I block it from a wall? You can't outrun them. I'm just gonna send the mech out there and shoot it from afar, I guess. Can I get higher up? Okay. Okay, so it doesn't shoot through that. That's good to know. Death trap. Uh-oh, they're coming. Get away from me. Ow. Jesus, fuck, dude. That works. Fuck off. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's all good. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, wrong button. Company he called home. Oh yeah, the other thing that made them have the ick is when Handsome Jack killed the sheriff of that town. Even though, oh, Marif, even though he's like a huge piece of shit. They're like, what? You deserved it. Like, bro. But again, like, to be fair, Jack wasn't wrong per se. Like, I don't mean like his beliefs are right. I mean, it wasn't unjust killings, I guess. Besides the doctors, that was probably the worst one. Damn. It's true. You didn't mention anything about Athena, bro. I was there. I helped you. I was there, man. Having suffered through the collection of lies that was the Hyperion Hall of History, you earned a hefty cash reward. Take this tax refund. What the fuck? What was that? I don't know, man. It's not good, though. Alright, Necromancer. We're gonna have to start keeping our distance a little bit better. Oh, I forgot about... That's what's wrong. I'm not using my Anarchy. I totally forgot about that skill even being unlocked. I finally looked down. I was like, why is there an Anarchy symbol? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's why I'm not doing my damage. Last time I was playing, I was getting it up to like 100, whatever. It kind of like stopped going up at some point. And then as soon as I say that, I reloaded my gun. Like I didn't even just say, hey, build up your Anarchy. It's alright, it's alright, it's alright. What's going on down here? Look at this fucking sway. That's crazy. Alright. Oh. Okay. Are they upstairs? Sounds like there's other things upstairs. Hey, what's this? Info kiosk. Open up. This is so fucking annoying. Okay, it's fine. Well, let's get this southern one real quick. It's the furthest away. What is that? Oh. I was looking for a loader, dude. Stop reloading your gun, Ori. Don't press square. Where are you fucking at? Oh, fuck. Now we're going. I really need my anarchy up. Okay. Shit. Now we're cooking. Sorry about that. Sometimes when I haven't played this in almost a week. Forgot everything. All right. Outside? Who? Out of who? I don't know where you're at, honestly. Wait, what's hitting me? I can't see them. I should probably run. What the fuck is that doing out here? Get the fuck out of here. You little shield bitch. Ow! Stop flying. Those things are so annoying. Oh, shit. Mormon Jasper. Uh-uh. Hit that red dot, dude. There we go. Shit. Now we're at 36 stacks. All right. That was very key to the build. Oh, shit. Be free, bro. Where'd it go? Oh, I'm out of ammo. That's not ideal. I have a slag gun, though. We're good. Can we grab this now? Just don't misclick square, bro. That's my least favorite part of the build, is you can't accidentally press square. That's the skill part, right? Oh, fuck you. Ah, fuck off. God damn it. God damn it. What an unfortunate spot. What an unfortunate turn of events. Oh, there's a shield bitch. Come to me, please. Come. 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 Oh my god. It's a badass one. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? Why did I even look over the ledge? Why did I even look over there? There was no reason to look. Don't be an asshole, machine. So, how are things? They're fine, dude. Yeah. Oh shit, that's a good call. I need to. I've had a lot of coffee. Good call, good call. Nope. That's also I have to play Wonderlands and Borderlands 3 co-op. Those two are cross-play with PC. But the others, these aren't. These are all yeah, it's system to system. Where's my water? What? We gonna drink this whole bottle? We gonna refill it? Everybody, hydrate your motherfucking beans. Dehydrated kidney beans equals an unhappy life. Do. Did I have the game audio fucking muted the whole time? I'm tripping. I don't care. It's fine. Whatever. Ah, Jesus Christ. I just looked over here and saw it. That's annoying. Yeah. Yeah, yell at me. If I'm doing it always happens whenever I walk away. It's like the ADHD deal. You're just like, it's gone as soon as you do something. As soon as another distraction appears in my head, everything else before it gone. So sorry about that, everybody. And you folks on YouTube, they're probably used to it by now. People that watch over there, like, I don't know, he's stupid. He always fucking does that. Oh no, they probably left. Fair. It's really annoying because you also lose that in the recording. Oh well, it don't matter. This has been more of a this level's been kind of tough as a necromancer without more corrosive weapons. Or like I guess I should have kept that rocket launcher. Now I'm regretting selling that rocket launcher. That was corrosive. Oh well. That's how it goes, eh? Let's get back to it. Ow, 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 ow. Fuck you. There's more. Fuck, get out of this shit. Where's that coming from? Oh, fuck. Fuck you. Here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh, constructor. God damn it. And it has a shield bot. Get rid of that. Get rid of those. Pop it. This is gonna be rough without my homie. Okay, we gotta flee for a second. We need my big daddy mech to pop. There's one right here. Oh, fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. There's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to go. Should probably kill that guy. Go this way. Okay. Get some space. Get some space. Get some space. Be smart. Looks like there's a place to buy ammo up there. Alright, Meg, help me out, dude. Please, dear God. That's so cool. Little transformers. Ow, 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 ow. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Death trap. Go down there. Fuck. Fuck. I didn't want to press square. Alright, we got him, we got him, we got this, we got this. Just keep shooting, 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 just keep shooting. Hell yeah. Good job, good job. We made it. Much smarter. Do we get any? I mean, I could use the sniper slag to make my corrosive more stronger against. Ow! Are you fucking? Hey, yo! I'm trying to strategize over here. You little jet loader. You mind? No respect, I swear. Ah, why did I reload? I did it again. Okay, let's go. Looks like we need to go up to the or wherever this is. Upstairs. Okay. Oh. They're all on the shield, great. Okay, death trap, let's go. We gotta break this up. Oh, they broke up. Get them. Alright, start getting that anarchy back up.
Accuracy's overrated anyway.
Uh-oh.
This could be the beginning of something awesome.
What was that?
Oh, hell!
Did you know littering an opportunity is punishable by death? If not, you also ought to know complaining about Opportunity's laws is considered verbal littering.
Real. Jeez. Oh man, that's crazy. Have one for a stream. Hey, thanks. It was really nice to meet you, dude. Keep in touch. I'm here Monday through Friday. What time do you stream and stuff? Or you just kind of do it randomly? Ow. Also, peace and love. Take it easy out there. Unless it's a fascist, don't peace and love them. Okay, upload the samples to Angel. Oh, it's downstairs. Okay. How do I get downstairs? Ah. How do I get in this room? It's this right here. Oh. Well, I can't because he died. What is this? Necromancer, we are soft.
Don't think of your death as failure. Think of it as fun. Don't think of Hyperion's new respawn charges as war profiteering. Think of them as war fun.
War fun. Why doesn't that door open, dude? How do I get down? Okay, dude. I was just there, right? I mean, yeah, I guess. I just can't figure out where to go, man. I'm not trying to be a coward, I swear.
What's a bandit? I can't hear what you're saying over the sound of this hedgehog robot.
I have to run back? Bro. There's a lot of enemies over here still. Sure. So when we get back, we're gonna upgrade our weapons. 100 OP. And also remember to be smarter about our so it really was just on the other side. What the fuck? I remember being over here and then we jumped down and we found a doorway to go through. But it's like the doorway is gone. What the fuck?
This is getting good.
Got slagged as well. You go through the building?
Engineer, let the loader
Yeah.
This is called teamwork.
Okay, where is this though? So I don't forget. I got seriously lost. For a second there.
Attach the pocket watch quickly.
It's in my mouth. Help you guys, it's in my mouth.
Or, you know, slowly.
I'm being an asshole. There you go. I'm slagged still.
I see the files. All done. Now grab the voice modulator.
Grabbed.
Now, unfortunately, you will speak in Jack's voice until you reach the security door. I will tell you the password to open it at the appropriate time.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, and now I have the voice of a douchebag. Great.
What? Whoa.
You seriously thought thought you could hide from me, Angel? Is that what you thought? Say goodbye to your friend, Angel. Say it.
See you soon.
Welcome to my humble shop.
You found a way past the final door to Angel's control core, huh? Well, she's kept up her part of the bargain, surprisingly. Time to return the favor. Come on back and we'll steal ourselves a vault key.
Ooh.
This is a message to the Crimson Raider resistance. Do you see that shining city on the horizon? That's what you're resisting. Beauty, purity, order. You think about that the next time you're sleeping in your own filth.
Okay. 23.
This is Handsome Jack welcoming you to Opportunity. If you want to learn more about Opportunity and the things I'll do to you for breaking the rules, just activate one of the many info kiosks around.
Fire rate.
I'm sure we'll be doing this and soon enough.
That's 12 and a fucking magazine. That's pretty good. It can be like a backup. I can use it just to slag enemies, you know? And then switch over. If you don't know what slagging does, it makes elemental damage more effective.
It's a fine day, full of opportunity.
Nice, nice. Ooh, 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 girl.
You can always trust the gun at your side.
Better than half elemental damage. Huh.
Your cash ain't worth a thing if you don't spend
What are you
it.
selling? Nothing?
I'll always buy guns you don't need.
Let's go turn this in. We should get level 24. And then we'll open up the vault, the gold chest, to see if we get
This isn't
any
a
better
discussion.
shit.
You're not going without me, period.
Look, I need you here protecting Sanctuary. If this turns out to be a trap, I need you to keep these people safe.
Is this because Angel told me not to come? It is, isn't it?
Do not come.
Lilith, damn it, would you just trust me, okay?
If you get killed, I'm gonna be really pissed.
Noted.
If you live, I'm tearing those clothes right off your body.
Yeah, Lilith,
Also-
you're standing right here. Nobody wants to hear that.
Go on.
Okay. With the pocket watch in hand, Brick's buzzards on your side, and an upgraded claptrap back in Sanctuary, you are now ready to storm Control Core Angel and get the vault key.
This is it, everybody. Lilith, Mordecai, you're protecting the city. Brick will provide air support from Thousand Cuts, and I'll climb up to Control Core Angel from the cliff face. Any questions?
Yeah, why ain't I going? I gotta pay Hyperion back for Bloodwind.
And you will, but for now, I need you protecting Sanctuary in case this is just another trap. You'll get your payback, Mordecai. I promise.
Long as you say so, Roland.
Vault Hunter, we have a shot at stealing the vault key and stopping Jack from waking the warrior. All you have to do is get past a force field that'll atomize you, destroy a bunker carrying enough firepower to level a continent, and get through a door you can't possibly open.
Easy.
That's his way of saying we're probably gonna die.
It's time to get Claptrap to 1,000 Cuts. We need him to shut down the force field.
Make it painful, guys.
This is gonna be fun!
Convince Claptrap to help. Deactivate barrier. Destroy bunker. Open secret door. Steal a vault key. Fun. So what is that? Oh, wow. Undiscovered in the fridge. Oh, I forgot to do that one. Cool. Should we keep going on the main quest? We're the same level as the main quest. I did get my ass beat though, so I want to go and open up one of these. See if we get anything better. No. Ooh. Strength of a gorilla is potent as a pony, made of sterner stuff. Damn. No guns, please. Splat gun. Explosive. Assault rifle. It's not bad. Now we're gambling, dude. Ooh. Okay, okay. More mods. Oh, I want weapons. 69, nice. Ooh. I want elemental weapons, man. Come on. Res, Malacro. Refill special. This is fun. I should probably stop after this one. Ooh. Slag shotgun. Ooh, a fire SMG, a slag SMG. Bro. I don't have a corrosive, but instead of corrosive, I have an explosive assault rifle. I wonder if that'll work. Let's try it. And grenade mods. What? Hmm. Ooh.
Guns! Glorious guns! See you soon!
Bye.
It's a fine day, full of opportunity.
Bye. Let's check the side quest. Oh. Where's the ride? Ah, there you are.
Ain't nothing like screwing your bitches under your tires, man.
What? Off we go. Oh, oh. To the North Pole. Sanctuary Hall.
Let's just get this out of the way.
What is this place? The fuck?
Welcome to pain! If you can't take heat, make kitchen!
This fucking sniper's crazy.
Idiot! Curses! Those idiots dropped myself into the caustic caverns. Get after it!
Number 5 alive! I need to build you an extra arm just for high fives! Robot 1, please, sir! You can't kill me! I regret everything!
Ah.
New present? Dying time! New bread! I am ready!
Well, that worked. Have I not been here yet? I guess not. The fuck? Fuck off. Why is not hitting it? Okay. Oozing discharge. Gross.
Today a miner found a crystal formation near the alien ruins, but it started moving. The creature appears perfectly peaceful. I don't think it's ever seen a person before. Blue! Not now! Here! Don't play with my hat! Get it! There you go, Blue! We're calling it blue because of the color of its, yeah. We saw a couple more of these creatures hiding near the ruins. I recommend moving the dig site for obvious reasons. Security officer booth signing off. Noted. Shall not be dig site. The Dow Corporation's sanctuary. Their greatest mining ship to this god-forsaken planet to mine crystals. And you have found some. Please round up the creatures and my mining team then extract their minerals.
Smash, smash. Alright, where are we going? Across over? How you get there? Make sure it's not like right here. What's this? Hey. Yeah. Alright, I guess we gotta go around. Have fun with that death trap. What am I looking for over here? Something.
Mrs. Horchik, I don't think you understand. I can't mine these
What's that crystal list? I've killed 3 of them?
Without the crystals, they'll die. Sanctuary could easily find another dig site. My security team and I are not hunting these creatures for you. Period. Security Officer Booth, signing off. Miss Booth, need I remind you of the terms of your contract? Your security team is meant to assist my excavation crew. Whether or not you agree with my policies is irrelevant. Shut your mouth, grab your gun, and bring me my crystals like a good little girl.
Oh, the crystallet. That's just the big motherfuckers. I'm sure there'll be more. $200. What's that way? It's right here. Got him. Fight anymore. I already killed 2. Let's go down here.
Listen, you heartless bitch. My team has guns. Your team has pickaxes. Move the shit or we'll move it for you. Security officer, please sign it off. You don't have all the guns, dear. Now, unless anyone from the late Ms. Boone's security team has anything else to say, bring me my goddamn crystals!
Alright, enough of these motherfuckers, dude. Ah! Ow, 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 ow! Holy fuck, y'all, chill!
I will say this only once. Your job is to escort the rock chunk to the mineral smasher.
No!
Supervisor. You will be shot.
I pressed square. I'm so stupid.
I am the greatest
find the mine cart. When in Rome, we should find the room. Hey. Don't you wormhole me. Don't you wormhole me. Oh, you're wormholing me. Get out of here. In the face. Ow. Get. Whoa. Push in the mine cart. Ow. Nope. Nope. Don't mind us. Don't mind us. We're going fast. Oh, there's a big one. Nope. Oh. Nope. Oh, there's fucking 4 of them. Why? Why? Dude, what the fuck was that? Yo, this shit brutal.
Hyperion asked, why die when you can respawn?
Indeed. I asked that too. And I asked myself what you will say. Bro. this chrysalis. Get out of here, man. Got him. Damn. Not cool, not cool. Whew.
Still escorting a minecart due to your egregious overqualification for menial labor? Fantastic. Let's hop back to story time. So, the doll miners found it difficult to get the iridium off planet, and soon found themselves wrestling with the Atlas Corporation as they fought over the same resources. As it turns out, word of a vault can travel many galaxies.
Number 5 alive!
Huh.
Fight out there used to be family men, workers, scientists.
Yeah.
We're all broken because of them.
Used to be, huh? Just keep pushing. Ow.
Now you're gonna get it!
Assholes.
Watching for what I think so!
It's already down here, so you should probably just grab it. I think it's down or up. Oh, I'm gonna get my ass killed. Chomp. Is there a way back up? Or I just like fuck myself? There's a ladder. Oh, great. Bye. Aim for the blue one.
Well, it's rather dark. Please return to me at your earliest convenience.
Well, that was sort of rather dark. All the enemies are leveled up to you, though. I do appreciate that. It's still, it makes these fun. Alright, we need to take this ladder back up. A lot of shit on the ground, eh? Also doing that quest to open up all these doors. Alright. Whiff. Get out of here. Why? Why? God, the fucking accuracy on this gun is shit. It's probably just me. The bullet goes really slow. Alright, where are we going? I want to go this way. Oh shit.
Why loot the dead when you can buy from me? Your cash ain't worth a thing. You don't spend it.
No. Game, go fuck yourself. I lost my 50 anarchy. Sanctuary waters. Yeah, eat that. Miss me. Oh no, that's really big. Oh, they're exploding crystals. Gotcha. That was a cool boss. Give me the loot.
You found the safe? Oh, thank God. Open it and return its contents quickly.
Oh my god.
Hey there, Sugar. I see you found some fairly fleshy snapshots of me. If you give those to me instead of my third ex-husband, I'll make it worth your while. Feel free to take a peek, though. I sure don't mind.
Moxie. How do we get out of here? Alright, let's go. Ow. Very sorry, very sorry, very sorry. Very sorry. Very sorry. Very sorry. Don't mean to bother you, don't mean to disturb you. Y'all just do you. Just keep doing you. I'ma do me right over here. I'm just gonna go over here. Ah, fuck. Oh, god damn it, I didn't make it. Dick. You're lucky. I need to go back anyways. You're lucky, fool. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Where am I at? Oh, sweet.
The Hyperion Corporation says you're welcome.
What's this? Oh, the way out. Hell yeah. Get away from me. Turn these in.
Thanks, Sugar. I've been meaning to upload these to the EchoNet.
Yeah, Marcus, go fuck yourself. It's her pictures.
Did I ever do my whole man is the real monster speech for you? Comes to mind.
We gotta go free the animals. Free the animals! Free them all! Free the animals! Wildlife exploitation. Preserve.
Creatures ought to help you tear up the ears. Make it bloody.
That's the closest one. Doesn't matter, you just gotta get in the building, it looks like. Free Stalker, Skags, and Badass Stalker. Okay.
Number 5 alive!
Okay. It's up there. I have to actually go through the level. Alright, let's just get through this shit, dude. Okay. And we gotta keep going around. That's fun. They were on our team too. That's cute. Love it. My little needle stalker homies. All right, let's do it. Freeing the animals, 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 freeing. Not you though, you're gross. Not that animal. Freeing the animals, freeing the animals. Not those animals though, they're gross. That's not the door. Freeing the animals. Freeing the animals. Freeing the animals. Are they still coming? Dude, just leave it alone, y'all. Me at W. Hey. Why? Why are you here? God damn, I swear to God.
It's a fine day, full of opportunities. This is Handsome Jack, thanking you, loyal test subjects, for helping bring Pandora into the future. The experiments you'll be put through will help us uncover new uses for Iridium, new cures for medicine, and new... Seriously? Why are you having me read this crap? This is freaking hilarious. They know we're gonna mutate the hell out of them. Why lie to us?
Look at that. An SMG corrosive. Let's fucking go. Oh, I didn't want to sell hers. I like to keep them. Assault rifle? Ooh. Ooh. That could help, actually. What do I have right now? Second wind health? No wonder. Those are both pretty good, though. A shock storm? The better half or smaller, lighter? What's the better half? Shockstorm I do have. It's yeah, this one. Critical hits cause an electrical storm. Smaller, lighter, Fiesta.
Welcome, customer. I'm sure we'll be doing this again soon enough.
Handsome Jack, thanking you, loyal test subject, for helping bring Pandora into the future. The experiments you'll be put through will help us uncover new uses for iridium, new cures for medicine, and new... Seriously? Why are you having me read this crap? This is freaking hilarious. They know we're gonna mutate the hell out of them. Why lie to us?
Oh.
Don't have to.
I like that.
Fun.
I got like a really good turtle shield. I would use it. Alright. Where are they at? Yo, those skags are wild, eh? Yo. There we go. 89, man. This way. rack up there? Almost there. How you get in there? Oh, fuck. Yo.
Let's get him!
Oh, there they go.
Robot pilots, fun time!
Do not push, jump, scream, talk, or cry in line. All volunteers will be seen in the order they arrive.
Uh-oh, Catrick's having a hairball.
Creatures released.
I was
Security
nearly done
forces
with my
dispatched.
shift, you jackass! It's that blue man! It's back! You're gonna get me fired! Piece of crap! I gotta deal with bandits! My buddy!
Good job killing those bastards. That's enough. For now. Come on back.
No problem. Maybe go through the whole course.
Just die already! It's another bandit thing! Bastard! So what I think so! There's a promotion in this!
Son of Mothra, what the fuck? What are you doing out here, son of Mothra? Sorry. Chill, stalkers. Chill. I'm gonna get stuck in the water and die, bro. There we go. Made it. Hello. Hi. Ooh, she's out of there. Oof.
Gotta know what Jack looks like under his mask.
Gotta know, gotta know.
That's just the beginning. Every Hyperion bastard's gonna pay for Bloodling. Every one of them.
Hey, Slab.
Hey.
Whoever wanted it out.
Okay. Let's go find this little shit.
Don't let him shoot the bullets, Bates!
Mordecai plans on sucking down more Raquel, huh? Did the same thing after he and I split up, poor kid. Bring me the booze instead, and I'll give you my prized revolver, Ruby.
Whoa! Marcy's giving you Ruby if you give her my booze? Friggin', that bimbo lost Ruby years ago and I found it. She wouldn't even have it if it weren't for me. No. Bring me the booze. And I'll give you one of my old sniper rifles.
I mean,
Moxie ever tell you who she done me for? Huh? Jack, I win the Underdome, I find Ruby, and bam! She drops me for the biggest fascist Pandora's ever seen.
Hey, until he set all those people on fire, Jack seemed like a pretty nice guy.
It's not
See?
my fault Mordecai was more interested in plucking his bird's feathers than plucking my... Damn it, I'm so angry I can't even come up with a sexy innuendo!
Honestly, I'd rather have the pistol than the sniper rifle. That's just me, though. Wait, what else was here? Where's he at? Who's the Bane? We'll never know. Okay. Oh. I got 136. I don't want to waste that. There we go. Hey, McNally.
Gotta get rid of it. Gar's coming from Lynchwood to buy it. That idiot's got no idea. He never believed the stories about the curse. Boy, oh boy, is he in for a surprise.
Is he? Nice. Let's go. Wall. Where's that? Other side. Oh, it's supposed to be in the camp. I don't want to go into the camp. There we go. Woohoo! Woohoo! Gar. Oh, fuck. The Hodunks. That was their name. Moxie's family. X family. Because you see her getting dressed in the pre-sequel. And she's a hodunk. She's a hodunk. What the fuck? Have I been here?
The sheriff here with this week's bounties. The Lambert twins, $5,000. Heck Glanton, $8,600. The Slab King, $25,000. Alive is preferable, but I'll take him dead if you've got sufficiently entertaining video evidence of the kill.
Every day, the sheriff of Lynchwood sends whatever iridium she's yanked from the mines back to Jack. That stops today. You're gonna blow up the train that she uses to transport the stuff. Get to the demolition depository.
What's the other one? 310 to kaboom.
There are 3 things I want to do. 1, fight the sheriff. 2, blow stuff up. And 3, get paid. So blowing apart the sheriff's bank is basically the dream job. Head to the bank and case the joint.
Damn it! Everybody stop raiding the mine.
Hey.
Uranium is Hyperion's #1 priority. So if you attack the miners or steal their equipment, the sheriff will come down on you. Don't give her a reason. Blast them out! No!
This town's cool. The salon.
Looks like the walls made of concrete, which only dissolves when exposed to scab fire. I've got an idea. We need a bomb. Call it scab fire. But just bear with me. First, find some wax.
$149. Fine laxative. Oh, I had to jump across, apparently.
We got ourselves a hero here!
Who?
You're not ready for me!
Am I doing? Looks like I need to jump from this building, huh? Let's try it out, eh? Whee! That works. Sure.
Now that you got the Maxi, it's time to find some explosives. That may be my favorite sentence I've ever said. Anyway, there should be a bandit around there named Mad Dog. Some bitch love to toss dynamite at my slabs when they came to town. Take him out and get his move on.
Buster! Ah! There's no escaping her. I'm gonna tear you in half! I'm burning! I'm burning!
True. There's another path up here to the Bane. Let's go over here then. That's what we came here for initially.
I'm told there's a new bandit in town. If you're hearing this, kiddo, please don't die right away. I've always wanted to duel a fault.
We have slag shot.
Watching for what I think so!
Dying.
Robot 1, ugly 0.
Sheriff's offering $500 for every slap scalp. Slap King's not too happy about what she did to him. Keep your eyes open.
I am the greatest engineer alive!
Alright. A lot of bandits here. Well, this gun is very strong, huh?
There you go, Sheriff. Those are the guys who robbed your bank last week. I accept cash. All right, here's your 10 thou. The warrant says 20,000. The warrant also specified alive. Fair enough.
Fair enough.
The hell you looking so sad for? You're still making more money than anyone around here will see in 6 months. It's not the money. It was just easy, you know? Too easy. What's the matter? You didn't get enough glory in the military? Oh, there was plenty of glory. Just the kind that winds you up on this hellhole of a planet. Angel, are we hearing this live right now?
Yes. Why?
Get the Hyperion Truth Network on the line now.
Hyperion Truth Network. That's why it's stealing HP. That's pretty dope.
If you don't spend it. See you soon.
The corrosive over there. There we go. Corrosive's usually the up button. Where the fuck is his echo? I guess you have to go around inside of here.
Deputy Winger here. If you know anyone with information regarding the whereabouts of a vault hunter, please tell them to come in of their own volition. Otherwise, the sheriff will torture the information out of them. I'm trying to help you here, people.
Number 5 alive!
Up top.
Robot 1, uglies 0.
Sir? I thought I was far enough away.
Had to get rid of it.
Okay, well then. Whee! It didn't work. It's always weird when there's not fall damage.
This is the sheriff. If you're here, that means one of two things. You're looking for a nice, quiet life. I'm gonna watch you kick out your last hanging from one of my gallows. Given how boring things can get around here. Welcome to Lynchwood.
Thanks. Seems nice. I dig the vibes. It's very Western anarchy. That's down there too. That's down there. It's over there. Yeah.
You're dead,
I'd look sad as hell all chained up like that. Maybe you... Oh, that little feller looks wounded. His mom must abandon him or some such. I'd usually recommend busting a cap in his cooch mouth, but he seems nice enough. You can get him some medicine so he stops making that sad-ass noise, though.
I mean, stop making that sad-ass noise, though.
Congratulations. You have fulfilled Hyperion's contract and have earned the right to a unique weapon. Please return for your reward.
For what? Uh-oh. Up. If it's up, then it's up. Nah, it's up, then it's up. How do I get up there? Game. Game. Press jump. Okay, so here. Tube. Up. I can't handle that reload being there. Okay. Got it. Check. Alright. Tukino. 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 Are they trying to be like Tukine? That's what you say in Hawaii. We're just like thing, dude, whatever. A thing. Like a cool stuff.
Hungry. Maybe get him some skag juice.
The sheriff is offering $500 for every slab scalp. The Slab King's none too happy
So that's
about
called
what
like
Oh,
she did to
Tukine.
him, so keep your eyes open.
Tukine, not Tukino.
What are you looking at? I got something.
I can't even see you out there, bro. Well, fortunately, we already cleared that area. It's just kind of annoying. It's back here. What are you gonna do? We're gonna finish these quests, and I'm gonna switch to Indiana Jones.
Sometime in the next few weeks. And no, I don't know what her real name is. All I know is
6, 7, 8,
she hypnotized me at gunpoint, scares the crap out of me, and I really hope she doesn't.
How you think it's weird that we're feeding skag parts to other skags? It's kind of weird. That feels weird.
Feels weird. At least you're self-aware, Scooter.
Deputy Winger reminded you that you could always run. The sheriff won't follow you out of Lynchwood, and I certainly won't. Please, just leave. Save yourself.
Well, worked out. We killed everybody. Take it. No.
Deputy Winger again. If you know anyone with information regarding the whereabouts of a vault hunter, please tell them to come in of their own volition. Otherwise, the sheriff will torture the information out of them. I'm trying to help you here, people.
I lost my stack. My 150 anarchy. Motherfucker. Boo. 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 I can't believe I hit square at the wrong time. I can. It's about to be added in a minute. If you don't see these ads, all you gotta do is subscribe for free to the Twitch Prime or get the motherfucking ad block or get yourself a Twitch Turbo or head on to the YouTube where I don't have ads yet. If you're watching on YouTube, please like the video, subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying it. It is always greatly appreciated. We're here Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. till I feel like fucking off. Ooh, look at him. He fed and healed the scat. He still looks a bit hungry, though.
He still looks hungry, huh? Well, maybe some skag jumps will fill him up. Just shoot enough skags in the mouth and you'll have a freaking smorgasbord ready for him.
Okay, sure. What's that say? 220, 230. That was at the time. It's like 2 point something seconds per minute. Sure, bro.
The sheriff will be conducting a sometime in the next week. No, I don't know what the real name is. All I know is she deputized me at gunpoint, scares the crap out of me, and I really hope she doesn't get into this.
It's like a skag there. Where are the skags? There's a minecart track. Wait, did Bethesda make fucking Indiana Jones? Indiana Jones developer? Machine Games. Machine Games made the Wolfenstein series. Okay, we can play that then. That says on BDS now. The fuck? What's going on down here? Over here. Face of the bomb. The Bane is also down there. What the fuck was that? Why can't I kill him? What the fuck, dude?
This is the sheriff. Rumors that Lynchwood might become as civilized as Opportunity are not to be believed. Let Jack have his ivory tower. I came to Pandora for action.
Damn, dude. Oh well. We're gonna switch to Indiana Jones, actually. It's 11:22. It's time. It is time to switch. Indiana Jones versus the Nazis and fascists. Whoop whoop.
A spoiler-free discussion of Final Fantasy
put the
VII's
other
new
thing on.
re-trilogy, Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis, Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII Reunion, Final Fantasy VII The Kids Are Alright, a Turk's side story, and Anyway, back to Crisis Core. With Genesis's departure, Shinra destroys Benora to destroy any evidence of the events of that day. Zack Fair, witnessing this destruction, sees a Benora white tree, along with its apples burning away. This imagery is another reoccurring motif in Final Fantasy VII. Now, in prior videos, we have discussed that water is a reoccurring motif that represents both life and the source of life in the game's world, the life stream. While we haven't talked about it on this channel ever, fire is its opposite player.
Let me change
what does it represent? Where water represents life and the bringer of life, fire represents destruction. This is represented in Meteor, the destruction of the planet, the destruction of Nibelheim, or, and more to the point, the destruction of honor as demonstrated in Benora. This becomes especially obvious when we are reanalyzing Genesis's character, more specifically his dream, as these Benora apples are a part of Genesis's dream to one day eat one with Sephiroth. So, symbolically, after shedding his dreams in honor, the apples, the thing that represents Genesis's dreams, it burns away. Another good example of these two motifs of water and fire conflicting is in two different places in Remake. The first being right before the party's fight with Sephiroth. The party, standing on a pool of water, watches as the scene around them is engulfed in a fiery red. This ominous red light is revealed to be casted by Meteor. The second appears in the final cutscene with Sephiroth and Cloud at the end of the game. Rather than it being physically fire and water represented, it is the colors red and blue that are used to backlight the two characters. These colors being represented by the glow of the two universes behind each of the characters. One red and one emitting the blue light. That also might be signaling to you the use of this color in Rebirth, but we'll get to that. Fire is also very reflective of Norse mythology's depiction of the events of Ragnarok, an event that we have talked about in prior videos that depicts the destruction of the old world and the beginning of the new. This mythology and this event in it is something that Final Fantasy VII constantly references. This same event is also described by a scene that we have already gone over. This Ragnarok-like event is described by President Shinra before his death in Remake, as he asks Barrett to consider what would happen by uprooting and destroying Shinra.
Picture it. Picture a world without Shinra, without Mako energy, a stagnant, impotent world. Now picture a natural disaster. Who would help the people? Help them recover and rebuild? You? With their old world ruined, will they thank you for the new?
While Shinra has created a corrupt system, what would destroying Shinra do to the foundation of life for all of those in Midgar? What would life be like without the power that they take from the planet? Questions that Barrett seemingly cannot fully answer in this moment. And not only that, as we saw the burning away of dreams in honor, the theme of fire extends and connects not just to the physical aspect of fire. It can also represent the hatred that those feel and thus leads them to inflict torment. This once again comes back into the song One Winged Angel from the original Final Fantasy VII, as it's in the lyrics yet again that it is paired with Sephiroth and the anger that he carries. We also see the depiction of water and fire's association not only to their respective concepts, but to their pairing to the idea of heroes and monsters in the new trailer for Ever Crisis. In this scene with Sephiroth in the opening of the trailer, one that has been confirmed to depict a moment in time in Crisis Core, we see the bodies of Genesis copies and Type 0 behemoths, where Sephiroth, standing in the rain, is attempting to contact Genesis. This failure to connect shows us not only Sephiroth's desperate attempts to connect to one of the only human connections he has, but more so and more fitting to the reign, the loss of a loved one. This emotional turmoil and the suffering that this causes is what leads into Glenn's, the main character of the first Soldier chapter of Ever Crisis's arrival. Glenn proclaims himself as being the hero of the story, to which Sephiroth proclaims that if Glenn is the hero, that he himself is his enemy, as he then proceeds to summon a fireball, blowing the rain away. This very brief depiction of Sephiroth's emotional journey, coupled with these thematic ties, gives us just one more window into what Sephiroth would inevitably become, the enemy of not just heroes, but to the world, as well as setting up what these two contrasting themes have in store for Rebirth. Also, did anybody catch the fact that this scene is a not-so-subtle throwback to Denzel in Advent Children? That's some good writing right there. Nojima knows what he's doing. All of these scenes' connection to both the motif of fire, the themes of destruction, and the references to Ragnarok, and its pairing to hatred will all come back later on in this video. These two motifs, water and fire, and respectively the color blue and red, will both be added each to these categories that we're forming. Wow, this list of opposites is getting really long, and it's gonna keep getting longer the longer we talk about Crisis Core. Back to Crisis Core, Chapter 3. Zack, dealing with the thoughts left to him by Genesis, is exposed to another perspective of wings. This is done with the help of a Turk named Sisane. Upon their first meeting, she expresses her own dream, and at the same time establishes something very important that we have not talked about yet: what wings truly represent. And rather than viewing those who bear them as monsters, as Genesis saw them, Sisane views wings as a representation of those who are trapped somehow and desire freedom.
When I was a kid, I always wanted to have wings. You know, like an angel.
If people had wings, they'd be monsters.
Wings symbolize freedom for those who have none. They don't symbolize monsters.
This idea of freedom that the concept of wings is bringing up will become very relevant as we continue through the story. Later on, Angeal and Zack cross paths once again. At this point, Zack is of the mind that Angeal has turned not only against Shinra, but everything he once believed in. Zack asks Angeal what he's planning on doing now that he has decided to go down this darker path, to which Angeal reveals to Zack that after learning the truth of his birth, he now views himself as a monster. And with this new view of himself, rather than considering what a soldier desires, Angeal begins to muse about what a monster's desires are. What Angeal can only speculate being either world domination or revenge.
Working for Hollander now? What is it you're after?
World domination.
That's not even funny, man.
How about revenge?
For what? Angeal!
I've become a monster. A monster's objective is usually world domination or revenge.
You're wrong. Those aren't the wings of a monster.
Well then, what are they?
Angel's wings.
Now, there is a very significant difference between the Japanese and the English version of this scene. In the Japanese version, Angeal isn't simply describing a monster's objective. He describes the goal of a monster as it is the only thing that he can think about. While this may seem insignificant at first, this is actually our first look into one of the two factors previously mentioned, this one being the first sign of the call of Jendova to Angeal. This will become clearer in every instance with Angeal from this point on. When Zack continues to confront Angeal, Angeal sprouts not a black wing, but a white one. This creates yet another counterpart in our ongoing conversation that we have created: white and black wings. And just as black wings represent one category, white, as we will see, demonstrates its better half. While Angeal repeats Genesis's prior remarks about the wing, Zack rebuttals by recalling Cicine's words, that rather than Angeal's wing signifying a monster, his wing, in particular, is the wing of an angel. However, Zack's statement does not go exactly as he may have intended, as it leads to a much larger conversation. If monsters don't have dreams or honor, and rather seek revenge, destruction, world domination, and torment, and humanity fights on behalf of the helpless and has dreams and honor, what do angels dream of? Or rather, what dreams should they have? The answer, as Angeal describes it, angels only dream of one thing.
I see. Then what should an angel fight for, Zack? What do angels dream of?
Angeal.
Angels dream of one thing.
Please, tell me.
To be human.
Angeal, who sought to embody the ideals of humanity in this moment, cannot face the reality of this angel title, because in Angeal's mind, whether he is an angel or a monster, he is still not human, which leads us to one conclusion. To have wings, regardless of its color, appears on those who are trapped. What they seek is to be human. To be human is the definition of freedom. This leads us to the following questions. If humanity is the key to freedom for those with wings, then what creates the theoretical prison for those who are trapped to begin with? And to that end, how do those who have the desire for freedom, the ones who bear wings, achieve it? What does it take in order to be free? Let us first discuss the idea of the prison. To start, we must recognize one thing in particular. As we know through the game's events, all of these wings, regardless of what they represent, are tied to Genova. Now, keeping in mind all of the ties the characters already have to Genova and how they may correlate to this idea to this prison, we have to add one additional concept to this group, as it is in this subject where we begin to notice Crisis Core's discussion of a very important part of not just the compilation, but of Final Fantasy VII Remake, the concept of fate. But in order to start this conversation, let's go over the last two notable scenes with Angeal. The encounter Zack has with him on the highway, and Angeal's final confrontation with Zack. Chapter 4. Zack, hearing of an attack on Shinra HQ, makes his way back to the company by running down the highway. He is stopped by Angeal, descending from the sky. Zack seeks an answer to why exactly Angeal has been acting so irrationally. Zack explains to Angeal that he doesn't understand what Angeal is setting out to accomplish, or what he's thinking anymore.
I need your help.
Do you? Honestly, what are you thinking, Angeal?
I'm not really sure myself. At times, I feel as if my mind is mired in fog.
Once again, even if Angeal doesn't fully understand it himself at this moment, we can see clearly both the psychological effect of torment in Angeal, who seems to not be able to decide what side he is on, but also we are seeing a physical effect of the call of Genova, both of which Angeal is failing to tackle. But regardless of both of these pulls, Angeal finds himself able to pull himself back, at least at this point in the story. he does this with one thing.
But Zack, no matter what happens, I have to protect my honor. As long as I hold the Buster Sword.
It's here where we start to see the full weight of the Buster Sword's influence. While Angeal may in fact be becoming a monster like the ones that he has chosen to fight against, Angeal uses the Buster Sword to remind himself of the humanity that it carries, and that he still carries with him, even if it's fading. This should be signaling to you the meaning behind a certain scene we have gone over many times in other videos, and there is a lot more to that.
But we will get to that later.
Continuing on, Angeal then calls Zack to take up arms with him once again, to fight for what they both believe is right.
Zack, join my battle. Our enemy is all that creates suffering.
All right. I'll help you.
Now, I want to bring attention at this moment to one of the biggest connections that this video will be making right now. While we have only been focusing solely on how these themes, motifs, and imagery builds the story of Crisis Core, it's time, however, to broaden our perspective, at least for a moment, to start talking briefly about what Remake and Crisis Core together have set up for Rebirth. Because for those of you who are unfamiliar perhaps with this scene that we have just gone over in Crisis Core, you have actually already seen a version of this conversation, just not in Crisis Core. You have already heard this dialogue too, because this conversation is actually in Remake, at the end of the highway and at the edge of creation.
Zack,
Cloud,
join my battle.
Lend me your strength.
Our enemy is all that creates suffering.
Let us defy destiny together.
What this shows us is what both of these forces that we have been talking about this entire time eventually leads to. The theme of Crisis Core is succession, as it is the literal title of the melody that circulates throughout the entire soundtrack of Crisis Core's music. Succession has two definitions. Its use in biology expresses a number of people or things sharing a specified characteristic and following one after the other. Its other definition being the action or process of inheriting a title. Succession defines both the idea of inheriting the biological and the literal legacy of those who came before. What the story of Crisis Core is the story of Zack inheriting from Angeal humanity's legacy, a legacy that gave life to Final Fantasy VII. But in Remake, rather than Zack passing this legacy onto Cloud, it is Cloud who is inheriting another legacy. The legacy of Sephiroth, of a monster. A legacy that creates the Re-Trilogy. It is these two legacies, the legacy of Angeal and the legacy of Sephiroth, that live on in those who follow in their footsteps, that keep them both spiritually and literally alive. Chapter 5. We begin our discussion of fate in Crisis Core with our final encounter with Angeal. In this scene, Angeal has made up his mind that he is not just a monster, he is something that needs to be vanquished, and to that end, he is what Zack, a true hero, must fight against. Zack at first resists this outcome, but then Angeal explains why he must destroy him.
Zack, do you remember what I said about our enemy being all that creates suffering?
Yeah, But you're not one of them.
But I created my own suffering.
It is this that solidifies both Angeal's tragic end, but also the fate of all soldiers. In one perspective of this scene, Angeal, rather than being able to overcome these dark feelings that have tormented him, he begins to finally succumb to them. And the other, where no matter how much Angeal struggles against his biological desire to create torment, he will eventually lose his dreams and honor and become a monster, a puppet to Genova's will. But the other perspective of this scene begins to craft our larger discussion of the three friends. Not only does this scene begin to put into perspective the fate of Soldier, this fate, as Crisis Core's complete guide states, is Angeal's destiny. Angeal points his sword at Zack. In an abandoned building in Modeoheim, he intends to follow his destiny all the way to the end by being defeated by his younger colleague who he was taking care of. What the story of Angeal is the story of all of those who bear Genova's power are. What Angeal is imprisoned by, along with Sephiroth and Genesis, is this destined fate given to them by Genova. A destiny to become torment, but also to pass this torment on. With the Buster Sword's humanity weighing on him, Angeal turns into a monster known as Angeal Penance. As its name implies, Angeal now embodies self-inflicted suffering, brought on by his own desire to be human, even though he is a monster with a predetermined fate. This transformation and shedding of dreams and honor is solidified in the name of the song that plays during the fight with Angeal Penance. In English, this song is named No Honor Remains, and in Japanese, it's called The Face of Lost Pride. With this defeat, Angeal is finally able to rest and relinquishes the Buster Sword to Zack. The dying wish of Angeal, who lived with dreams and honor in his heart, will be passed on to Zack along with his weapon. This is where Loveless again describes the events of this scene. As described in Loveless, the friends that remain at the end of Act 4 challenge each other to a duel. One of the friends seemingly wins the duel and the other falls. This defeat being depicted through an eternal slumber. But even so, that fallen character's story seems to have a similar effect to the friend's flight that was depicted in the story's Act 1, as that fallen friend's story seemingly creates a wind that blows over the water's surface. This, without a doubt, is meant to signify that even in death, the legend of this fallen friend ripples out, and from that ripple creates the dreams that follow. This destiny, so to speak, is for Angeal to pass on his legacy to Zack, the legacy of dreams and honor. But that's not all that Angeal asks of Zack. With Angeal's dying words, Angeal says this:
Zack, you have my thanks. Protect your honor, always.
What Angeal has in mind for Zack is not fully understood until later on in the story, but this is where we see something incredibly important: the passing of the Buster Sword and the passing of dreams and honor. While as of this moment we have not seen any biological transfer of Angeal's ideals, this moment shows the audience that it's not just Genova's desires that can be passed down, but also the ideals of heroes as well. The truth of this moment and of Angeal's intentions blossom through Zack and Genesis's story, as this is one of the elements that contributes to Genesis achieving his goal, the goal of defying his destiny. Since we have covered quite a bit of Genesis in the past, there is not much that we need to cover in terms of the whole story of Crisis Core. Rather, we need to go over a very specific instance that leads to the end of the game. And unlike other characters, we won't be covering just the similarities that Genesis brings to the table, but the key differences between Genesis and the rest of his friends. It is important to state at this moment in the video that while Angeal and Sephiroth, whether they resisted it or not, accepted their fates, their destinies, as it were. Genesis, however, is the only one who not only rebels against this destiny, he is also the one who successfully achieves something outside of his predestined goal, at least in Crisis Core, and actually becomes free. Unlike Angeal and Sephiroth, perfect monsters of the Genova Project, Genesis is inherently different. Rather than him being influenced by Genova cells to the extent of the other two, being that Angeal and Sephiroth were perfectly unified with Genova's biology, Genesis is not. Rather than his human DNA being unified with Genova, the two conflict. It is for this reason that Genesis, while a failure, he is actually the most physically human of the three friends. Unlike the other two, this gives Genesis a very unique advantage. It gives Genesis the ability to be free from his predetermined destiny. This is what's said about Genesis in Crisis Core's complete guide. Despite growing a black wing and having a degrading body, he still defies his destiny. What he desired is. So even though Genesis is a prisoner bound to Genova, represented by the Black Wing, and Genesis's biology literally killing him, how does Genesis gain his freedom from his destiny? What allows him to do so? What does this say about monsters and humanity, and what are the answers that come from Genesis's journey overall? Let's begin to go over Genesis's story through Crisis Core. Before Crisis Core, Genesis, feeling the weight of the lie that he was not human, leaves Shinra with other soldiers and begins a rebellion against the company. With this rebellion, he also begins to seek a cure for his flawed biology. He does this reluctantly with the former head scientist of Project G, Hollander. Genesis and Hollander are also assisted secretly by Lazard, the head of the soldier division of Shinra. Hollander, who is responsible for revealing the truth of Genesis's birth to him before the game begins, does not actually know of any cure for Genesis's degradation. Instead, Hollander is actually using Genesis to claim revenge on Shinra for not giving him credit for Project G that he thought he rightfully deserved. This is a side note, but all of the fathers of the Genova Project, besides Gast, are perfect examples of monsters as well. I think this one kind of speaks for itself with Hojo. I think that's all the explanation you need. Lazard assists this rebellion for very similar reasons to Hollander, as he too is seeking revenge against the company. This is because President Shinra, spoiler alert, is Lazard's father. President Shinra had many illegitimate children that he abandoned, Lazard being one of them. This led Lazard to literally build his entire life and career around seeking revenge against President Shinra for leaving him and his mother. His bio describes this revenge as a dark flame burning within him. While his reputation as the ideal boss grows within the company, the dark flame that smolders within him needs an opportunity to flare up. I know what you're thinking, and you know what I'm going to say about this, so let's just leave it at that.
Back to Crisis Core.
Without a known cure for this degradation, and bearing the fate of monsters, Genesis was destined to perish without one. As the game's story moves forward, and with Hollander and a mentally degrading Genesis unable to find a cure, Genesis begins to turn to Loveless as a map to find his salvation, in what the poem describes as the gift of the goddess. The gift of the goddess and the term salvation is going to come back in a big way later on, so keep this in mind. Now, around this point in the story, having exhausted many other options, Genesis begins to theorize that the gift of the goddess signifies the planet's source of life, the life stream. Now, if you think that following an ancient epic's plot is weird, Genesis, in fact, is obsessed with the text of Loveless. Like other theorizers of Loveless, Genesis thought that all of its events and the journey it depicted was real. More specifically, Genesis's perspective is that this story does in fact reflect the journey of all three of the friends, including the one he himself is going through. With this view, Genesis often wondered which of the characters he and his friends would play in this epic tale. And of course, out of all three of the roles in Loveless, the hero, the prisoner, and the wanderer, Genesis always desired the role of the hero. This goes back to Genesis's dream of joining Soldier to begin with. This dream was reflected in Genesis wanting to overcome Sephiroth, who at this point was viewed as the hero. But clearly, as we have discussed with the other two friends already, this role was not destined for Genesis. Rather than being the hero, he was always, ironically, fated to have the role of the prisoner. As a side note, one flies away, one is captured, and one becomes a hero from Loveless is based on the interpretation that Angeal flew away while Genesis became a prisoner of war, which leads to Zack's final line, "Would you say I became a hero?" We will come to define these roles more, like the assigned role of the hero with Zack, when we begin to discuss Remake. Going back to Crisis Core, while following Loveless is seemingly the least likely to succeed out of all of the things that Genesis attempted to do, and is clearly a last resort, it is through this path that Loveless creates that Genesis finds resolution on a physical level, a psychological level, a metaphorical level, and a larger spiritual level. Not only does Genesis find the cure for his degradation, finds acceptance in his role in Loveless as the prisoner, and in a place of purpose and belonging. He also, with the help of Zack, fulfills his childhood dream and has his honor restored, leading him to find peace in the conflict within him that drove him to become a monster to begin with. And last but not least, Genesis gains his humanity and defies his destiny, something that is going to open up our discussion to Remake and Rebirth. What resolves the entirety of Genesis's arc is what Genesis theorized all along. Chapter 10. At the end of the game, Zack, after reading about Genesis's dream to eat Benora white apples with Sephiroth in a scrapbook, finds Genesis deep below Benora. Having already killed Angeal and having attempted to kill Sephiroth, Zack attempts instead to reason with Genesis. However, Genesis explains to Zack that in order for him to receive the gift of the goddess, his salvation as Genesis puts it, he must fight Zack. While this may seem a bit confusing, there is some sense to what Genesis is attempting here from the perspective of Loveless, because at this point in the story, not only has Zack inherited Angeal's will through the Buster Sword, he has also received a part of Sephiroth as well. While we didn't go over this part before, Zack and Cloud at this point in the story have received some of Sephiroth's cells. This was done done through the Sephiroth copy experiment after their confrontation with Sephiroth in the Nibelheim incident. This leads Genesis to believe that in fighting Zack at the end of the game, their confrontation fulfills all of the requirements for the missing final act of Loveless. And through this final act, Genesis will be bestowed the gift of the goddess that Genesis has been seeking. With that, Genesis announces that the planet has become his guardian and begins to absorb what he thinks is the gift of the goddess, that being a huge amount of life stream found in a large red orb below Benora. This orb is what Genesis accurately describes as the divine protection of the planet. This divine protection being one of the things that the hero is meant to obtain in Loveless. In a final attempt to save Genesis from what Zack believes is Genesis's end, Zack pleads for him not to become a monster like the others, but to no avail. Genesis becomes another form of monster, a Red Knight. Genesis becomes known as Genesis Avatar. The definition for avatar in Hinduism is a manifestation of a deity or released soul in bodily form on earth, an incarnate divine teacher. Knowing that this is the form that Genesis becomes, alongside with what is said about the planet becoming Genesis's guardian moments before, this new form for Genesis is a very fitting choice, as you will see very soon. With this transformation, Zack fights Genesis. Genesis loses this battle with Zack with an unexpected result. Through this battle, rather than Genesis dying like the other friends, Genesis not only lives, but his degradation vanishes completely. Genesis's plan to cure himself by joining with the life stream seemingly works. Well, you may be wondering, how is this possible? We will explain that in a second. But as for now, with this physical ailment gone, Genesis sets his sight on another, more personal mission to accomplish. Genesis, immediately after his first battle with Zack, having been physically cured, challenges Zack again. This time, however, Genesis intends to fight Zack for a different, more personal reason: to reclaim his soldier honor, which Genesis begins to finally understand in this moment to be the true gift of the goddess. The gift of the goddess. What the three men sought in Loveless. Genesis searched for the gift of the goddess as a way to heal his degradation, and came to the conclusion that the gift of the goddess would be bestowed on him when he reenacted Loveless. After the battle with Zack, Genesis realized the gift of the goddess was the soldier honor that had been sleeping inside of himself. We are going to talk about this dormant soldier honor, or Genesis's dormant humanity, in a few moments. So, after the battle with Zack, yet again, Genesis falls for the final time, and Genesis finds himself in the life stream, and here is where we start answering some of these questions. Upon entering the life stream, Genesis meets Minerva. Now, all you need to know about Minerva for this discussion is that she is the physical embodiment of the will of the life stream. All of Minerva's actions, expressions, reflect the life stream's own judgment in the scene with Genesis. It is here, after losing to Zack, and now on the brink of death, and in the life stream, that Genesis's fate begins to change. Rather than him going down the path of a soldier that we have seen with the other two friends, one that holds a monstrous fate, Genesis begins to go down the road that leads him to his own salvation. This is what the Crisis Core Complete Guide says about this interaction with Minerva, and by osmosis, the life stream. Genesis has reached the point where he is not afraid of degradation and death. because he is determined to regain his soldier honor and fulfill his role of a soldier. That is, Genesis is in a state of overcoming death, an impression of Genesis's strong will to fulfill his role as a soldier was accepted by the Lifestream, which concluded, "Go fulfill it." Minerva's facial expression implies that the Lifestream has concluded Genesis has not yet fulfilled his role as a soldier, and that something remains for Genesis to accomplish. In this way, Genesis overcame death with the intention of carrying out the Lifestream's mission, and this is linked to the future actions of Genesis. Now, there is a ton that needs to be unpacked with this one description alone. Let's start with the obvious. At this point, as you can probably tell, the Lifestream holds a very significant role in all levels of Genesis's own resolutions. While Jenova seems to reflect things like the selfish desires of humans, acts of revenge, the destruction that follows, and to a larger degree, seemingly the destiny of those she influences, we need to start looking at the Lifestream in the same way. How does the Lifestream represent itself through individuals? But in that same vein, how does it reflect the larger functions of the world? How do these sides conflict and interact with one another? And more importantly, what is its part in destiny? Because as you may have already guessed, the Lifestream is Jenova's counterpart on the large list that we have created. While we have already built a perfect platform for our understanding as to what the Lifestream may reflect in the characters that represent it, with things like dreams and honor being in the same category, and in part has some implied functions to counteract its opposites, the Lifestream has some very specific aspects of its overall function that we need to know, one that leads us to a deeper understanding of both of these categories and the characters that reflect their values, and those who do not. In order to explore this and in turn resolve our discussion of Genesis's story, we need to once again pull back and recognize that this is not the only time that we have seen what is happening to Genesis in Crisis Core, as it has actually happened in several other characters throughout Final Fantasy VII's compilation. In contrast to Jenova, who manipulates and controls those with a fixed destiny for the sake of theirs and the world's destruction, the Lifestream seeks to try and encourage life to grow, and less forcibly, this guides and influences those who interact with it to their own idea of a destined place, and in doing so, this individual resolution also affects the larger picture of the Lifestream's intentions. To begin, let's look at one of the lesser-known depictions of the Lifestream in The Kids Are Alright. This story, taking place after the events of Final Fantasy VII and taking place before the events of Advent Children, tells the story of Evan. At this point in the story, Evan and a girl named Kyrie, who you may remember from another game, are attempting to find Evan's mother. This journey leads the characters to the Icicle Inn, in which they become some of the first to encounter a future villain in the series, Kadaj. This interaction leads them into the Icy Mountains, where an injured Evan and Kyrie find themselves falling into the mountain. It is here where the characters enter into the flow of the Lifestream, and what follows is a much more detailed description of what exactly happens to someone who is living that falls into the literal flow of life. With Kyrie still in my arms, we were enveloped by something soft and warm. We were in a pure white world. Even as I closed my eyes, I could see the whiteness through my eyelids. It was neither cold nor warm. I was in a state of confusion, unable to make sense of what was going on. When I opened my mouth, something entered with force. Before long, I heard voices. No, I felt them. They were muffled. like what you would hear if you plugged your ears in a crowd. A multitude of words mingled and made no sense at all. It was just noise. It was unpleasant. Eventually, that sound also faded. Deeper and deeper, we continued falling. I found that Kyrie was clinging tightly to me. In response, I hugged Kyrie with both my arms. Both my arms? Yes. My left shoulder wasn't hurting at all. I tried turning my shoulder to check it. The pain was gone for real. Then I was convinced. We were in the life stream. It accepts all life, heals, purifies, and creates new life. The other form of life. It felt as if all that had been vague and incomprehensible had suddenly fallen into place. We were connected to the planet. I felt sleepy, an unbearable drowsiness. I was falling, continuing endlessly deeper. With this one quote, we begin to build our entire understanding of the live stream's functions. Now, using this template that Evan has provided us, we are going to deconstruct several different examples of each of these functions of different characters' encounters with the live stream, all while comparing it to Genesis's own scene. As it is mentioned in The Kids Are All Right, the live stream heals, it purifies, accepts all life, creates new life, and leads those to an enlightened state. The live stream, however, does one other thing in this scene from The Kids Are All Right that Evan doesn't mention, but rather he experiences it. Once Evan passes out, the live stream ultimately guides both Evan and Kyrie to a safe place within the mountains. Eventually, that path leads them to what they seek, and the revelation of the fate of Evan's mother. We will come to understand this function of the live stream as what I like to call the live stream's guidance. Since we have already seen the first of the live stream's healing properties Evan has mentioned in Genesis's story, being as Genesis is physically healed by the live stream from his degradation, let us start with the live stream's function of enlightenment, as it is best described by the original game. These quotes come from a collection of different blurbs from several Ultimanias about the original game's depiction of Cloud's resolution. Cloud, having been guided into the livestream to fight Sephiroth, vanquishes him. Cloud, now left alone with the livestream swirling around him, watches as a heavenly light appears. The light eventually forms into a single pillar, reaching upward toward the heavens. Inside the dazzling light, Cloud reaches out his hand as if being guided by something. This guidance by the livestream, the one that is also reflected in Evan's scene, will be explored more thoroughly in its own section. Getting back to the topic of enlightenment, Cloud expands on what he has come to learn after he is sent back to the physical world. I think I'm beginning to understand, Cloud remarks, climbing the ledge with Tifa in one arm. What? Cloud now understands the planet's answer and the concept of the Promised Land. An answer from the planet, the Promised Land. It may be possible to meet her there. After settling things with Sephiroth, Tifa and Cloud struggle to escape the deepest part of the northern cave as everything crumbles around them. Cloud says that he feels he now understands the meaning of the Promised Land and thinks that they'll be able to meet her there. Tifa smiles at him and replies, "Let's go meet her." The person they are going to meet is of course Aerith. But as for the Promised Land, what we see demonstrated here is that through the livestream's guidance, Cloud finds some form of enlightenment, what Cloud notes as being his own understanding of the Promised Land. This enlightenment that he arrives at through the livestream's guidance, the same guidance that led Cloud to fight and vanquish Sephiroth to begin with, is no coincidence, as it is this form of enlightenment that we also see demonstrated in Crisis Core, because just as Cloud finds his own understanding of the Promised Land after his fight with Sephiroth in the original game, Genesis finds his own answer after his defeat to Zack, and after Genesis's own guidance to the livestream, he seemingly finds his understanding of the events that take place on the last page of Loveless. At this point, Genesis writes what he feels is the conclusion to not only Loveless, but to his own story. Question 6-3. After Genesis is retrieved by a Shinra helicopter, a piece of paper with the words "to become a drop of hope for the planet at the end of the earth beyond the sky, in a vast expanse of water, I offer thee this silent sacrifice," written on it can be seen. Is this phrase Loveless's missing final act? Answer 6-3. Loveless's final act is missing, and an official one does not exist in the world of Final Fantasy VII. Experts are researching and formulating various hypotheses about it. The mentioned phrase is Genesis's expectations of Loveless's final act, and it expresses Genesis's heartfelt feelings. By being defeated by Zack, Genesis regains his soldier honor and decides that with Sephiroth and Angeal dead, he has to protect the world as the one left behind. In order to prepare for the day when a crisis would threaten the world, Genesis voluntarily sealed himself away in a watered prison. This is the true meaning of the phrase in Genesis's version of Loveless's final act, and at the same time, the true meaning behind the hidden movie in Dirge of Cerberus. With our understanding of the enlightenment that the livestream provided in Evan's story, along with Cloud's journey into the livestream ending with Sephiroth's defeat and his comprehension of the mysterious Promised Land, and Genesis's subjective comprehension of the final act of Loveless, these scenes begin to reveal a much larger truth. Throughout Final Fantasy VII, these destined places, like the Promised Land, are always depicted to us as these unreachable places, or massive world-ending events. For the Promised Land, it is the land of pure happiness. In the case of Jenova, another cosmic entity, she is represented through the meteor that threatens all life. In the case of Loveless, it is theorized that its final moments depict an all-healing salvation for humanity, or one that leads to destruction. But what this particular quote reveals is that these destined places, while they do hold the same significant world-changing events or places that they imply, they also coincide with the character's own personal resolutions, like Cloud's, or in the case of Genova's effect on Angeal and Sephiroth, their unfortunate ends. These journeys, like Genesis's, can also be catalysts for these events as well. It may seem as though the journey of the characters are disconnected from these larger events, but in fact, they are very much a part of one another. The coupling between one's own resolution and these world-defining events, and the significance of this guidance to enlightenment, will become much clearer as we move through this discussion. Moving on for now, we turn our attention to not one, but two of the livestream's functions. While it may not seem like it, this salvation that Cloud and Genesis are coming to can also apply to monsters as well. Taking Kadaj, for instance, one of the 3 physical embodiments of Sephiroth's spirit, also experiences his journey to salvation in Advent Children, and it is through this example that shows us the concept of the livestream's form of acceptance, and also the livestream's ability of purification. After the battle with Sephiroth in Advent Children, Kadaj falls out of the fading feathers that made up Sephiroth's wing. On the brink of death, Kadaj collapses into Cloud's arms. Soon after that, Aerith's healing rain begins to fall. This rain, being the rain that purifies Geostigma in Advent Children's story, an infection created by Genova cells that affects those who lose their wills to live, begins to purify Kadaj. Kadaj, having been consumed by feelings of abandonment and searching desperately for his mother, whom he thinks is Jenova throughout the entire story, has been left alone, where after what we have discussed, these feelings in Kadaj are clearly remnants from Sephiroth's own childhood. However, After hearing Aerith's voice and feeling that this is his mother's voice calling to him, Kadaj finds emotional resolution to his journey and joins the livestream as well. This excerpt describing the scene comes from Advent Children's script. Cloud hears Aerith's voice and abandons himself to it, silently watching over Kadaj. A livestream rain begins to fall. Huh? You don't have to hang on any longer. Mother, is that? Everyone's waiting. If you're ready. A smile spreads across Kadaj's face, and he nods. He lifts his hand skyward to meet the hand that he sees there. Kadaj melts away. Regardless of being human or not, regardless of his significant tie to Sephiroth, once the hatred that binds Kadaj to the side of monsters is put at ease, the livestream accepts Kadaj and he vanishes into it. While this idea of purification and acceptance on the surface seem to be extremely straightforward functions of the livestream, there is a lot more going on here than meets the eye. So taking a closer look at Kadaj, what are these tormented feelings that he is dealing with? What makes Kadaj a monster is the pain caused by a lack of a mother. More importantly, the neglect that Kadaj is feeling from Jenova's absence. These feelings are not just what cause his personal suffering and torment, feelings of inadequacy and jealousy, they are also what fuel Kadaj's childlike cruelty and rage that he wields against others. This torment being detailed poignantly from the scene in Advent Children. He is coming back, Sephiroth the Nightmare, so they say. You mean, I've never known Sephiroth, I just sense him there. It's unbearable to think that Mother might want Sephiroth more than poor little Remnant. It doesn't matter who she picks. You'll all meet the same end, but you know as well as I do, nothing's changed since she got here. I have to change it to make her happy. If Mother willed it, I would do anything. It is for this reason that at the end of Advent Children that Kadaj, a monster, decides to abandon the mother that neglected him. The side of Jenova, these negative emotions that are tormenting him, for a new mother in Aerith, for humanity. And in doing so, Kadaj finds his own salvation, and by osmosis is accepted by the livestream. It's this figurative role that the mother plays in Advent Children that is the same one that we have already seen in Crisis Core with Angeal and Sephiroth. And just like Kadaj, Genesis also seemingly finds this same salvation in the livestream and this mother-like resolution to his story. In Crisis Core, Genesis, as we have come to understand, desired the role of the hero. This role, on the surface, only seems to articulate a particular status among soldiers. But in Loveless, the introduction to the concept of a hero to Genesis is given something else. The love of the goddess. Generously, you are blessed with the goddess's love to hate the world even as heroes. It's this part of Loveless that shows us just another reason Genesis may have sought to obtain this role of the hero he so desperately wanted to begin with. Genesis having cast aside his humanity and viewing himself as a monster, having denounced his parents only to find himself at the end of the story appearing before the personification of not only the livestream, but the goddess from Loveless. All of this metaphorically mirrors his own desire for not just the livestream, but for this mother-like acceptance and love. Now, while you might be questioning the mother-son-like relationships, you're going to see just how much truth there is to it in just a moment. But staying on track here, this is not the only thing that Kadaj and Genesis' stories have in common. While these two characters both share this desire for a mother figure symbolically in Aerith and Minerva, they also share the same symbolic obstacle to obtaining their acceptance. That obstacle being Sephiroth. In the scene we have just gone over in Advent Children, Kadaj expresses his jealousy for Sephiroth, as it is he who is special in the eyes of Jenova, the one that Jenova will choose. Genesis also voices that he himself feels overshadowed by Sephiroth, the one who was chosen for the role of the hero.
There is no hate, only joy, for you are beloved by the goddess, hero of the dawn, healer of worlds. 3 friends go into battle. One is captured, one flies away. The one that is left becomes a hero.
A common story.
If we were to enact it, would I be the one to play the hero, or would you?
It's all yours.
Indeed. After all, your glory should have been mine.
How petty.
In hindsight, perhaps.
This particular status that Sephiroth embodies is something that we have already talked about through the lens of a hero in Crisis Core, through Soldier, but with Kadaj's view of him, Sephiroth's role expands into something much more profound for all that he thematically opposes. What Sephiroth embodies for others is someone who is born special, not someone who grew into his role of a hero, but rather he was the chosen one. It is this special existence, coupled with his role as the opposition to acceptance, according to Nomura, that is not just the way Sephiroth is the way that he is in Crisis Core, but also is the reason why Angeal is framed in the same way. Nomura also goes on to explain how this status that these two characters share is meant to contrast Genesis. All of this being articulated through the theme of families and through its physical representation in Final Fantasy VII through wings. I wanted to have different varieties of wings so that the 3 of them, Genesis, Angeal, and Sephiroth, wouldn't look like the same family. Sephiroth is a special existence, so Genesis's wing is on the opposite side of it, and Angeal's wings are on the same side as Sephiroth's, because he is a special person who is the origin of the Buster Sword's legacy. 3 distinct families that all belong to 3 sides. While this very much explains the motif of mothers in all of our examples up until this point, Jenova representing the mother of one family and Aerith and Minerva representing the other, what is this 3rd family, so to speak? Let's start by looking at what makes Angeal and Sephiroth special to begin with, and what exactly that symbolic nature leads to, not only for themselves, but for those who idolize them. Angeal and Sephiroth are both perfect creations, were both born with a special existence. They are both prides of their mothers, and both of them are the physical embodiment of these 2 opposing sides. Genesis, however, being the most human of the 3, with no mother, was never destined for this type of greatness. While people like Genesis and Zack are striving to be heroes like Sephiroth and Angeal, neither of them were able to fully reach the same heights as their idols did. And that is because they represent 2 ideologies that no normal person could fully embody. Sephiroth is without a doubt the strongest character in the history of Final Fantasy VII. He is also the first soldier, a figure that is so legendary that even if there were to be another first-class soldier like him, his legacy could never be overshadowed. Angeal, while perhaps not as strong as Sephiroth, embodied the larger-than-life ideology of the selflessness that comes with being a true hero. One that ultimately is such a selfless ideal that no normal person could live up to their own desires at the same time. The 2 best examples of just how unattainable these ideals are is found in Angeal and Sephiroth themselves, as it is these same heavy ideals that they embodied that they themselves couldn't even bear the weight of on their own. So knowing that even the people who were born as these defining children to these metaphorical families couldn't realistically live up to their own status and honor, what does that say about those who attempt to reach their unreachable heights? This is what defines the third family. What makes these people who they are is not their symbolic role of humanity or monsters, but rather it is the very thing that makes them not special, that makes them unique. It is their ability to have a choice. For characters like Genesis, a character bearing a wing that symbolically represented the opposite of a special existence, and Kadaj, a pawn that is simply a means to an end for Sephiroth, what came from their pursuit of their unattainable goals became the catalyst for their own suffering and torment. It is only after both of these characters abandoned these desires to be special like Sephiroth and Angeal that they find their own resolution. Not only did they both find acceptance by the livestream and a mother, but they also found acceptance of themselves, and in turn, acceptance of their humanity. For Kadaj, he obtained the livestream's acceptance. For Genesis, it was the gift of the goddess. It's not their special qualities that make them special, but the human part of them that allows them to be free. But there's one more thing from this quote from Nomura that begins to reveal a much more foreboding aspect of our discussion, as Nomura also explains to us that it is entirely possible for even these pillars, just as we have seen in Kadaj and Genesis, are capable of switching sides. And if things had gone differently, Sephiroth himself could have ended up in Angeal's position. However, only Angeal's wings are white, which symbolically means he did not fall in a negative direction. In other words, Sephiroth could have been like Angeal too. The color coding is based on Sephiroth, who headed in a negative direction, and Angeal, who did not. From the symbols themselves to the ones that follow them, all of these characters are capable of switching sides to either become heroes or to become monsters. This negative and positive direction, as well as these shifting sides, will become much more relevant when we discuss a different aspect of the livestream, as well as Sephiroth later on. As for the implications of how these ideals are represented when it comes to other characters like Zack, those who pursue Angeal's ideology as well as their own dreams, we'll see that manifest in a moment. But in order to understand the full weight of that truth, we need to move on to another function of acceptance, one that embodies a spiritual nature. The acceptance of both humanity and monsters by the livestream doesn't just reveal its role in the physical, emotional, and metaphorical resolutions and obstacles of the characters, regardless of their side, but it also sparks a much more significant discussion of a much more straightforward function of the livestream: purification. But while this function may be simple, it is a prime example of how the livestream and Jenova affect the spiritual journeys of each character. You may be already familiar with this aspect from the livestream, or Mako, being as it's already referred to throughout the original game as spiritual energy. We have yet to fully grasp this spiritual context for Jenova. Some of you might already be quite familiar with Jenova's effect on the spiritual world in Advent Children through Geostigma, but this example actually comes from the part of her that is represented by the very first game in the series, Genova cells. Genova cells are used in things like the Genova Project and in the Soldier Procedure. Individuals who are injected with these cells will experience physical changes, such as improved physical abilities and a partial inheritance of Genova's abilities. However, those with weak spiritual aspects are unable to withstand Genova's thoughts, resulting in spiritual abnormalities. Through Genova's cells alone, something that is present in each of the characters that we have been discussing up until this point, Genova has not only established a spiritual presence, but creates an abnormality to each of these characters' own spirituality. While I know that there are numerous things to say about this one piece of information alone, as this spiritual effect should be pointing you to the clear association of it to the fate of soldiers that Genesis mentioned, let us, for the time being, take a look at the relevance of Genova's spiritual presence at the end of Genesis's story, as it explains a fair amount of our burning questions, because it is this corrupted spiritual effect that harkens back to Loveless once again. In the scene right before finding Minerva in the livestream, after becoming human once again, a revived Genesis recites Loveless, this being the end of the 4th chapter before the last act. One that, with the full context of both Genova's presence and the livestream's form of resolution, creates a clear image of how these two sides fully interact with one another.
My soul, corrupted by vengeance, hath endured torment to find the end of the journey in my own salvation and your eternal slumber.
The corruption of vengeance not only has implications to the physical and emotional ailment that Genesis has been struggling with, but what Genesis also implies here, even if he didn't necessarily intend for this result in his story, is that through the life stream, like Kadaj, Genesis found peace not only in the end of his degradation, not only through the healing of his own internal conflict, but in the purification from the corrupted spiritual influence that Genova had on him. The fate of corruption that befell Sephiroth and Angeal was averted in Genesis. Now, to be clear, what I am not saying is that Genova cells in those who experience this salvation are removed from the individual. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I am saying, and what I cannot emphasize the importance of enough, is that the spiritual influence of Genova's will, her thoughts, the ones that carry the instinctive intention to destroy the planet, is what is being purified from Genesis. This concept of wills, both when it comes to the life stream and Genova, as well as the symbols of these sides, will come back into our discussion later on. Now, in order to understand the last piece of our discussion of the life stream, let's look again at another example in Advent Children, as it also introduces to us another aspect of the life stream's guidance, but also another form of acceptance. As we have discussed so far, the life stream's guidance is not just a physical guide for the characters, but also a spiritual guidance to their personal resolution and, in turn, their enlightenment. While these things may seem disconnected, these two together are vital pieces to understanding the intent and the will of the life stream. What was not entirely discussed in our other examples of guidance so far was that this conclusive end to a journey for the characters doesn't necessarily mean that they find their salvation in life, as it can also be found in death, as it is the dead themselves that can profoundly influence the journeys of the living. This being represented again in Cloud at the end of Advent Children. After Kadaj fades, Cloud is severely wounded and ends up in the white space that Evan seems to mention in his story, the life stream. It is here in this space where Cloud is told by his two dead friends, Aerith and Zack, that as of right now, the life stream is not where he truly belongs. And with this, Cloud is sent out of the life stream to the place that he is actually meant to be, and that Aerith and Zack also return to the place that they belong. As he slumbers, Cloud hears voices, the voices of two precious people that are no longer with him. In cheerful tones and with a hint of pity, they inform Cloud that this isn't yet the place where he belongs. When Cloud awakens, he finds himself among his companions and children who have been freed from their deadly disease. His family is there waiting for him, Tifa, Marlene, and Denzel, who asks to be cleansed of geostigma by Cloud's hands. Surrounded by blessings, Cloud realizes that this is the place where he is meant to live. At last he knows he has forgiven himself. Turning around, he sees her as she is about to depart, along with the friend who gave his life for Cloud's. Cloud can now go on without suffering in solitude. Therefore, they too can return to the place where they belong, the flow of life that circles the planet. What Cloud arrives at through the guidance of his friends and family in the physical world, along with Zack and Aerith in the spiritual world, is his own sense of belonging and his destined place. But it's through this same resolution in Cloud's journey that Zack and Aerith lead Cloud to, where they too find their own resolutions and their own place of belonging, that being the life stream. This form of mutual resolution from the life stream's flow is something vital not just to Cloud, but to the entire world of Final Fantasy VII. Because whether it's the guides or the ones being guided, whether they are alive or dead, this function of guidance is ultimately emphasizing one thing: purpose. While Zack and Aerith may have met their ends in life abruptly, the significance of their roles did not end, and without their deaths, Cloud may not have ended up finding his resolution on his own. This spiritual guidance through the life stream, through individuals, is demonstrated throughout the compilation. This role of an individual, as we demonstrated through Aerith and Zack in Advent Children, is also demonstrated in Advent Children again with Aerith and Kadaj. In the original game, with the hand that reaches out to Cloud at the very end, in Aerith's use of the life stream at the end of the original game to stop Meteor, and even in the hand that Angeal lends to Zack at the end of Crisis Core. Now, you may be thinking to yourself, how does this ultimately connect with and resolve our discussion of Genesis's story? This comes to a head when we look at Genesis's definition of what he perceives as the gift of the goddess. And to that end, Soldier Honor, at the moment in time after Genesis is defeated by Zack. For that reason, Soldier Honor, the motivation behind his, Genesis's, change in values, is the gift of the goddess for Genesis, given that Soldier Honor is the concept that represents Angeal's thoughts. I concluded that Zack, who inherited Angeal's thoughts, was the gift of the goddess as far as Genesis was concerned. What the gift of the goddess is to Genesis is Zack carrying his own sense of honor and Angeal's legacy is what led Genesis to find his soldier honor, just as Zack did for Cloud and Advent Children. But as this quote mentions, this isn't all being accomplished through Zack. This is where we finally begin to understand the intent behind Angeal's dying words and the thoughts left in Zack. Let us now take a look at the final scene with Genesis. At this point in the story, Zack has only helped restore a part of Genesis's dreams and honor, meaning that there is one thing left for Zack to do. As he helped Genesis regain his soldier honor, he must now fulfill Genesis's dream, and by proxy, through what we understand of the life stream, the dreams of others. Chapter 10. With the conflict between Zack and Genesis resolved, Zack brings Genesis out of the depths of Benora, where both Lazard, an Angeal copy, and a Mako-ridden Cloud lay. Just a side note here, the reason why Lazard looks like Angeal here is because of the copy experiment Lazard went through earlier on in the story. Because of this experiment, Lazard now bears the appearance of Angeal. But that's not all. Lazard also, through this experiment, carries a part of Angeal's will, something that we will expand on in a moment. Zack then sets Genesis down underneath a Benora white tree with the others. It's here where Zack attempts to fulfill Genesis's dream, his dream of eating a Benora white apple with Sephiroth. Zack retrieves some Benora white apples and proceeds to give each of his comrades one.
Okay, let's eat. Sorry I'm not the real thing, but...
While Zack isn't the real Sephiroth, as he only carries with him some of his cells, this gathering seems to do the trick. After Zack takes a bite of the apple, Genesis says this.
Is it good?
Yeah.
The gift of the goddess.
What Genesis is actually talking about is what Zack is doing for Genesis at this moment. Genesis then turns to Lazard, but speaks to Angeal.
Angeal, the dream came true.
With this final line, Lazard and the other Angeal copy seemingly vanish, because just like Aerith and Zack in Advent Children, Angeal, even though he is no longer alive, sought to guide Zack and Genesis to this resolution. This is actually made clear by Lazard and through the copy experiment performed on him. Copy experiments, for those who are not familiar, are largely influenced by the person who is the source of the copied cells. This is also mentioned to be Angeal's thoughts in our previous quote. This means that through this experiment, Lazard, who was once driven to seek revenge, was shed of these feelings the moment he became an Angeal copy. Instead, what was left in Lazard was Angeal's own desires to not only save his friends, but to save the world.
It's a strange feeling. The lust for vengeance that had so consumed my life is all but gone now. In its place is a desire to help you. A desire to save Genesis. No. It's bigger than that. I want to save the world.
So while Sephiroth and Angeal may have been locked into their own destinies, Angeal, even in death, through both a biological guidance in Lazard and a spiritual guidance that he passed on to Zack, he was able to assist Zack in realizing Genesis's dream. And in doing so, not only was Genesis's dream realized, Angeal's dream of saving the person he cared about was fulfilled. This dream of Angeal being realized is illustrated in Crisis Core through Genesis saying the dream came true, and the immediate disappearance of Angeal's copies, as if to say that finally Angeal could return to the place where he belonged. What this guidance is, what makes Sephiroth and Angeal special, is not just what they achieved in life, but what they achieved in death. Because it's not just these ideals that Angeal and Sephiroth embody, but the legacy that is left behind. As I said before, somehow, this guidance to both resolution in life or death is very fitting to the plan of the Lifestream. That is because what the Lifestream values in those who represent it is the acceptance of all that it itself values. What that means is that those who accept it accept the concept of life, but also they accept death as a part of it. And through the acceptance of those two ideas, they understand the concept of rebirth. This is summed up by Aerith in Remake.
Everyone dies eventually,
I suppose.
so we need to make the most of the time we have. To live our lives the way we want to live. Every minute, every moment matters.
I'll remember that.
Good.
What Aerith knows in this moment in Remake, because this is an Aerith with all of the memories of the future, is that while her life is tragically cut so short, what she also recognizes with this hindsight is the value of the entire picture. Without understanding the importance that death brings to life, one cannot fully live out their own life in the way that they should. This is why, rather than revealing the truth to Cloud in this moment, she refrains, because Cloud isn't at the point where he is willing to embrace this concept. This is all to say that, while the Lifestream seemingly values the resolution of individuals, that isn't to say that everyone's lives end exactly the way they want them to, or that one person can achieve the full scope of their dreams or aspirations, or even change the world on their own. What Final Fantasy VII as a whole is saying is that none of these things are meant to be achieved by one person alone. Rather, every life contributes and is working towards literally building the future life of the planet and those that are reborn with it together. Not instantaneously, not in one's own lifetime perhaps, but over the course of all time. A seed that is planted by one that grows through the help of many. This is ultimately what Angeal's form of a legacy represents in Crisis Core. Angeal may not have been able to live out his own understanding of dreams and honor himself, but through the memory of him and the legacy that he left behind, his goals are able to be passed down to Zack, and from Zack, he was able to reach Genesis and Cloud. But unlike this future Aerith in Remake, who has grown to accept life and death, it is her past self, along with Zack in Crisis Core, the person who has inherited the legacy of Angeal, that did not. Not until the very end of Crisis Core's story, as it is this acceptance of death that is the definition of one of the most iconic phrases in the story of Final Fantasy VII. The price of freedom. Although Angeal's ideals were unrealistic for one man to achieve, Zack would not just take them to heart, he would attempt to embody them. After Zack was left without his mentor, he attempted to stand for those in the same way Angeal had for Zack. We know all too well what shaped Zack up until this point, and while his words are inspiring, they also created a sense of unease.
One piece of advice. No. An order. Embrace your dreams. And, whatever happens, protect your soldier honor. Got it? Sir! We're all coming back here alive. You hear me?
In this same scene, Zack raises his Buster Sword to the sky and looks up. All of his comrades look skyward with it. This order to troops is obviously an unrealistic expectation to put on anyone, but this also puts in perspective something that defines Zack at this point in the story. Zack, while his personality and antics are very much a representation of someone living life to the fullest, Zack has lost a lot along the way, including the comrade that he relied on the most. And because of the pain that this brought him, Zack finds difficulty approaching the subject of death altogether. What Zack does instead of confronting this fear of death is that he chooses to do everything in his power to stop it. Zack makes it his responsibility to ensure the life of all of his comrades as well as all of the people that he cares about. Clearly, the bar in which Angeal's idealistic view of honor is ultimately one that even Zack would recognize was far beyond his own reach. To explore this further, we turn to one of the biggest scenes in Crisis Core. After Zack was captured by Hojo for the sake of experimentation after the Nibelheim incident, he, along with Cloud, became a prisoner. In this state of captivity, we see Zack falter underneath the weight of this ideal. Zack has inherited Angeal's dying wish, but can't help anyone. And on top of that, he is imprisoned in Nibelheim, suffering from a sense of hopelessness and powerlessness. Angeal scolds him for his wretched situation, and Zack resolves to take action again. This resolve is represented in the mental landscape at the beginning of Chapter 9. The blue sky represents Zack, the white feather represents Angeal, and the water's surface represents Aerith. The blue sky, as used in the logo of Crisis Core, represents Zack, an ideal first-class soldier. As imagined in Final Fantasy VII, it is the image of Zack in his best, complete state of mind. To give a bit more perspective, it can be said to represent ideals, goals, and dreams. This sky motif and this scene in general is one that we have touched upon many times in the past, but with what we have learned, it begins to take on a whole new meaning. Not only does this sky represent Zack himself, it also represents what his dreams and goals are to him, what Zack himself wishes to accomplish. It is through Angeal's ideology that he hopes to reach this goal. But just as the sky represents Zack's dreams, it is this quote that states that Zack himself represents the sky. As we already know, Zack does in fact represent the ideals, goals, and dreams of characters like Genesis and even the soldier troops. Zack also represents the same thing to Aerith, as it is in their relationship in Crisis Core that the two of them come to terms with what they fear together. An example of this comes from Aerith's view of the sky and how she hates it, because what the sky represents to her at the outset of Crisis Core is the place where her loved ones go after they pass on. It is also Midgar that acts as a shield for her from the sky. And while this life may present difficulties, it is this shelter that provides Aerith's comfortability, because to Aerith, reaching for her dreams is also something that scares her. While this sky motif emphasizes her fears, it is the pairing of the sky with the motif of eyes that shows us just how she begins to open up to the acceptance of what reaching for her dreams might entail. Soldier's eyes, for those who are not familiar, glow, as this is the result of the Mako experiments used to create soldiers. Aerith expresses to Zack not just her fear of the sky, but her fear of soldiers as well. Aerith notes that they seemingly love conflict. This pointed observation, of course, doesn't necessarily embody each and every soldier, but it does encapsulate our understanding of what we know to be the mentality of the symbol of soldiers, that being Sephiroth. And this isn't a coincidence, because unlike other soldiers, Sephiroth's eyes are unlike any other soldiers in the series, as they have an alien-like appearance. What Aerith sees in Soldier's eyes are monsters, but after Zack notes that he too is a soldier, Aerith notices Zack's eyes, and rather than rejecting him, she notes how pretty they are.
Actually, I'm with Soldier.
I'm sorry. So pretty.
The face?
The eyes.
You like them? Eyes infused with Mako energy. A soldier trademark.
Oh, you.
Color of the sky, right?
Uh-huh. But not scary at all.
While this is a very subtle example, it is through this relationship that Aerith and Zack begin to work their way towards their own resolution to this terrifying subject. Notably, the use of eyes also continues on into Remake. As Cloud is about to take the life of Johnny, something that is very uncharacteristic of Cloud, Tifa expresses to him that something has changed about him. She notes the coldness in his eyes. The thing that Aerith feared in Soldier is the same thing that Tifa in Remake now sees in Cloud. However, in a scene with Aerith later on, where Cloud isn't trying to murder anyone, Aerith also notes Cloud's eyes, but rather than seeing his coldness, they are now filled with light and alive. This association to Zack and Sephiroth through Cloud's eyes is very telling of the future of Remake. Going back to Zack's mental state, we begin to see exactly what Zack seeks in Angeal's ideology, and what it is meant to help Zack reach. The white feathers represent Angeel as well as wings. It implies the wings that go through the blue sky also represent the existence of Angeel. This suggests that Zack has to overcome many difficulties to attain the heights of his dreams. This use of Angeel's ideology represented through Angeel's wings also reflect a much more personal desire, with the feather creating a ripple on the water's surface. Zack mentions his dream.
Those wings. I want them too.
Just like Kadaj and Genesis, Zack too wishes to be special, to be more than what he is. He just isn't sure what he must overcome to get there. It is also important to note who Zack is speaking to when he voices this dream. From this point on in the story, Zack, in moments to himself, quietly addresses Angeel, or rather, he addresses the sky, just as he does in this mental landscape, meaning that this desire for wings that Zack is voicing here is something that Zack is telling Angeel he wants to achieve. It is in this moment that Zack vocalizes his wish to Angeel that the mental landscape the dream seemingly shatters. Knowing what the sky represents to Aerith, a place that takes people away, and Zack attempting to reach those heights, it is clear what is holding Zack back, something that he will find out soon enough. After this moment, Zack breaks out of his containment, and while Zack seems to regain his sense of self, it becomes clear that without Angeal to guide him, Zack becomes unsure of what he is supposed to do next to achieve this dream. Now, just to further clarify Zack's behavior, this is what Nojima says about Zack when it comes to these sorts of situations. This quote coming from when he is asked about the similarities between Zack Fair and Titus from Final Fantasy X. Both of them, Zack and Titus, are characters who don't consider things too deeply and have a clear understanding of right and wrong. I think they are similar in the sense that they suffer and worry when they encounter something that they can't adopt a clear position on. At this moment in time, while Zack knows that what Angeal believes is the right thing morally to strive for, he is unsure how to navigate a path to what he ultimately desires. What he wants is freedom. This is where, ironically, Genesis begins to lend a hand to Zack. Before their final encounter, Genesis, while discussing the life stream, agitates Zack with talks of sacrifice and endings from Loveless.
Do you know the verse in Act 4 that leads into the final act?
Of course not.
Legends shall speak of sacrifice at world's end. The wind sails over the water's surface, quietly, but surely.
Enough about sacrifices and endings. I don't want to hear it.
Zack outright denies Genesis's negative view of how the story ends for him. However, Genesis, who is very much willing to accept this end, tells Zack that he does not see the beauty in not only Loveless, but what the meaning that the end can bring, and to that end, what the life stream provides, and that whether or not Zack understands this valuable lesson, Genesis tells Zack that regardless of his lack of understanding, Genesis will show him.
You don't understand the beauty of these words. How tragic. I'm not surprised. Even I didn't understand all of it. The greatest mystery behind the gift of the goddess? The water's surface. And the answer I have arrived at is the life stream.
What?
There are various theories regarding the missing final act. However, only my theory is correct, and I will prove it to you. You will understand.
Fast forwarding, during the final conflict that Zack has with Genesis, Zack is frantically trying to dissuade Genesis from taking any further actions towards Loveless's and his resolution. Because from Zack's perspective, Genesis is about to lose his life like Angeal's and Sephiroth's. However, regardless of Zack's pleas, Genesis continues, telling Zack that regardless of what Zack does, that Zack and everyone else, no matter what anyone does, will eventually join the life stream. With this valuable lesson started by Genesis, he then is defeated by Zack and arrives at his freedom. But, more importantly, as Crisis Core's complete guide states, Genesis overcame death. The thing that Zack, throughout the entire story of Crisis Core, has been trying to come to terms with. With this miracle performed in front of him, Zack only has one question for Genesis.
Does this mean you knew from the beginning?
Did he know that Loveless would work? Did he know that he would survive? Genesis smiles cheekily, because the truth is, much to Zack's dismay, the answer to this question is no. The path to Genesis's dream, while it may have ultimately led Genesis to what he desired and being healed as a result, there was no way that Genesis, or for that matter anyone, can know their outcome for certain. That whether or not they will achieve their dream or die trying. And it is this fear of the unknown that Genesis accepts, that Zack fears the most, because ultimately it is an unknown journey for everyone who attempts to do what Genesis did. It is this unknown journey that Zack would now be set up to face after witnessing the miracle of Genesis's survival and having successfully saved Genesis and fulfilling Angeal's wishes. Zack sets his sight on one last thing, with the realization that it had been 5 years since the Nibelheim incident. Aerith assures Zack through a final letter that it is his ideas to sell flowers that has allowed Aerith to make others happy, and that ultimately it is this lesson that she had learned from Zack. Zack decides to step forward into uncertainty to make a final attempt to find Aerith in Midgar, and it is only at the moment of his end, when Zack sees the odds stacked against him and Cloud's and his life at stake, that he realizes the price for the ideal that Angeal has given him to bear. What the price of freedom is, and what it always has been, is the willingness to live life fully, to reach towards your dreams regardless of certainty of them being fulfilled, and with the acceptance that you may die trying to. And with this lesson fully learned, Zack fights with every ounce of his life to protect himself and his comrade. And with both life and death fully embraced, Zack experiences something that we shall come to know in its full force: rebirth. With the sky overhead covered in dark clouds, Zack makes Cloud his living legacy. And with Zack's death, Cloud awakens. And once Cloud has fully obtained the memories of Zack and Zack's death mourned, the sky opens up. And with an inherited dream, Cloud sets forth on his own journey. And while this dream may have been unreachable for Zack and Angeal, with their refined legacy being carried by Cloud, all of them eventually arrive where they are meant to belong. While Zack never obtained wings of his own in life, Zack was able to obtain the heights he needed to through Angeal in death. With Angeal descending from the sky to greet Zack, Angeal and Zack take flight into the heavens. Having arrived at his own salvation, Zack says this:
"That girl, she said that the sky frightened her, but it must feel so good up there. Those wings, I want them too. It does feel good."
Crisis Core's story on every level of its narrative tells us that it is the flow of the life stream, the acceptance of it, and the legacy of its path. The same path that was given to Cloud by Zack defines freedom in Final Fantasy VII. That this world is built around this structure of life, death, and rebirth. However, while this is the conclusion of Crisis Core's story, this cycle begins to take on a very different role in Final Fantasy VII Remake. What the party has become seemingly aware of in Remake is that this flow of the life stream no longer leads to salvation, but instead to a world of destruction. The life stream no longer being a guidance at all, but rather a destiny that is fixed into place by suffering, all enforced by tormented souls. A life stream that doesn't purify, but rather is wrought with infection. A corruption that embodies both past, present, and the future, or how Aerith puts it, the souls who make up all of time and their fate.
What you heard just now were the voices of the planet, those born into this world, who lived and who died, who returned. They're howling in pain.
This is not the life stream that we have talked about at all, but the concept of destiny, of souls howling in pain, the concept of an ill-fated path we know all too well to be connected to one thing, to a sky covered that is completely unreachable, a world controlled by monsters like Jenova. But what Aerith knows to be the path forward is what she knows to be true of life itself.
What will we find on the other side?
Freedom. Boundless, terrifying freedom. Like a great, never-ending sky.
This act of freedom that embodies the life stream, and what Zack and Aerith came to value and understand, is what Aerith knows in this moment to be the right path. And even though these acts by the Whispers seemingly are a part of the planet's will, she knows that this is not the way it's supposed to be. It is this fate that she asks the party to rally against. What Crisis Core revealed is the structure of Final Fantasy VII's two warring ideologies. What we are seeing depicted in Remake is the final battle between them, and through Remake, they have both manifested themselves in the open for us now to discuss and conclude the discussion of Remake and where Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is going. But we also come to the conclusion of this video. While we have begun to understand just how important freedom is, and with that, the acceptance of death, we now have to understand this concept's function through the lens of Remake, as well as what its contrasting half is. From what we know of the lifestream, after death, one does not necessarily retain a complete sense of self. Rather, over time, all of what makes someone who they are, both in mind and in body, disperse into the flow of the life stream, becoming individual threads that then join and merge in and out of one another. While these memories continue to live on in the life stream, and also continue to live on in the memories of those who are still alive, all of this energy eventually is used to birth new life, to be reborn into something new. It is this idea that represents the acceptance of death. Now, what allows Jenova and Sephiroth to retain the forms as we know them as in the original game, in On the Way to a Smile, in Advent Children, and in Remake is their rejection of the cycle of life. Most importantly, it is their rejection of death. It is this contempt of death, the memories, or rather the nightmares of them that exist in others, their hatred for humanity, and their spiritual deviation from the life stream inherently, that builds their strong, unwavering will that allows them to resist this function of the life stream. It is this dynamic that we've already been hinting at in this video that we see being represented in both Aerith and Sephiroth in Remake. Aerith with the acceptance of death and Sephiroth's rejection of death. These two concepts will now be added to our list. As we have talked about already, the lifestream cycle creates a larger meaning of life for our characters through the concept of guidance. Sephiroth, however, who does not truly understand or cherish this meaning, only sees this cycle, and in and turn the souls of the living and the dead as a means to an end, to his own preservation and desires. Life and death is a tool to keep himself alive. This is worded perfectly by Aerith in Remake when she describes Sephiroth's relationship to the Whispers, the souls of the Lifestream, their screams, and the planet itself.
Because of him, Sephiroth?
Their words, they don't reach him. All these moments and memories, precious and fleeting, they're like rain rolling off his back. And when they're gone, he won't cry or shout or anything.
This tactic of using hatred, while it is effective in keeping both Sephiroth and Jenova alive, has two significant flaws. The first one being that Sephiroth is actually unable to stay alive by himself. In Advent Children, Sephiroth clings to Cloud's spirit and the memories Cloud has of him in order to save himself from being completely melded into the Lifestream. This same thing is shown to us in the souls infected by Geostigma, because these corrupted souls, the ones that have inherited Jenova's thoughts, along with Jenova's and Sephiroth's influence, can immediately be purified of this evil connection. This can be done as long as the underlying hate in the individuals is relieved, just as we saw in Kadaj in Advent Children and Genesis with Jenova cells in Crisis Core. The takeaway from this is that just as we have talked about with Crisis Core, Remake is using the entirety of the world's structure to illustrate the conflict between these ideals, from the smallest biological factor to the largest structures of the world. But now, in Remake and Rebirth, we are going to introduce several new identities to these sides, two different worlds. The world of pure white and the world of pure black. First, there are several different aspects of this spiritual place that defines it that we need to go over. Number one, the white background, or a large boundless sky, or both. Number two, the fact that water is seemingly present. And three, as we have explored thoroughly in my last video, a connection of consciousness. Not a connection that is being made from the outside of someone, but rather a connection that already exists within oneself to other people. This being concluded upon both through the understanding of the life stream that we have built through the concept of guidance, but also Aerith's appearance in Advent Children, being defined by Nomura to be a consciousness that resides in Cloud in the behind-scenes DVD extras of Advent Children. We see this place notably in Crisis Core, Advent Children, in Remake, and is alluded to in Intergrade, but for those who have watched other videos on this channel, you know that we have already talked about this place endlessly. So why am I bringing it up again? Because not only does this place finally have a conclusive end to its meaning that has been discovered, it is also a perfect platform to start illustrating just how valuable the language that we have developed from Crisis Core is, and how perfectly it matches the story of Final Fantasy VII Remake, as it is this space, along with its contrasting half, that reveals exactly what the intent of this part in the re-trilogy is leading to. The other reason I'm bringing up this space again is because we've already talked about it in this video. In The Kids Are Alright, Evan describes the life stream as a pure white world. While we have gone over other descriptions of this place before, none have specifically stated it as its own world. And up until this point, this book was the only place I had ever seen it mentioned specifically like this. That is, not until recently, because there is one other piece of media that shows us this same description of this world. And it is in that same media, it describes exactly what its intended function is. The first of these new discoveries comes from Advent children, but not from where you may think. This insight doesn't come from the movie itself, but rather is something that you have already seen me using throughout this video. The official English script for Advent children. For the uninitiated, in a script, there are scenes. At the beginning of any scene, you add the name of the location that the scene is taking place in at the top of the scene. And it is here, at the top of the scene in the Forgotten Forest, where Cloud runs into Aerith, where we finally learn the official name of this significant spiritual world. 36, woods adjoining the Forgotten City. Cloud speeds his motorbike through a mysterious wood whose trees emit a white light. As Cloud speeds on, the trees shine brighter. Cloud squints. White out. 37, world of pure white. The world of pure white, the name that defines this world, holds an incredible amount of significance for our discussion today. For starters, this color correlation is incredibly important to Final Fantasy VII in general. Not only does this color correlation distinguish the wings in Crisis Core, it's also the name of the chapters in On the Way to a Smile, Lifestream White, Aerith's story, and Lifestream Black being Sephiroth's story. The second reason is because this space already is perfectly aligned with what we have already learned from our discussion of the life stream's functions, with the concepts of acceptance, guidance, and purification. 87, Midgard Church, A New Day. You see, everything's alright. She fades into the light with Zack, who stands by the door. 88, World of Pure White. I know. I'm not alone. Not anymore. What this transition in this scene from the church to the world of pure white in the script of Advent Children conveys is what this entire conversation of the live stream has been leading to. It is the connection that Cloud's resolution has directly to the live stream and his salvation, one that is also signified by the ending's description for what happens to Zack and Aerith. The significance of this connection that this world makes to Cloud is that it begins to blur the line between the larger scale of the world's functions and Cloud himself. For the sake of making sure we keep track of this, we are going to add white and black to each category. Now, the world of pure white is not the only revelation here to explore, as there are several very important aspects of this world that need to be shown in order to properly define its significance in Remake. What begins to define the larger meaning to us is through another discovery. That discovery being an entirely new life stream. In the same Advent Children script, in the final battle with Sephiroth and Cloud, not only do we get a new depiction of the life stream, one that has never been talked about in any other Final Fantasy VII game, at least not on the surface, it is also in the same breath that the script reveals another vital piece of information. Its counterpart. 80, Shinra Building. The fight continues in the great storms born of the miasma. Cloud versus Sephiroth continued. In the midst of battle, Cloud glances earthward and sees Midgar. White life stream weaves betwixt the black life stream, and the former is cleansed by the latter. Cloud smiles. White life stream and black life stream, one being used to purify the other. While the black life stream clearly is represented by what Nomura has noted in the Advent Children commentary as the negative life stream, a concept that we have gone over thoroughly in the past, there has never really been anything that is described quite like the white life stream in any other piece of content or lore for Final Fantasy VII. But with the white life stream's introduction to us now, what is its significance? How does it, along with the black life stream and the blurring lines that the world is creating between itself and the characters, play their part in our larger discussion of Remake and Rebirth? Let's start with the obvious examples of white livestream and black livestream, as the use of this term comes into play from On the Way to a Smile. These chapters seem to directly reference these concepts through title alone, but neither of these chapters ever really mention white and black livestream by name in the book. But they do describe the function of the white life stream in Aerith's chapter. She discovered there were more spirits than before who resisted merging into the life stream's eternal flow. They were not like him, but she sensed the same hate, the same anger in them that led him to reject the planet and its life stream. She believed that this was due to the influence he exerted in the living world. Whenever such souls entered the life stream, she tried to relieve them of their anger. Beneath the spite and rage would be the memories of an ordinary man or woman. Memories with the common person's share of hardships, to be sure, but not devoid of joys great and small. She contrived to free those memories so that they could move on and melt into the stream, and soon enough, the empty shell of hate that remained would dissolve too. This seemingly is a perfect demonstration of the white life stream and its effect on the negative life stream. Now, while all of this might sound intriguing, you might be thinking to yourself that this is all coincidental, that the concept of a white life stream is self-contained to Advent Children and perhaps the books. On top of that, with no visual aid to accompany On the Way to a Smile, we cannot confidently say that it supports the existence of the white life stream. But we do seemingly have a visual example found in another game in the series, a place where the colors black and white are used prominently, an example where they come into contact with one another and demonstrate the qualities of purification, and that game is Final Fantasy VII Remake. During the moment in Chapter 18, at the edge of the highway, at Destiny's crossroads, and before the Singularity, Sephiroth's blade tears open a part of space, revealing a black hole-like gate, the inside of the Whispers. This is the negative life stream. Aerith uses white magic to change the portal from black to white. This is the white life stream. What Aerith is doing in this scene is purifying the negative life stream at the end of Remake with the white life stream, a white gate that is then identified by Aerith as being the way to freedom. There is literally nothing else in any part of Final Fantasy VII's lore, interviews, or games that can even come close to how reasonably this explains what these two forces that Sephiroth and Aerith are using are. Now we will continue to strengthen our understanding of the existence of the white life stream, but for now, let us turn our attention to its counterpart, the negative life stream, and begin exploring its properties and how it too begins to blur the lines between its world and Cloud's character in Remake. As we have come to find with most of the subjects that we have brought up in this video, with the discovery of one side comes a reflection of it on the other. While the white lifestream represents the power of purification, its reflection, the negative lifestream, is defined by the decaying of life. But more importantly, it is defined as a deviation from the normal circulation of life. Geostigma, AC, a strange disease that has spread throughout the world since the meteor disaster, causing black discoloration of the skin. There is no cure, and those who develop the disease gradually become weakened by the pain they experience periodically, eventually leading to death. This is a symptom of an overactive immune system that is trying to reject the presence of Jenova in the body. Horribly, the spiritual energy of the dead who have geostigma deviates from the normal circulation of life and is incorporated into the negative life stream. Jenova's inherited thoughts lurking in the life stream to become a part of the power that is eroding the planet. The white life stream, as demonstrated in this scene with Cloud at the end of Advent Children, shows us the natural flow of life. The negative life stream creates a completely separate flow of life, one that contradicts what the life stream's functions are to a T, because this deviation from life gives us insight into what the abnormal deviation that was mentioned to be caused by Jenova cells to begin with. That those who bear this abnormality are most likely predestined to deviate from the thematic and the literal flow of the life stream's guidance, thus explaining the concept of Lovelace's fate of soldiers and ultimately allowing us to better define Remake's use of the concept of destiny. And it is in Remake where we see the full effect of the negative life stream's form of guidance, as we see in this scene in Remake, where Cloud initially arrives in the pure white world. He suddenly arrives in an all-black world.
Hey, who are you? Who are you?
I am your everything.
Rather than characters like Aerith and Zack in Advent Children, or as in this example, Cloud's inner self, using this world to nudge Cloud along to his resolution through the lifestream's guidance, we see Sephiroth using this other world to forcibly impose his will onto Cloud, to distance himself from his inner self. Now you may be wondering how this blurs the line between Sephiroth and Cloud. We will be exploring this blurring line in both the Forces and Cloud extensively a little bit later in this video. With the introduction of this world, and no official name to define it, I am dubbing this world the World of Pure Black. Now, while you may not be entirely convinced of the concept of the World of Pure Black, you're going to find out that both of these worlds are much more tangible in Remake than you may think. While this demonstrates only one form of the negative life stream's influence on a spiritual and internal level, let's turn our attention to the larger, more apparent result of this form of the negative life stream's guidance. Because it is this form of guidance that, of course, takes on Final Fantasy VII Remake's definition of destiny. While we have made countless connections in prior videos to the negative lifestream, Jenova, and to the Whispers, we can connect the negative life stream to destiny with what we have already learned. To do that, let's turn our attention to the Whisper Harbinger in Remake, along with the Whispers Rubrum, Viridi, and Crossio. This quote comes from Final Fantasy VII Remake Revisited, a series of interviews covering each chapter of Remake. This specific quote being about Chapter 18. Interviewer: Whispers Rubrum, Viridi, and Crossio seem to represent Kadaj, Laz, and Yazoo from Final Fantasy VII Advent Children, fighting to save their own future, referencing the entries that appear after using assess materia on each. Is this true? Toriyama: the Whispers are actually capable of forming monsters from all of the memories in the flow of time. And I think this includes characters who exist or will exist in the timeline as well. The use of the term monsters by the director of Remake and Rebirth, who is linking the remnants in Advent Children to the term monsters, a connection which we have already made ourselves, and the remnants' connection to the Whispers, the Whisper Harbinger, and to Genova, and all of these concepts, association to destiny, all while being associated with the term memories in the timeline of Final Fantasy VII, begins to clarify just how much truth there is to Crisis Core's depiction of these concepts, and how they are being directly translated into every aspect of Remake's story. It's at this moment that I reveal to you what this video has really been about this entire time. Some of you who have watched my other videos might be shocked by the content that you have seen in this one so far, not for any other reason than it has lacked two key aspects of discussion. The first being the discussion that I so prominently featured in my last video, memories, and the one that has been on everyone's minds since playing Remake back in 2020, and more recently, June 8th, 2023, the timeline of the Raid Trilogy. But what you might not realize is that we have actually been talking about both of these subjects the entire time. The subjects of the white lifestream and the black lifestream, and the two legacies that represent them. Both, at their core, resonate the truth of what lurks behind each of these less explored but deeply important subjects. In the last video, we discussed how memories are the essential building block of the strands of spiritual energy that collectively makes up the life stream, and that because of this fact, memories are the center of the characters, the world, and all of the aspects of the narrative structure as we know it. That video was about hammering into everyone's skulls that no matter which way you think about Final Fantasy VII,
at least to the extent that I have,
the unknown journey always winds up back to the center of memories. And it is that essential point I am going to prove to you right now. By the way,
consider this the nail in the coffin.
This is the metaphorical nail in the metaphorical coffin, because just as we learned at the beginning of this video, along with the language that we have just developed through our list, Final Fantasy VII's border between the physical, spiritual, and narrative constructs of its story is really just one big blur. The concept of legacies is no different. Through what you have learned of good and evil, to the wills and intent behind each of them, we turn to the words spoken by Nomura in the DVD extras of Advent Children.
Final Fantasy VII で描かれたテーマは命。その続編であるアドベント・チルドレンの物語はどのようにして生まれ、どんな思いを我々に投げかけているのであろうか。
そのライフストリームの中にその結局溶けてる命というのはどういうもんだろうと。意思としてはライフストリームの大きな一つの流れがあって、その中に個々の記憶が取り込まれて、その中でもその思念っていう言葉が使われてるんですけど。
You may be confused at this moment about what the hell Nomura is talking about, but it is this mimetic legacy that is actually the source of everything, as it is this word that was translated from Advent Children's use of the literal translation of inherited thoughts when discussing subjects like Genova and even Angel in Crisis Core. It is also a word that was used as a way of discussing the DNA of the characters. It is the word that Nomura is using here that is also being used to describe how memories were the focal point of the original Final Fantasy VII, and that Advent Children's subject was about how those memories that made up that legacy collectively formed the consciousness of those who live on in the life stream and in others. So, here it is. What time is made up of is the memories in the life stream. What represents them collectively has and has always been the mimetic legacies that make up these two sides. I use the plural version of this term because it is the power of memories that is also the core of the negative life stream.
邪悪な物質。セフィロス因子、ジェノバの遺伝子ね。
This mimetic legacy of the life stream and the mimetic legacy of Genova is what defines our understanding of good and evil, and it is with every instinct in me that I believe was the story that the compilation had been wanting to communicate to us from the very beginning, because just as Nomura during the development of Advent Children was manifesting this subject into being, it was this conflict of mimetic legacies in both the spiritual and physical sense that Crisis Core has always, and I mean from the very beginning, was setting up to show you. Because just as Crisis Core showed you the physical legacy that Zack inherited and passed on, Crisis Core also showed you the mimetic legacy that was built by Zack throughout the game that created Final Fantasy VII through the DMW and the life stream. We see the digital mind wave contain not just Angeal's thoughts, but every character that Zack remembered throughout the story of Crisis Core. Crisis Core is showing us that all of these memories make up the mimetic legacy of humanity. This mimetic legacy playing to us relentlessly during Zack's last stand. It's this same mimetic legacy that is the one that Cloud then inherited, not just through the metaphorical passing of the Buster Sword, but quite literally through the Genova cells in Cloud copying the memories that made up this legacy. Memories are the core of legacy, but also it is these threads of memories, as we already theorized in the past, that has now become official, that create the threads of what we know to be time in Final Fantasy VII. This was made official in Ever Crisis, thanks to a friend of mine and a friend of the channel's combat master and apparent lore extraordinaire, Blitz. Through him, we were able to witness the entire opening of Ever Crisis, and it is the beginning of this game that is all we needed to know. In the opening of the game, we see the life stream. This is what Ever Crisis's narration says about it.
星の命、ライフストリームはあらゆる記憶、知識、 感情を乗せ巡り巡る時に交わり時に離れ見たことのない物語を映し出すそれもまた星が宿すもう一つの可能性
What gives shape to the moments and memories that make up time in Final Fantasy VII are these threads of memories that make up the life stream's flow, weaving in and out of one another, memories colliding, then separating and diffusing. But what Ever Crisis is wanting to share with us is that not only do these memories take on different events throughout time as we know them, but these collisions also create, as Ever Crisis puts it, other possibilities, different outcomes of events. But for our purposes, we need to know about 3 instances of these moments. The first one being the most important, because this one was shown to us all the way back when Crisis Core released. At the very end of Crisis Core, after the credit sequence, as these events of Crisis Core conclude, the threads of the life stream appear to collide in space. That collision creating a white light. All of those moments and memories, the mimetic legacy that we had just experienced upon the diffusion of these memories, what appears before us is the opening sequence of Final Fantasy VII. This next part is going to blow your mind, theoretically. And if I'm right, Square, you owe me a paycheck, because in Remake, forming in the same way that we see in Crisis Core's scene with its life stream, the negative life stream through the Whispers collectively creates a singular purple point, being the collection of corrupted memories, and holding within it a similar white light. I'm going to say that without a doubt in my mind, that this light that the Harbinger is holding within it is the one created by the mimetic legacy at the end of Crisis Core. What that white light is was the intended future that the livestream had sought after to make. This event, however, then shows us that Sephiroth merges with the negative livestream, those corrupted memories, and the act of Cloud and Sephiroth colliding. The characters that represent these two mimetic legacies, that represent these two individual flows of two different life streams colliding, is what creates the quote-unquote Terrier timeline.
I'm never going to use that word again.
The point was to say this, that you don't have to control all of the life stream to be able to guide time. All you need are the ones who bear the mimetic legacies. Sorry about that tangent. Where were we? Oh yeah. Not only does this solidify Genova's connection to the concept of destiny, it also proves to us that Remake's developers are using the same terminology and language from Crisis Core to reveal to us the deeper significance of one of its most important scenes. And it's not just this scene with the Harbinger that is brought to light by Crisis Core, because Remake also continues to validate the concepts of the white and black worlds and all that they represent. And in doing so, we now begin to answer all of Remake's largest mysteries. And using Crisis Core as a guide, we define them all for ourselves. Let's first ease into the rest of this discussion by reaffirming that the concept of these worlds, the world of pure white and the world of pure black, are something that Remake consistently, in its own way, reaffirms. Remake does this by validating their thematic presence in the most crucial areas of its deviating story, and at the same time, it continues to connect these worlds to the characters themselves. Right after the battle with the Harbinger, a bright light is released from it. The white light envelops the party, and we enter into a white space, presumably this space being the world of pure white. This seemingly symbolizing that the world of pure white was actually trapped within the negative life stream's flow. Having been released, the red fog envelops this world, and this guiding world is then blown away by Meteor. While we have already gone over this scene from the viewpoint of Crisis Core, it takes on a new meaning when we take a look once again at the developer's perspective of the battle that ensues between Sephiroth and the party. The developers make a point to describe this conflict as two opposing worlds. This scene is extremely important because it hints at the showdown between the world of the lifestream that Aerith represents versus the world of Meteor that Sephiroth represents. It is very fitting that Sephiroth, the strongest villain, appears in the world of destruction caused by Meteor, so please pay close attention to that. But this concept, along with the blurring line between the world and the characters, does not just stop at the singularity, because while you may think that this is as far as Remake decided to go with this thematic structure, it actually takes it one step further. Not just with two worlds and their connection to the characters at play that represent them, but with two universes. In the Final Fantasy VII Remake Ultimania, several storyboards were released for the most crucial scene in the entire game, the final scene between Sephiroth and Cloud at the edge of creation. Each shot in the scene is accompanied with its own small description, and in them, there are some mind-blowing revelations that create a much greater and more profound context for what the edge of creation scene is actually depicting. Here are the panels along with their descriptions. 30. A space that shows the contrast between the universe of death, a universe that is dying, and the universe of creation, a universe that is being born. 31. Cloud in ready stance bears the burden of the universe of creation. Cut in 2. Sephiroth in ready stance bears the burden of the universe of death. 45. Background wide angle of the universe of death. Sword falls. Cloud looks towards the sword. Cloud in front of the universe of death. This is an alternate translation from Turquoise Hammer. 30. Space shows contrast between the universe of death and the universe of creation. Cloud in ready stance bears the burden of the universe that is to be born. Cut in 2. Sephiroth in ready stance bears the burden of a dying universe. 45. Background wide angle of the dying universe. Sword falls. Cloud looks towards the sword. Cloud in front of the dying universe. These universes, along with Cloud and Sephiroth's pairing to them, is the id of everything we have discussed, because while Remake has pushed these concepts to this brand new final extreme, one that seems to be so outside of the realm of any sort of reason or relevance or rational comprehension to either new players or returning ones, these universes are fundamentally based on concepts that we are all very deeply familiar with. In fact, we already know what these two universes represent, and it is this understanding of what comes next that has been the fruit of our entire efforts. In the Final Fantasy VII Remake Material Ultimania, a book that details certain aspects of Final Fantasy VII Remake's art and story, features two contrasting nebulas found in the scene. In the book, both of them are titled Starry Sky. Just based off of their names alone, these nebulas become linked to the symbolism of the sky that we have already learned about from Crisis Core. And because of that, we know that these two universes symbolically represent two differing goals, ideals, and dreams. But that isn't the only thing that the Material Ultimania gives us, because it also tells us, in the same description of the universes, what these two separate dreams are, as their description details what these universes were inspired by to begin with. Sephiroth's wing was used as inspiration for the background featured in the final confrontation between Cloud and Sephiroth. Knowing that these two universes are meant to contrast one another, both in the space that they belong in and by the light that they cast in the scene being red and blue, and in their names given to us from the storyboards, as well as how they both connected to the symbolism of the sky, and how they are both inspired by the representation of Sephiroth's wing, we can very easily see what these two universes are. They are the embodiment of the ideologies that stem from Angeal and Sephiroth. They are representations of the white and black wings. They are the embodiment of the world of pure white and the world of pure black. They both separately represent the physical and spiritual form of everything that we have discussed. What the Edge of Creation represents is the internal conflict of acceptance and rejection of death, as it usually applies to characters like Zack and Genesis, is not just being embodied by the characters Cloud and Sephiroth in Remake, but this conflict is being depicted on the largest physical scale that we have ever seen in Final Fantasy VII. So, why have these two sides, ones that have remained mostly in the background through their thematic, spiritual, and ideological presence, taken this massive physical form at the end of Remake? But most importantly, why have they manifested in a space that Toriyama, the director of Rebirth, tells us is the end of the world? The area where you see Cloud and Sephiroth fighting in the last scene is called the end of the world. It's the edge of the world's space and time, a place where time has stopped. What the Edge of Creation is depicting is both the metaphorical, psychological, physical, and spiritual end of the world. To clearly illustrate this, let's talk about another part of the lifestream cycle, because the cycle of the lifestream doesn't just take place within individuals or on the planet. It also applies to the entirety of Final Fantasy VII's universe. We turn to a quote that explains Final Fantasy VII's lifestream, because in both the lifestream's most basic form within individuals and to its largest degree as a universal function, life, death, and rebirth applies not to just people, but to celestial bodies as well. Upon an old planet's death, the spiritual energy within it separates, and what happens next through this separation is that the spiritual energies unify and then diffuse, and in the process of becoming one, they become something entirely new. Whenever anything dies, it casts off its physical form and becomes pure spiritual energy. This energy drifts around for some time before gradually merging with the greater bulk of spiritual energy, just as when a single drop of ink falls into a glass of water, this newly released energy initially retains its shape and color, but eventually diffuses with a larger spiritual mass. This mass can also be considered the life of the planet, which is repeatedly divided into smaller fragments. These fragments form the basis of new life. Within this cycle is the totality of life. Spiritual energy develops through a cycle of separation, union, and diffusion. This holds true at the individual biological level, as well as the planetary and galactic levels. In other words, the cosmos is one giant, ever-maturing body of spiritual energy. As the universe's energy increases, it gives rise to smaller separate units of spiritual energy, not unlike the way humans give birth to children. These units are cosmic eggs. They move into alternate dimensions and precipitate big bangs, producing a universe that divides itself and gives rise to galaxies, planets, organisms, and so on. This process of separation and union then repeats itself, resulting in further growth. What ultimately created the world we saw in Remake were two conflicting, separate spiritual energies, the white lifestream and the negative lifestream. These two energies, both being born from the larger growing spiritual energy inside of the lifestream itself. It is because of this growth, and in the same way that memories come together and separate to create other possibilities, as described by Sephiroth in Ever Crisis, that the planet is now experiencing its death and a spiritual separation. The end of the world of Final Fantasy VII as we know it. As we are going to learn, the world of Final Fantasy VII was, in one way or another, always fated to end, whether that was through the hand of destiny or not, and that what we are now witnessing here in the final scene of Remake is the world's preparation for rebirth. Now, in order to understand the full context of what the Edge of Creation is depicting and what exactly Remake's narrative did to shape our perspective of not just the events in its story, but also our perspective of the world's fate, we are going to start talking about the dynamic that has been created between Cloud and Sephiroth, mainly focusing on Sephiroth's intent in this scene. As we have learned from the storyboards, Sephiroth and Cloud represent these two sides in Remake, but their pairing to these universes is not the only evidence that Remake offers to connect them to these concepts in this scene. First, let's go back to a quote from Toriyama and see what exactly defines the Edge of Creation and what is taking place according to him. The area where you see Cloud and Sephiroth fighting in the last scene is called the End of the World. It's the edge of the world's space and time, a place where time has stopped. Time is running out before the end of the world, and thus is represented by the words 7 seconds prior. If time were to resume, either the world would meet its doom within 7 seconds, or with some kind of power, the path of space and time can be changed. This is why Sephiroth tells Cloud, "It's up to you." While we will expand on Sephiroth's call to action to Cloud in a moment, Toriyama also mentions that time has seemingly stopped. But it's important to note that this isn't the case when the scene initially starts, as this is what happens upon Cloud's arrival to this space, an unusual area in space. Cloud stands alone in the void of outer space. A gaseous nebula spreads out before him. He surveys his surroundings with bewilderment. With a pounding sound effect, his body splits and then rejoins. His head spins. With each step, his body threatens to split apart. When he stops walking, it returns to one piece. Cloud appears to stumble and nearly falls down, just as a hand grips Cloud's arm and helps him to his feet. The hand's owner is Sephiroth. So initially, it is only with each movement that Cloud takes that progresses time in his space, and Cloud feels the full effect of the event that is happening around him, with time unpaused. Just like the quote about how the planet and its own spiritual energy separates upon its death, Cloud's spiritual energy is splitting apart. So what stops time fully? This moment in time only fully pauses when Sephiroth's hand makes contact with Cloud. It is only then that the scene is able to progress without the effects of this spiritual splitting. It's this contact that shows us not just the intentions of Sephiroth in this moment for the world, but Sephiroth's intentions for Cloud. Let's now take a moment to recognize that it is this moment at the end of the world that Sephiroth wanted to show Cloud from the very beginning. This most notably being described in the script for the scene at the end of the highway, just as Sephiroth is about to pass into the singularity through his gate.
I'm waiting, Cloud.
Though this may sound like a summons to the reunion, Sephiroth's real intention here is to invite Cloud beyond the wall to tell him the truth of the planet's fate. He is calling to him mercifully. Sephiroth wanted Cloud to see this moment, but for what? To explore that, let's finish out this scene at the edge of creation. Cloud shakes off Sephiroth and draws back. Still with his attention on Cloud, Sephiroth turns away to look at the nebula. This nebula that Sephiroth looks at is the universe that is dying. This is what he says about it.
Our world will become a part of it one day, but I will not end, nor will I have you end.
What Sephiroth means by the future of this moment not yet existing, the planet becoming a part of this dying universe, and what Sephiroth says to Cloud before he leaves the scene is that he is fully aware that in 7 seconds, the planet will not just die, but that these two forces of spiritual matter that have been split will collide and then be reborn, and that because of this, neither Sephiroth or Cloud will continue to exist as they are. They will, as Sephiroth says, disappear. But knowing this fate, and based off of what Sephiroth says, Sephiroth is not just rejecting this outcome for Cloud and himself. He wants to control it, to survive it. While Sephiroth's goal seems to be within his reach, it seems to be something that Sephiroth can't do on his own, which is why Sephiroth, through this entire game, is seeking out one thing. What Sephiroth is demonstrating to us by taking Cloud's hand at the beginning of this scene, and what he is offering by reaching that same hand out to Cloud again at the end of it, is the power that both of them create together. The power to reject death. The power to control the fate of the new world. It is this power that Cloud has that Sephiroth is fully aware of. This is what Toriyama tells us. If time were to resume, either the world would meet its doom within 7 seconds, or with some kind of power, the path of space and time can be changed. This is why Sephiroth tells Cloud, it's up to you. What Cloud has, and what Sephiroth has already used, and what he continues to need, is the power that Sephiroth, someone who has been trapped, has never been able to fully possess. What he needs is Cloud's humanity, because it is this humanity that we already know has led Sephiroth to freedom, just as Genesis found his through Zack in Crisis Core. Now that we have already started to catch a glimpse of the metaphorical context of the Edge of Creation, we're going to begin to explore Cloud's humanity. We're going to start this by seeing just how Sephiroth has already used it to change the world and, in turn, himself. Let's start with a suspicious line of dialogue from the Edge of Creation. While we know that Sephiroth asks Cloud to help him defy destiny in the same scene at the Edge of Creation, from what the rest of Remake's script tells us, this is not the case, because Sephiroth, at this point in time, when he says this, has already achieved this goal, this being made clear by two parts of Remake's script. In the script for the End of the Highway, it says that Sephiroth was intentionally leading the party to this outcome to change destiny. Sephiroth beckons the party to change destiny. And at the Edge of Creation, it is described that at this point, this goal of Sephiroth's was already achieved. Sephiroth calls to Cloud, with whom he defied destiny. Destiny, at this point in Remake, is something that Sephiroth has already used Cloud to overcome. And Remake's script expresses this accomplishment to us by using the same terminology that we have already seen describe how Genesis found his own freedom through Zack, meaning that not only has Sephiroth defied his destiny, this terminology also implies that Sephiroth has also overcome all of the things that Genesis himself was hindered by in Crisis Core. The main opposition to that freedom, as we have already learned, being Jenova herself. And with that freedom from Jenova's control, Sephiroth has gained in some aspects some humanity. This is demonstrated at the Edge of Creation and in Crisis Core Reunion. The first being that Sephiroth, as we have gone over in the past, changes the way that he addresses himself. In the Japanese version of the original game and in Crisis Core, prior to his death in the Nibelheim reactor, Sephiroth can be seen using the term ore. This non-formal way of a masculine identifier is used when talking with close friends, or someone that you are well acquainted with. However, for everything after the Nibelheim incident, Sephiroth begins addressing himself through the identifier Watashi. This term is non-specific to gender and is used to address others formally, and is not used with close friends. What this change from ore to Watashi signifies is Sephiroth becoming farther removed from his humanity, as it is this connection that Final Fantasy VII's Ultimania makes itself. Ore, original game, sane pronoun, male only, coarse sounding pronoun. Ore, Crisis Core Reunion, and Last Order, sane pronoun, male only, not as coarse as Watashi. Watashi, all titles, post-insanity pronoun, genderless, normal, politeness. As it is identified in the quote, Sephiroth continues to address himself as Watashi throughout the rest of the original game, throughout the compilation, and even in Remake. That is, only up until the final confrontation with the party in the Singularity. It is only after destiny becomes undone, and in turn, Jenova's control over him, that he then changes the way he identifies himself. It is here at the Edge of Creation that Sephiroth, for the first time since his death in the original game, a moment defined by the turning point for Sephiroth's character to become a monster, that he reverts back to using ore. The second example of this humanity we see through the nebula that he represents. Now, as I've stated already, these two nebulas refer to goals and dreams of two sides of good and evil. But if that is the case, then why was Sephiroth's own wing used as inspiration to represent the nebula that Sephiroth begins to reflect on? With the nebula's coupling to the thematic language of the sky, Sephiroth, whose lack of dreams defines one of the hallmarks of the side of evil, has now by definition developed a dream. This dream is also signified in Crisis Core Reunion, but in a much more subtle way. In the promotional art for the game, we see Zack, Cloud, and Sephiroth standing at the edge of the iconic area where Zack makes his last stand, staring into a bright blue sky. Zack looking in one direction, and Sephiroth and Cloud wearing his Final Fantasy VII soldier outfit looking in another. The use of this area and its pairing to these three characters, and in the different directions that these characters are heading, holds a much greater connection that we will explore later on. Now, while you may be thinking that Sephiroth's freedom at the edge of creation only loosely fits the criteria of what we saw demonstrated with Zack and Genesis in Crisis Core, we have actually already seen the effect of Cloud's humanity in the same way that it was demonstrated in Remake. This is very thoroughly explained by another character, one who also, through Cloud, gained his freedom. This character being Chadley. This is what Chadley says after you have beaten the final VR mission, in which Chadley reveals the truth of his situation and the truth of Cloud's power.
Well done, Cloud. You've managed to fully tap into the potential once locked within you. Now that my research is at long last complete, I believe that it's time I told you the truth about myself. I'm not human. I'm a cyborg created to serve as Hojo's assistant. I was given knowledge and power beyond that of a human, but I was robbed of free will, bound to obey the whims of my master. But when we met, Cloud, I sensed something within you. Something I knew would allow me to break free of my chains. By identifying and studying a subject with infinite potential such as yourself, I could adhere to the directives imposed upon me, all the while pursuing my plans for independence in secret. Your combat data provided me with the vital information that I required to enhance my basic functionality. This is the result. Through my research and with your assistance, I have freed myself from Hojo's bondage. I cannot thank you enough for your help. You've given me the power to finally live life on my own terms.
So, what are you gonna do now?
I'm not sure. It's all a big, wonderful mystery. It's nice not knowing something for a change.
What Chadley describes is what we have been talking about for this entire video. Taking Chadley's words, he is describing someone who isn't human, someone who, while they may be more powerful than others, doesn't have free will. Rather, they are controlled by their master. But once they gain the knowledge of humanity's power, they are able to use someone else's humanity to free themselves from their prison. And with that, they are able to live life on their own terms. Chadley's story directly parallels the entire narrative of Sephiroth's transformation in Remake, as well as the entire narrative of Genesis's story in Crisis Core. This is a sentence I never thought I would say that. What both Sephiroth and Chadley's freedom shows us is that Cloud's humanity is the key to the edge of creation scene, the key to Sephiroth's freedom, the key to Remake, and in turn, the key to the Re-trilogy. And to prove that, let's look again at the edge of creation, because as we have already noted, this event being shown to us is not just about the physical end of the world and the rebirth of anew. It is also a representation of the end of these ideologies as we know them. And in turn, it is a representation of the end of Cloud. But with their end and their merging to the contrasting halves, they become reborn. And from that comes a new ideology, a new legacy, and the reason for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth's title, the rebirth of Sephiroth. let's look at the original context of the scene as it is presented to us. This scene, as many already know, is a recreation of the final battle between Sephiroth and Cloud. In the OG, the area that Sephiroth and Cloud duel in is noted as being the heart of the planet, the life stream. But what we are also told is that it depicts the battle inside of Cloud's mind. It is through this physical and mental journey in the original game that Cloud is led to fight and defeat the person who is opposing his resolution. Not only does it show just how powerful Cloud has become physically, but it also shows how far Cloud has come as a character with his own inner strength. What we gather from this, that the Edge of Creation is depicting what is occurring in Cloud. This battle not just over ideologies or a battle of strength, but a battle that is happening internally and spiritually between the sides of light and dark over Cloud's freedom from Sephiroth's control. And it is this decisive battle that Cloud has lost, and it is this line that has begun to blur the boundaries of Sephiroth and Cloud entirely, and the inevitability of their wills becoming one. What Cloud has become is Sephiroth's vessel, a vessel for his rebirth. The things that Cloud blames himself for are not things that anyone else blames him for. So what he has to do is overcome himself. I think that's an appropriate way to put it. I think Cloud is weak. Most children think of heroes as being strong and cool and having no weaknesses. There are times when I wonder, how can Cloud be so weak? But on the other hand, that is what makes him more human. He is a hero after all. I don't think that there are many heroes as weak and as real as he is. But in the end, Cloud comes out strong, and he does what he has to do to protect what he needs to. I hope that people will see that they can become strong when surrounded by friends or when you have something to protect. What makes Cloud a true hero? Not to us, but in the world of Final Fantasy VII. It's not through any sort of physical strength per se, but rather the strength to rely on others. While Cloud's weakness can be viewed as a hindrance, with the right circumstances, it allows him to come to a deeper sense of understanding of himself, allowing for more compassion and empathy for others. It is this weakness that, coupled with the guidance of others, that gives Cloud his unique humanity. However, while this weakness provides Cloud a great deal of perspective, it is this same weakness that leaves Cloud open to his own self-inflicted torment. This is best described through Advent Children interviews and through Advent Children character bios. In the end of the original game, Cloud became a hero who saved the life of the planet, but what he lost during that battle took a heavy toll, and Cloud's heart continued to be tormented by a deep sense of regret and blame towards himself. Even after defeating Sephiroth and regaining his true self, images and memories of Zack turned to a sense of guilt which continued to torment Cloud. Suffering from this, images of Zack appear in his consciousness time and time again. Zack will later become one of the driving forces to help Cloud move forward on his own feet. He finds himself infected by geostigma, and as if fleeing, he removes himself from the presence of his friends. Cloud suffers at the thought of being unable to save anybody. His heart remains trapped as it was 2 years ago. Ultimately, it is this self-inflicted suffering, this rejection of death that we see in Advent Children isolates Cloud emotionally and physically. becoming fearful that in getting closer to those he cherishes the most, he might not be able to handle losing them as he has others. Question: at the end of Final Fantasy VII, Cloud saved the world and was on his way to a happy ending, but in the 2 years towards Advent Children, he returned to the way he was in the past. What happened to him? Answer: Nojima. When he started living with Tifa and started out his job, the peaceful life that he had never experienced before made him anxious. During that time, he also contracted geostigma. So to protect the ones precious to him or not, he had to face death and ran away. But through the help of the ones closest to him, both those in life and in death, Cloud comes out the other side through his own salvation, forgiving himself for the things he felt responsible for. It is this acceptance of death in which Cloud gains a greater appreciation for life, and rather than isolating himself, Cloud begins to fight with all of his might to protect the world and his friends. While it is this humanity that begins to shine meaning on how Cloud was the perfect candidate to receive the legacy of the Buster Sword, it is this infinite capacity for suffering that reveals a new path to a new legacy, as it is this fear, torment, and suffering that Cloud carries throughout his entire journey, that he must now face in himself at his most vulnerable, because it is the presence of this suffering from the past, present, and future that Sephiroth is using in Remake to change Cloud from within, to reshape Cloud, the one who will inevitably become a true hero, into a new and perfect monster. While Sephiroth seemingly has confronted Cloud and the party physically throughout the game, the core of Sephiroth, the essence of him, resides in Cloud. While we have already detailed this connection between Sephiroth and Cloud thoroughly in my last video, the takeaway from it is that it not only allows Sephiroth access to Cloud's consciousness, his spiritual journey, and the memories that make up the flow of time, as we saw referenced with the Whisper Harbinger quote earlier. It is the same connection that Sephiroth has used to return to the beginning of Remake to tamper with its events, and Cloud as a character, but using what we have already learned and more recent interviews and the quotes that we just went over with Advent Children, we can see that there has actually been a lot of further elaboration from the developers about the influence that Sephiroth has on Cloud's inner self. This interview talks about Sephiroth's influence right from the outset of Remake, and as we have seen time and time again, the developers are linking the concept to this changing world with Cloud once again. Question: fans who played the original Final Fantasy VII were very surprised to see Sephiroth appear and make contact with Cloud so early in the remake. Why did the team decide to have Sephiroth show up at such an early stage in the story? Was the intention to show players Cloud's vulnerable side right out of the gate? Answer: one purpose was to show the effect Sephiroth seems to have on Cloud's inner self from an early stage, but we also decided to introduce Sephiroth early on because of the profound influence that he has on the world of Remake. This existing influence Sephiroth has over Cloud and the world, as we already know, is no coincidence. But what this begins to introduce to us is how Sephiroth is steering Cloud to begin with. What results from the psychological attack that Sephiroth conducts on Cloud is that it begins to make Cloud withdraw from others. This isolation is actually perfectly described by a scene in Chapter 3, during the party's gathering at 7th Heaven, as the developers describe Cloud as being more isolated than he was from the party in the original game. In Chapter 3, Cloud is more distant from Avalanche members than he was in the original game, so we made it so that he was not allowed into the underground hideout, having group meetings that only full Avalanche members are invited to, and Cloud being left out in the celebration of the successful bombing mission, etc., depicted the loneliness of his situation. The darts match was more than just a minigame and also plays a part in the story. In the events before and after the darts match, we needed to have Cloud taken out of the plot to bomb Reactor 5 and create a sense of his isolation from Avalanche. We aimed to have the player experience this firsthand with the playable section where Cloud is off, having a lonely time while all of the other Avalanche members are together in the strategy room. As Cloud won't participate in the bombing mission of Sector 5's MECHRO reactor, they, the Whispers, responded to the circumstances that became different from fate. The same thing that is causing the isolation in Cloud is also causing the story to deviate, a deviation that the Whispers respond to. This same loneliness is perfectly explained by Sephiroth's presence, as we actually see with our own eyes earlier in the game in Cloud's first conversation with Aerith, as seeing Aerith here spurs Sephiroth to once again spur Cloud to reject the thought of death. As Cloud makes his way down the street, a suspicious woman, Aerith, is moving ahead of him. Aerith is desperately trying to fend off an attack from some invisible force, Whispers. When Cloud arrives at the spot, the invisible things disappear and Aerith sighs from relief. She looks towards Cloud. Recognizing Aerith's face triggers a noise inside of Cloud's head. Sephiroth is standing between Aerith and Cloud.
You are too weak to save anyone. Not even yourself.
These are Sephiroth's words that live inside of Cloud's heart. Glossing over the fact that all of this is literally word for word what we have already talked about in Advent Children's quote about Cloud's biggest fears, it is at this moment in time we begin to see exactly what Sephiroth's strategy here is to manipulate Cloud to think. Sephiroth, using his knowledge, is turning Cloud away from the things that end up saving him, the people around him, all by feeding into Cloud's fear of loss. Sephiroth is not only using the events of Cloud's past against him, but he is using the traumatic events that have yet to even take place with this example with Aerith. Things that Cloud, at this point in the story, is not even remotely equipped to deal with, all to use Cloud's infinite potential to create unbearable suffering. But in this moment of weakness for Cloud, and with no one else to turn to, Sephiroth begins to take Cloud under his wing. Looking after the plate falls in Midgar, Sephiroth appears before Cloud to tell him that he has failed yet again to save anyone from the catastrophic events caused by Shinra. With Cloud literally whimpering like a child, Sephiroth does something incredibly uncharacteristic. He begins to impart a lesson to Cloud. What Sephiroth reminds Cloud of, this path, the one of suffering, is the one that will lead him to have strength to overcome death.
You have failed again, I see. But through suffering, you will grow strong. Isn't that what you want?
What Sephiroth wants Cloud to believe is that the weakness of his humanity, his reliance on others, will not just lead to death, but what Sephiroth is saying is that it will all be Cloud's fault. But at the same time, he is encouraging him to overcome this perceived weakness, to overcome Sephiroth himself, all to be able to overcome death itself. Sephiroth is telling him that in order to accomplish this, he must become strong. This idea of strength, however, is not the idea of strength that we are familiar with through heroes like Zack, but in the way that Sephiroth sees strength. Let's start off by saying that this mentality of growing stronger through suffering is the exact opposite view that heroes like Angeal shares to Zack, and in reality, that it is this mentality that Sephiroth is imparting onto Cloud that is the definition of what a hero must fight against. Now, while this is the clearest examples of this in Remake, the best example is the one that shows us this topic's relevance, not to Remake, but to the Re-trilogy, because this suffering, the strength that it creates, and the changes that it causes in those who go down this path is spoken about directly by Aerith in Rebirth.
悲しみや怒りは私たちを強くするけど私たちを変えてしまう過去じゃなくて未来を思えば
But it is this narrative that we are actually already familiar with, because it is the exact same narrative that Remake is using to shape your view of the story as it exists so far. What Sephiroth did to Cloud and what Remake did to us is that it set the player's attention on two concepts. The concepts of life and death. It wanted you to fixate on Aerith's death, to fixate on the possibility of the party's death, to create the same fear of losing the characters that we have grown to care about over again, to see Tifa and Barrett's death, to then see Barrett's death again, and then him being brought back to life, to fixate on Zack being brought back to life as well. This all being done to build up the perspective that the preservation of life as it exists is the goal, and the power to stop death is seemingly attainable, and that perhaps we could even prevent the inevitable deaths of those we want to save the most, to give us the perspective that we could rewrite the future events in our favor. This twisted perspective on life and death is then broadened by the outcome of what would happen to the planet itself, that the future for not just the characters, but for the planet and all of the souls that resided in it leads to death. This is not only made clear by the party's discussion of destiny in Aerith's room as the party begins to dwell on the possibility of a darker outcome for the planet. It's actually the very first thing that Sephiroth puts in ours and Cloud's head in our first encounter with him. Sephiroth tells Cloud that the planet is dying and that all Cloud has to do to save it is to run away from death.
I have a favor to ask. Our beloved planet is dying. Can you bear to see the planet suffer? Cloud, that which binds us together would be no more, and I would be loath to live in such a world, which is why I must ask you this one favor. Don't worry. It's a simple thing. Run, Cloud. Run away. You have to leave. You have to live.
This made it Cloud's job, the party's job, and our job to somehow subvert all of this death, to defeat the Whispers, to defeat the Harbinger, and to save everyone. What Sephiroth did to Cloud is the same thing that Remake's narrative did to us. It gave us the illusion of having a choice, because without understanding the significance of death to life, the lesson that Crisis Core taught us through Zack, and an overwhelming fear of death present in Cloud instilled in him by Sephiroth, both of us were left with only one decision. Sephiroth, who embodies Cloud's suffering, who drove Cloud to fight the Whispers, led him to the Whisper Harbinger, led him to the conclusion to defy destiny, leaves Cloud at the edge of creation to choose his fate. But this is a choice that was already made for him, and becomes apparent with the context of what has already happened to Cloud. When Sephiroth reaches his hand out to Cloud, Cloud feels the urge to take it, but he attempts to cling to the legacy of humanity. He reaches for the Buster Sword, but to no avail. Sephiroth holds out his hand. Cloud feels the urge to take it. As if to curb the impulse, he grabs the Buster Sword. Sephiroth flashes a menacing smile. If the two don't join forces, Sephiroth and Cloud, he'll have no choice but to lead Cloud by the nose, as he has up until this point. With Cloud's outcome decided, and the final moments of the Edge of Creation scene, all of Sephiroth's guidance has come to a head. Cloud, having been disarmed by Sephiroth, watches as the Buster Sword lands beyond his reach. The Buster Sword left behind, along with the universe and the legacy that Cloud is meant to represent. Cloud turns away from it, beckoned by Sephiroth's black feather towards Sephiroth's legacy. Left alone, gazing upon the sky, the dreams and goals that Sephiroth desired for himself. But what Cloud doesn't know is that while Cloud attempted to cling to Zack's legacy no longer guides him. It is this that leads to Zack's part in the Re-trilogy, because Sephiroth didn't just lead Cloud to this conclusion at the edge of creation through the manipulation of Cloud's emotions through suffering, or spiritually through the world of pure black. Sephiroth did this by not only disconnecting Cloud from the events of the future by changing the present, he also disconnected Cloud from his past. What Crisis Core Reunion meant by saying that Zack's legacy gave life to Final Fantasy VII was that it was Zack's death and his passing of the Buster Sword to Cloud that ensured the legacy of humanity would continue. And thus the original story began. But this is only half of the story, because what was always a vital part of the creation of Final Fantasy VII's story, the one that you may not know to be alluded to in Crisis Core, is that it wasn't just the passing of Zack's legacy that reawakened Cloud at the moment of Zack's death. The reason Cloud even woke up is because of the awakening of Sephiroth. This is what is said in Crisis Core's complete guide about the ending of Crisis Core. Tabata told me many times, make it something that leaves us with hope, not just the despair of death. So I tried to depict a straightforward scene where the Buster Sword is inherited by Cloud. The rain that falls when Zack is dying stops by the time that Cloud says thank you, indicating the passage of time. But this sequence of events also hints at how Zack's memories are imprinted onto Cloud. Also, there are Genesis copies in Crisis Core, but when the main body isn't there, the copies stop their activities, right? It's the same thing with Cloud. Since Sephiroth isn't there, Cloud has lost his mind and hasn't recovered his ability to function. In the ending, however, Cloud stands up, which means that Sephiroth's resurrection will happen soon. In this way, I tried to depict the beginning of a new story. The ending is also depicted as foreshadowing a new story. Zack and Sephiroth, both through their ideologies and their wills, along with their guidance of Cloud, spiritually, physically, and metaphorically, are what gave life back to Cloud. They too are the pillars of what made Cloud what he is. It is these three characters together that created the story of Final Fantasy VII. It is this conflict of good and evil within Cloud and at the edge of creation. Cloud, now isolated within himself with a hardened resolve to reject death. Cloud now reaches for this false dream, and with death looming on the horizon of Final Fantasy VII's story, all that will be left of Cloud is torment and suffering. It is this suffering that will not just allow Sephiroth to continue to use Cloud's humanity, it is what will allow him to completely assume control, not just to be a part of Cloud, but to merge with him entirely. What the title remake alludes to is how Sephiroth remade Cloud's journey. What Rebirth implies is that Cloud has now become the vessel in which Sephiroth plans to be reborn again. It is here where we turn to Rebirth and our final subject of this video. As we have learned definitively, not only have the Whispers been torn apart, which is likely due to the impending separation that will lead to the end of the world, the Whispers are no longer dictating the destiny of the party. But what we know is that even without destiny, Remake and Rebirth tells us clearly that some form of guidance still remains. As we know, the life stream and the negative life stream are not the only wills that dictate this guidance, but the individuals that represent them themselves, Sephiroth and Angeal. It is through their legacies and the choices that those who burden them make that will now be the final determination, the outcome of this story. It is this concept that is fully articulated by the feathers that we see in Remake and Rebirth, as they are the ripple that brings forth the new journey. In Remake, the black feather is defined by Sephiroth. It is the tormenting thoughts and feelings that leads Cloud psychologically away from his dream. But the feathers are also the initial indicator of Sephiroth's larger, more disruptive presence in the story. It is this same feather that leads Cloud to redirect his focus to Sephiroth's dream at the edge of creation, as well as the one that Cloud is left holding in his hand at the end of the game. The one that leads Cloud in the opposite direction of Zack when they cross paths. In Crisis Core, the white feather represents the same concept. While the white feather was an indicator of Angeal and of his own ideology, it was also meant to be a reminder to help Zack harden his resolve and to guide the path before him, even if Zack himself was unsure of the road ahead. It is also the path that signifies the road of a hero. So knowing what has happened to Zack's fate, knowing that his road has been extended farther down another road of uncertainty, what is the very first thing that we see in Rebirth's trailer? A white feather. A feather guiding Zack to seek out his own dreams. What Sephiroth did by leading the party to confront the Harbinger is that it also ensured that if they were able to beat them, that Zack would be dislodged from the course of his destiny. That destiny being to create Final Fantasy VII by passing his legacy on to Cloud. But while Sephiroth may have succeeded and has already begun to reshape Cloud's legacy, that has led to the accidental continuation of another. It is these two legacies that are now set to determine the outcome of this new story and the outcome of the world's end. To fully articulate this point and convince you once and for all that this is what the re-trilogy is heading towards, we now add two new ideas to the list of good and evil: Zack's side and Cloud's side. What brings our conversation to a close comes from Crisis Core Reunion, but rather than this discovery being from something within the game itself, it was a discovery in an advertisement, not a commercial, but a billboard, one that only appeared a week before Crisis Core Reunion's release in Shinjuku Station in Japan. A long billboard featuring a wide-angle shot of Cloud and Zack appeared. On one side of the image, Zack is smiling brightly and confidently sits with the backdrop of a clear blue sky, his arm reaching out. The other half of the billboard displaying a contrasting depiction of Cloud, a look of suffering written across his face, dressed in his present soldier uniform with a backdrop of dark clouds. He too painfully is reaching out his hand. Written across the blue sky background behind Zack is Zack's side, and on Cloud's end, Cloud's side, both characters extending their hands for what lies right out of reach: the Buster Sword, the weapon that is the thematic definition of very clear to me that not only does Sephiroth succeed in his plan to transform Cloud into a monster, it is Zack that now stands to become the hero of Rebirth's story. But it is the presence of these two sides, as we have already discussed, and as we learned will be the end result at the end of the world. And what is represented by the singular Buster Sword is that ultimately only one of these legacies will remain. What Rebirth has set up with these two characters and these two conflicting sides that they now belong to, with Cloud now taking on the role of a monster and Zack continuing his role as the hero, is the inevitable battle between them. A battle against what remains of good and what remains of evil. But what we've learned from Crisis Core, and something that Rebirth's trailer makes very clear with the information that we have presented in this video, is that this journey will not be told in the extremes of these two sides, but in the gray. While we have thoroughly explored what Cloud's role in the future of the series will be, let's now explore Zack's side. It is important to note that we have already gotten a good idea of what Zack's journey will be going forward in just the trailer of Rebirth, because what Zack says at the end of the trailer gives us a strong indicator of one thing: that Zack, having been led by guidance to die saving Cloud, no longer has any purpose himself. let's take a moment here, because while we have talked about Zack's journey through the compilation up until the end of Advent Children, we have not really taken the time to talk about what visually represents Zack's journey to begin with outside of Zack himself. The physical representation of him being the Buster Sword itself. At the end of Crisis Core, Zack sets out to Midgar. The goal of this was to see Aerith, meaning that all he had to do is get to Aerith's church. As we know, however, he never got there. In Advent Children, we see the Buster Sword acting as a marker of Zack's grave in the area around his last stand. It was this place that Cloud thought fitting to leave Zack's sword, but this perspective was based off of Cloud's own guilt. That clouded perspective being that Zack's journey had ended here with the sacrifice that Zack made for Cloud. However, after Zack, Aerith, and Cloud come to their own conclusions through the resolution of Cloud's guilt, Cloud realizes that the journey that Zack was taking was far beyond his death. And with that realization, Cloud places the sword in the church. The Buster Sword, now in the church, being surrounded by water and flowers, is how Advent Children sought to communicate that Zack and Aerith had not only reunited, but that Zack had finally made it to the place that he was trying to reach all along. It is this resolution that is also signified by the flowers that grew in the place of where the Buster Sword originally stood. The flowers growing here signifying that after Cloud overcame his fear of death and defeated Sephiroth, both Cloud's life, along with all of the life in the life stream, began to flourish and continue on into a brighter future, just as it was always meant to be. It is this reunion, along with the symbolic arrival, that concluded Zack's story. However, in Remake, we witness a retelling of the end of this journey. Its retelling sparks a bleak continuation. As we see at the end of intermission, he does, in fact, make it to the church. But when he arrives, without Aerith present, Zack is left confused and unsure of what to do next. What this all signifies is that his purpose, along with every other character's purpose, has changed, and it is in Rebirth's trailer that we start to get a sense as to what Zack's arc has in store, this being through what Zack says himself.
Sorry. Feel like I failed you.
Zack, who was given meaning in his sacrifice to then be spiritually resolved through Advent Children, has now, in the re-trilogy, been displaced from learning the lesson that he was meant to, as it is this failure that Zack is expressing in the church that reflects the same mentality of failure through those he lost along the way, the ones that Zack felt personally responsible for. That same guilt now being re-explained through his dialogue in Rebirth. It is this gray area and the discussion of it that I believe will be found on both sides of this story, because it is this concept of extremes, the ideas of good and evil, that we have detailed throughout this entire video, and the dialogue that it has created that are actually within the journey we have already played through in the original game. While both Cloud and Zack will be led to some form of conflict with one another, it is this quote from Nomura that, to me, encompasses the entirety of the journey moving forward. A lot of things will change in Final Fantasy VII Remake, but the essence of the universe will not. That is the one thing that will remain intact. Any fan of the original game knows that while what I have just discussed on the surface seems to be a serious departure from the story that we have come to know and love, it actually isn't too far off, if not almost entirely similar to the original game's structure. As we know past the point of Remake's story, that the original story does find itself very much focused on this false identity of Cloud's and where it comes from, how Sephiroth chooses to manipulate that perception for his own gain, and it is that conversation that ultimately leads to Cloud's complete mental break and the physical rebirth of Sephiroth in the Northern Crater. All of the beats that we have discussed in this video contribute to that same original narrative, but what they do alongside that narrative is contribute a wealth of context that the compilation included to the smaller and largest parts of the world's functions to strengthen the narrative of this already very, very good game. Now, this isn't to say that this new story won't be taking some liberties. For instance, I personally believe that Remake alludes heavily to Tifa's death, not only through the scenes that we have seen in which she is stabbed by Sephiroth in the VR mission, giving off Aerith stabbed through the back vibes. It's that Tifa's theme is the one that is heard during Chadley's speech about freedom, this indicating the real source of Cloud's strength, and maybe alluding to a future loss that Sephiroth might take advantage of. Regardless of where Remake's future ends up, and regardless of how accurate this video is, I can never know everything about Final Fantasy VII until it's finished. I do know one thing for certain, and that thing being this, that I have spent literally countless hours making this video essay, that I cannot help but feel that I have arrived in a place where I had only hoped that I would be at the start of this journey. I was always prepared to share all that I know to you about what I feel I know about Final Fantasy VII. What I was never going to be prepared for was to say goodbye to Final Fantasy VII Remake. And having arrived at the finish line, it's time for that same journey that started off 3 years ago to end. And hopefully, with everything I have learned from this, for a new one to begin. While this video took me a year to finish, the same person has spent 5 hours trying to say this. Something that I can only say now. Thank you, Final Fantasy VII. Thank you to Schrodinger's baby seal. Thanks, Gene. Thank you, Obsidian. Thank you to the King. Thank you, MJ Gallagher. Thank you, Patreon supporters. And thank you to everyone who made it this far. Subscribe. Oh, I totally forgot to talk about Stamp. That is just the representations of the legacies shifting over. The original stamp on the bag was Zack, as well as a representation of the live stream. Just like the live stream, he guides you to where you need to go. And the terrier represents Sephiroth. It just shows the effect that Zack's legacy and his death had on Final Fantasy VII, exchanging hands with Sephiroth's, and that's it.
Hey, yo. Thanks for watching. I didn't finish. I almost finished, but then I ran out of gas. What? All right, but I'll be back tomorrow. I'm sad I didn't play Indiana. Yeah, it goes. Indiana Jones. It's not right. Oh, because I have it turned down. Oh, that time I got really close to the mic. Get muffled down here. Okay, dudes. Catch you on the flip side. Here's my end stream. Thank y'all so much for watching and for hanging out and all that good shit, dude. Hope you learned a lot about Final Fantasy VII's story and appreciate it on a deeper level. Cause I sure as fuck do. Anyways, here comes the last 3-minute ad break, and I'll end it. Thank y'all so much again. Peace.